Good morning, everybody. Got started a little bit early. Give me 1 second, please. Man, look at the shit they brew out last week before. AI bear case. We had a 3.75% rally today in the morning. Testing the 200 EMA. Alright, let's listen to this bullshit, and then we'll listen to some bullish things as well.
David, I really appreciate you taking the time. I think regardless if people agree or disagree with you, it's important to hear, other thoughts than everything is rosy. So let's start big picture. You want to give us your kind of bird's eye view of how you assess things here with this AI spending and the boom?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Alex. Look, we're not trying to like spread fear or
Give me
rumors.
a little bit. I'm gonna take my time to start up
looking in
today.
the footnotes, and when we do, we
Most
see
important levels to mark
another 500
is the
billion
November 20th,
of
2025
off-balance sheet
low,
debt
as
that
well as this
represents
white
more
line. I've
spending
had it
and
drawn for months
more
now. I don't
negative
know why.
cash flow than what the market
Since
thinks.
the bottom,
Oracle was the
it was
first
minus
canary in the coal
1%.
mine. We've since discovered around
1.25%. The top of
248
here is like
billion in off-balance sheet
2.2
debt, so
something
they have the
percent. This
most
whole
off-balance
entire
sheet
thing
debt.
is
And by the way, if you look at
3.75%. Biggest move
operating
we've had
cash flow in the
basically
cash
since
flow
last year.
statement, it was a positive
On the SPY or the
17
Qs,
billion
one single move,
over the last 9
one
months
single candle,
and from the
5
last
minutes.
quarter, where when we look at the trailing 12
See
months
what
free cash
happens.
flow, it's a negative 200 billion.
God
So there's a big swing there. And these swings are very important. We actually just published a piece, it was a very popular piece on residual value guarantees that Meta is reporting, and this is yet another way to hide debt off balance sheet. People don't realize that these guarantees, these not yet commenced leases, these are not really optional. Because in the race to win the AI game, these companies have to commit this
Good morning,
kind of
everyone.
to keep
Good morning,
up.
Max.
So
Good morning, Henry.
if they choose not to commence
Good morning,
these leases,
Harry.
or these
Good morning, Tyler.
guarantees
Good morning,
don't
Double.
necessarily have to get forced,
Harry, if you want to send me a
that means they're
message, I'll
giving
get
up
you.
and they're quitting,
I'll make sure
which
you're
is
back
what
in the
we just
WhatsApp
saw
group, brother.
recently when
Good morning,
Oracle
Sky.
decided to walk away from a major data center.
Yeah, and so David, I
If you have
really
not already,
appreciate
watch
this
the market
perspective and the
update video
work that
that
you and
was
your team
posted
are
last
doing as you're
night.
getting deep into these deals. You're seeing
Pretty
kind of
relevant with what's going on
the
so
messiness
far.
of
It's
some
like-
of them, I guess, to put it lightly. I got a question for you. I'd love your thoughts on that's even just higher
It's so
level
crazy
thinking.
how they did it right at the
Hey,
morning,
these
though, when
companies are spending
everybody's sleeping.
tremendous amounts
Someone
of
sent a
money.
picture
They're
at
not gonna
7
do
a.m. in the
this
morning, and I
without
thought it
hopes
was some
of
political
somehow
news, but it's
getting a
really some
return on
big
that
ass news
investment
at
at some
7
point in
a.m.
the future.
Crazy ass pup.
To me,
He was up when this
I
candle
don't see
happened.
how there's any logical conclusion for there to be a return
Oh my god.
other than mass job displacement. And if that's the answer,
Oh my god. The
who's
candle
gonna
is
buy
so
these
big that
products
my
if no
chart
one's
doesn't
working?
even like
How are they going to have
it
any
can't even
income?
show
So
that. It's like
that's where
this is a
I've
$10
always kind of
range.
gotten this circular kind
These
of
candles are
confusion
so
of
big
if
compared
what
to
you
Friday.
want to happen
These
happens,
candles right here.
is that even good for these businesses?
Insane.
Right, AI is sort of heads I win, tails you lose. Alex, I think it's a great question. I think the first question that we need companies to answer is how will they, to your point, how will they earn an adequate amount of
Who's
cash
very,
flow
very surprised by
on
this? Who is
the
very, very
hundreds of
happy by
billions,
this?
even
Who
trillions
is?
of dollars being
Why?
deployed to
I'm
build
kind of
AI
happy
right
to see
now?
this,
And that's a great
but
question, and
I'm
no one
also
has a good
surprised
answer.
at the same
And
time.
I got another one
I
for you,
won't
Alex.
lie.
I don't think the spending is about to end anytime soon.
I
Not
can't
only
lie, I'm
is this super
surprised.
high rate of spending a way for
Shit
the
happened
bigger
after looking
winners
so
in
fucking
AI
damn bearish
to
over
force their weaker
I'm actually
competitors out of
looking at
business, which is
IW.
what
I'm
we're
actually
seeing with,
surprised.
I
I'm
believe,
not gonna
Oracle
lie.
and potentially Amazon and potentially
This is
Meta.
so crazy.
But
Humongous
it's
I mean, they were gonna
also
trap at some point, right? And
only
this
the
is
first few
perfect.
innings
But
because
it was so fucking
what
terrifying
these
seeing this
AI
candle with
firms
Friday.
won't say in the headlines, and if you get
Oh
them
my
behind
god,
closed doors,
they
will
made it
readily
look like it
admit
was
that
they made it look like
despite
it was
all
gonna
this
hover here for
AI
at least into the
infrastructure,
morning and
this
then pop up or
compute,
something,
this
but nah.
memory, these fancy
Nope, but
models, they're still not very valuable because
200
they don't have
EMA,
good
we
data
are
to drive
above.
them.
There is a gap on
Everyone's
SPY. There
recycling
is
the
no
same
gap on
internet data
QQQ.
and expecting because you
Where
put it
does the
into a
gap
bigger
exist?
machine, it's going to provide a better answer. And that's just not going to work.
even if we take an optimistic view here and we say, hey, there's not going to be massive job displacement, it's just going to drive tremendous productivity gains and create efficiency.
This is right where it's at.
You know, much like maybe the internet or other things technologically have throughout time. Isn't that going to send a massive deflationary shock at the least, just given the fact that you're going to be able to do things quicker, more efficiently, and perhaps cheaper at some point, even though it's expensive right now?
No, I think that's a great point, Alex.
Right
my personal belief is that the majority of the value from AI is going to accrue to consumers.
The value that the market provides, folks.
You know, right now we have this almost oligarchy of big corporations in America.
The value, folks. Look at the value.
They make a disproportionate amount of the money, and they have won a disproportionate amount of capital from the stock market. I think it's healthy.
Market is about to fill the gap
at
market open, looks like.
I think that those folks have had sort of a monopoly on a bunch of individual consumer data. And they've been able to monetize that in a big way. I think AI is going to disintermediate a bunch of that and allow individuals to do more on their own without having to commit all of their data, knowing or unknowing, to the Borg, as I like to call it.
I don't think
all right, David,
it's that
final
gap
question
right
for
now.
you guys back in
There's
November.
2 gaps,
I believe it was on the 10th. You pointed out to Oracle.
There's no gaps on the Qs.
We've seen what's happened since. You mentioned
this
Amazon.
Is
you mentioned Meta. Is there another?
Pop. This is still a humongous pop. This is the biggest 5-minute pop we've had since last year, right? I don't think people realize how big that is. This is the Trump taco trade as well. Trump always cancels out, but I mean, they went fucking deep on it. So Trump and Iran very much likely the tariff situation like last year. It's taco trade.
Where things stand from a macro.
They about to be talking about Trump taco today and tomorrow.
All the volatility is Tom Hayes, founder
After this
and
shit,
member of Great
major
Hill
news is going to be like, oh, Trump taco.
Tom, it's good to see you.
And then
Let's start out with where things stand from a macro.
All I'm saying is that that's what happening
right
now, but yeah, that's just what's going to be happening.
This morning with President Trump talking
Probably
about
happening right now.
Basically, they're going to pull back. They've had productive conversations with Iran, is what was said. There's been some pushback from Iran, but basically a lot of volatility. You said that similar to tariff volatility last year, this will start and end with the truth or tweet. Tell me more about that.
Well, I can tell you there are a lot of short sellers waking up this morning sending their applications to Walmart to become greeters.
It's $21.
Okay. Look, at the end of the day, this is very much like the tariff situation last year. Obviously, war is devastating. We're losing lives, so we weren't doing that with the tariffs.
Absolutely crazy.
But it was started by a tweet, and it did end
nice
with
to
a
see
tweet,
on
and it's
setup,
similar
but insanely
to the situation.
crazy.
No one really cares if he spoke
crazy
to what they care about is the fact that he tweeted this morning that he's.
To be honest, though, I somehow expected this shit to go lower overnight and a little bit up like this.
You know what I had planned on coming in and talking about this morning was mindset around investing. You know, if you bought an apartment building 8 weeks ago, and it was cash flowing and the rents were coming in, and someone came to you this week and said, Diane,
give me a second, I'm going to the bathroom.
Energy prices are up. We might be going to World War III.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
morning, Hidden Hash.
I'm offering you $800,000.
Good morning.
You would say to that person, are you out of your mind? My rents are still coming in. There's still free cash flow. Why would I ever consider that? And yet in public markets, people were doing it like nobody's business on Thursday and Friday of last week. We saw put skew.
It's just people coming on YouTube on slowly.
Since the COVID lows.
In 5 minutes, I'll send the WhatsApp group.
We had no idea if we'd ever get a vaccine.
Good morning, Captain.
We had no idea if people would live, if the world would reopen. And the amount of fear that was in the market and people buying insurance after the house was already on fire. If you're going to buy insurance, you do it when the sunshine is out, nothing's wrong, and everyone was selling in the hole. And we
Let's do an individual question. How long have you been up? When did you see the market?
The lows in October
and how do you think
and the lows in
thing you are seeing right now in front of your eye?
So do you think de-risking is a mistake?
Let's do a personal question. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
De-risking is an excuse for not knowing what you own.
Okay.
Or a hedge against having paid multiples too high relative to the cash flow in the businesses. So why was it so easy to knock the stuffing out of software this year, which had nothing to do with tariffs? Is because price is what you pay, value is what you get. People paid ridiculous multiples on the assumption that the growth would never end. And now we know that the growth rates are going to end. They're not going to be completely disintermediated by AI, but they no longer have the same pricing power that warrants 40, 60, 80 times earnings multiples. So when you get a reduction of growth, when you're paying multiples that high, if growth goes down by 5% from 30 to 25, you don't get a 5% reduction in the stock. You get multiple re-rating, sometimes 20, 25, 30%, which takes the stock down 30, 40, and then you get forced structural selling. And on the other side of that is the opportunity to benefit from dislocation, and that's where you make your money. So, you know, one of the things that we were doing, both in the tariffs and in this situation, was buying each red day. And what we would tell our audience, we have a podcast, we have our clients, we would say, look, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know when this is going to end, but we do know that the price relative to the free cash flow in the companies we are buying is extremely attractive on an intermediate to long-term basis. And that's the only way you can really outperform in efficient markets.
I'm pretty sure we're opening somewhere here. Not this gap, but this gap right here.
One of the things that seems to be at play is there is some FOMO on both sides. You know,
this shit is guaranteed to fill out today,
right now
probably.
Have we done too much and, you know, head to the exits like last week? Although, like, right now, obviously, we're indicating higher.
Yeah. Could change by tomorrow.
It could. I mean, if there's another tweet or a truth post.
Probably not.
Did this change everything into the week? Does this say
and he wouldn't put this
short term, medium term? Everybody in the world is not thinking.
So let's talk about opportunities, dislocation opportunities. There's a couple names that I'm list right now. VF is one of those. Tell us what your view is on that.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
So
we have 30
consumer discretionary is the most underweight sit-in since October of 2022. So if you're going to get bang for your buck on the recovery or a bounce back rally, it's going to be in consumer discretionary. Consumer sentiment is
Dow futures jumped 900
lows.
points
Everyone's in the gutter.
Trump
no one thinks anything good is going to happen. But you have these tax refunds. So if this actually gets alleviated and gas prices come down, consumer discretionary is the most operating leverage to make money. So VF
Trump
Corp,
tells CNBC we are very intent on making a deal with
North Face, Alta running shoes, JanSport, Eastpak. You have kids that go to school. They sold off Supreme, paid down debt. They sold off Dickies, paid down debt. Bracken Darrell is a turnaround.
We have President Trump coming live today.
Turnaround was a company called Logitech. They make the webcams and the mice.
He came into around 11 a.m. too, because that's what happened last time.
You invested $1 million when he started and sold it when he left. You made a 26 bagger trough to peak. 1 million became 26 million. He's doing the same thing with VF Corp. It won't be a 26 bagger, but we do believe from these levels, and it's coming to left.
Participates.
No.
Okay.
3 bagger over the next 3 to 5 years, which is a very above market IRR. Very attractive. 10% of their portfolio was back to growth a year ago. 75% of their portfolio.
I mean, IWM at some point had to trap.
Deleveraged the balance sheet.
Maybe 3/3
Cash flows are coming back. They took $300 million of costs out of the business. Bet on Bracken. My nickname for him is Growth Bracken. He's going to turn this thing around.
I like that. And last one on your list today is Disney.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 days on IWM.
Magic returning to the Mouse House.
3/3 trap.
Place on earth. What can I tell you? Look, Josh D'Amato, he ran
20 days
his business. It was a $36 billion business. It's the highest return on invested capital business in the Disney portfolio.
This shit is pretty
this company
crazy.
used to be a
this is counting as a 1/3, 2/3 from Friday low.
Media now it's a media company that owns Park.
No matter where it opens.
Record free cash flow last year. You wouldn't know it by the stock. They did
this shit has so many goddamn
He's got a lot to
puts
work
or
with.
had for the
and
last 2
the experience
weeks,
business
3
alone
weeks, 1
at
month.
$10 billion of EBIT is worth
Now,
$80 a share. You're getting ESPN. You're getting the films. You're getting Disney Plus for free, and Disney Plus is now free cash flow positive. So we like this story. We think it's
on
the downside's
IWME
protected. The upside could be meaningful over the next couple of years. And now we have some certainty around the leadership. That's a positive thing.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Thanks so much for having me.
Nvidia crazy
that's
too.
Tom Hayes, Great Hill Capital, joining us here at NYSE.
There is a gap on Nvidia as well somewhere up top. Am I tripping? Yeah, they have a gap right here. This gap never filled 180.23. Man, it's already marked. This thing has like 9 days of bears too. The fuck is this shit? This thing is just like IWM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. 7, 8, basically. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like 12. Yeah, it's humongous. Now the bulls and bears are fighting on Nvidia with this gap. The bulls are hoping for this gap to fill. The bears are hoping for this MACD volume to be super bearish to not fill. And I can just imagine this is a fucking battle zone already. Even though we're not at 176, this is giving the bulls hope that it could pop real quick at some point with news. It could easily, or it could just literally chop, or it could not, and then just gap hope forever. Not forever, but like till later. Alright, market opening in 9 minutes. Let's get ready. Alright. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. And time is 9:22 on the board. Market is opening.
Senior markets correspondent right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, it was less than an hour ago where you had markets.
Video came out 36 minutes ago, and the thing almost has 1,000 views already.
President Trump's initial comments of setting this 48-hour deadline. Then he posted this morning on Truth Social about what seems to be pulling back of the rhetoric and some what he calls productive conversations. Take us through the latest here.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Diane, there's a lot going on for Monday morning. So we do have this post by President Trump basically delaying these potential strikes on power plants in Iran by 5 days and stating that there have been productive talks between the Iranians as well as the U.S. Now, you are seeing the markets obviously move a little bit to the upside. We're up over 2% for the E-mini S&P 500, pulling back a tad bit here because we do now have the Iranian Foreign Ministry saying that there are no direct talks with Washington and accuse the U.S. president of buying time while regional de-escalation efforts go on here. So the Iranians are basically denying the post by President Trump, which is why we are seeing this whipsaw action in the market. This is going to have to take a little bit more time. If you're looking at the book depth for the E-mini S&P 500, liquidity is going to be very thin right now. Obviously, we're going to be trading on headlines, so I would not get too married to either being a bull right now or even being a bear. It seems like the market's really trying to figure out where we're going to go next. Who's going to confirm either if there is going to be some talks here taking place. It seems like there is a little bit of a dispute with that as well. And if we do see maybe some further military action within Iran, especially when it comes to the power plants, that's a very big sticking point that obviously was actually capturing a lot of headlines this weekend, given the fact that not only would that escalate the situation, but Iran's response was really going to be focusing on energy producers within the region, as well as maybe even looking at desalination plants if theirs were targeted. So a lot of talks over the weekend, a lot of back and forth, but at the end of the day, we're seeing a lot of volatility here, and the news wires are obviously being flooded, and that's why we're seeing a lot of this volatility. I'm not sure where we go from here.
So, KG, last week we broke through some key support levels. Is it still tenuous?
Good morning, Dr. Block. Good morning, everybody.
It is. I mean, if you
market
look,
opening in 6
breakage of the 200-day
minutes.
moving average and how we closed last week was really not conducive for being optimistic to start off this week. You can make the case that maybe we would have a little bit of a relief bounce, and maybe if you're kind of looking at a daily chart, maybe kind of form a little bit more of a right shoulder before we actually fully break down here. And we saw the markets early on. We were down almost 1% for the mini S&P 500. You did see yields moving to the upside here. And obviously, we're seeing a reversal right now.
Very bullish.
But the lack of liquidity and the movement.
Never do I really see it going super bullish intraday when there's a super mega bullish pop. So I don't know. Let's say there's a 3.75% push.
Individuals looking to get out of assets, raise capital, and maybe try to sit on the sidelines here. That seemed like that was actually the theme to start off this week. And at the end of the day, if we are able to see a little bit more of a detente and we do see maybe some calmer conversations taking place that could obviously reduce equity volatility and could be the reason why we could have a movement to the upside. I think what's also very interesting and something that I highlighted over the weekend is Iran also kind of threatening those that are buying U.S. Treasuries. And that's once again would be a significant.
I don't know how my chart is so fucking.
To do that, and you did see yields.
I don't know how
higher.
that's a $9 box. It looks like a $4 box.
And I think with the headlines, we just have to sit back and wait and see how this actually develops over the next couple of hours. It's really hard to determine a direction in this market right now.
Okay, speaking of that,
SPX is about to gap fill that market open somewhere here.
Oil was shooting higher. When I initially checked early this morning, oil was sitting closer to $100 a barrel. Now we pulled back closer to, say, $90 a barrel for WTI.
This is a downward cornucopia cone as well.
What's your take when you look across the oil markets?
Yeah, I would agree. We do. There is a confirmation that 2 LPG tankers from India are moving through the strait at the moment. And every time that we see that type of movement or that type of action, that's going to maybe get some optimism that we are seeing maybe some calmer tensions here. But oil is going to continue to be volatile. Given the fact that we were once again kind of threatening these power plants and even reducing the sanctions for Iranian crude, that was actually a very unique story on Friday. And a lot of people have been, scratching their head on that. The debate is if they have around 140 million.
Here we go. Market opening in 2 minutes. Candle was humongous. There's a lot of volume into market open today. Candle is absolutely humongous. Just doesn't look like it on the 1 minute. This shit is fucking nerve-wracking. 45 seconds until 9:29. My chart, nerve-wracking. I ordered a new computer. It's coming today at 1 p.m. Nvidia 5080 Jensen Huang. So. Today is March 23rd. Crush these puts at open, do it. 10 seconds. All right. I'm in SPY for 1.2K. Sorry, 1.6. Bears are here at market open, looks like. All right, let's see it. This put got crushed from $1,800 at 3 p.m. into $800. Wow. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Just entered something else as well. IWM. IWME. My God. I'm in 2 SPY puts into this week. Gap fill open. Almost. Not really. It did not gap fill. Not yet. They did not gap fill. Bears are trying to push lower. On SPY, QQQ is not breaking the floor. MACD and volume is bearish on SPY. Time is 9:35. 9:30 to 9:35. Wind direction is south on SPY. Wind direction is still neutral on QQQ. Time is 9:35. Morning cycles are not happening super fast, but they're coming in confusing because QQQ is not going with SPY here. Off of market open. Nvidia holding. IWM pushing. It's a beautiful morning. Oh, is it the dancing queen? Oh, baby. I think I want to marry you. Okay. Bears are coming in very, very slowly. MACD is going in very, very downward already. Not really on the cues yet. There's a LOD divergence at the floor. There's a gap up top. They could bear trap or they could boat trap. There are two things that exist, but the wind direction is south from 9:30 into 9:35 right now. We'll see if 9:35 bounces. 9:35 could create a bottom cycle here and cycle confirm at 9:42, or it bear traps right now at the LOD divergence and they go gap fill. This is the gap on the SPX. Yeah, let me take care of that, sorry. Time is 9:35. Wind direction south off of 9:30 into 9:35. I'm up 10%, $150 on my SPY puts, $1,600 or 1,000. Let me see what the fuck is that right now. $1,780, but I'm also in a Nvidia put now, so we'll see what happens. Going lower with the gap for now. Not really on the Nvidia. There's a divergence at the floor. Time is 9:40 here in 49 seconds. And no, time is not yet. Time is 9:40 in 49 seconds. Something going bullish crazy. Fuck. I just went red for a second, but I guess I was only up by a couple $100. But yeah, my contracts just fucking flipped for a second on something. Yeah, my SPY contract's bugging out. Some big whale playing with this shit. So a big whale. Alright, 935 bounce trying until the low of 935 breaks. Right. The bears are stuck in my contract. Just got fucking spiked down before this candle even came in. That's a little bit fucking odd, but that's what they're doing. 935 into 940 bounce. LOD never broke on the Qs either. Alright, now bear trap and HOD fucking breaking on the Qs. They're showing a bear trap so hard. Now there's a divergence at the roof and at the floor. With very, very small cycles at morning range. They're doing something up here basically. We're gonna draw the morning cycle. Forget about. I'm gonna delete this box so it doesn't like get in the way or anything. Very, very coming in small candle chopping right now. Very, very critical morning. All I want to do is make like $900 so I can like be happy with my new computer coming in, or 1,000. I don't want too much. I don't want to be greedy. I'm trying to be safe. The Bears are not winning. The Bulls are not winning. They're just holding hands at the park, deciding who the fuck to get thrown underneath the bus. The public transportation bus, hypothetically speaking, that's coming down the road. That morning road. They're playing hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got a new computer. I got a Costco computer for 2.3K, 2.5K after taxes, but it was GTX. I don't even know. All I know is a Jensen Huang 5080, so all I know is now I got that Terminator shit after having a 2080 Ti for years. And now I don't need to worry because I got that Jensen Huang in me. Why did I have a 2080 Ti? Because Jensen Huang. I could probably sell this, I'm not gonna lie. How much is a 2080 Ti right now? 2080 Ti. eBay price. I'm selling the fuck out of this shit. Oh my god. Oh! Easy money! I'm about to deconstruct my Alienware, looks like. Deconstruct, reconstruct, and all that. Construction. HOD divergence. Did not clear. HOD divergence did not clear yet. And people do that, right? Like deconstruct, reconstruct. I don't even want to target too much low. Like, I think if it goes here, I'm just gonna leave on SPY and fucking see what it does. But yeah, I don't even want to target too much, honestly. I just want to get the fuck out and profit on these fucking SPY puts and then worry about my fucking Nvidia. Oh my god, it's so fucking volatile, honestly, the market is. Just showing fucking roof and then reject the roof. They did not break the divergence at the roof. There's LOD divergence. They're just showing bearish. I don't know if it's bearish or not. It could just be a bear trade. Sad. This shit sad. Coming in with Terminator cycles. That's crazy. HOD divergence broke when direction is north now. That's crazy. It is the biggest pop since last year, so honestly, today, crazy to be expected, but yeah. They are cooked. Morning today. 940 HOD. Now there is no HOD divergence. They are working today somehow. I think the gap filled. Let's check. Yep, it definitely filled. The gap definitely fucking filled. Oh my, the bulls are coming now. Do they rally it up here? I don't know. I guess it is fucking possible. I guess. But there's a humongous fucking gap. 940. Oh my god. I don't even want to fucking draw this chart. I just feel like it's gonna. I don't even want to draw the chart. 942. Time is now 9:45. I'll go range at the floor and at the roof now at 9:40. This shit is crazy. God candles. This algo rage. The big boys playing with fucking all the volume today. That's the wrong algo range. I'm gonna replace it. Just give me 1 second. Man, they went down so crookedly. They popped this shit up so fast. They went down so fucking crookedly, and then they popped the thing up so fast. And now the bears are trapped, and now the bulls are getting in there at the top. Getting each side fucking max fucking excited at the top. This is insane. It's fucking nuts. That's what I see right now. Oh my god, I'm not saying anything, but this shit, gap filled already set up happened, and now it's playing up here is what I'm saying, with a massive gap down there and a gap up here. The bulls are hoping, the bears are hoping, and they're fighting here. One side's gonna get fucking thrown underneath the fucking morning school bus, hypothetically speaking. I'm talking about the market candles, red and green. Morning cycles happen super fast, so I'm just saying, I would not be surprised. Some stupid shit happens. This is already crazy. This is at the midpoint. I don't even want to call this bullish or bearish. This is literally just 50-50. I can't physically call this shit bullish or bearish. It would be biased as fuck. It would just be, they're at the midpoint. Bulls and bears are fighting for their lives on the cliff. They're fighting for their lives on VWAP. Oh my. Oh my. Bruh. Time is 11:45. Creating a small cycle as well as cycling at the middle. MACD and volume is different, right? Volume is in bullish territory, the MACD is in bearish territory, and the shit is all sorts of fucking whacked up, confused, all sorts of confusing, all sorts of spiked up, all sorts of showing, bullish and bearish and spying, QQQ. Wind direction is officially north. They did show south and then flipped it up, but now there's a divergence at the floor. So technically speaking, medium-term, long-term fucking bulls are not out of the woods and are at risk because of the LOD divergence, and they're fucking hoping it never clears. And the bears are hoping it clears. And the bulls are saying this is wind direction north, and the bears are hoping that the wind direction is not north. And the shit is just wild. So far. Because the move intraday, intra-morning was wild. Explainable. Doing nothing. Nvidia. I think the video is gonna make a flag and go lower somehow for like $2-3 and then come back up. But yeah, it doesn't have to either. There's a gap down here, 173, and a gap up there at 182. So bulls and bears are both gap fucking hope trapped and hoping on the video. Time is 9:45. Right, wind direction is sound. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening off of 9:40 into 9:50. They want to test the floor because of the LOD divergence at the floor, maybe, or they want to show bearish here. Volume coming in like a robot. Candle is a robot. QQQ looks different than SPY. Shit's in a fucking flag wedge up top or some shit too. QQQ breaking DHOD, and now the divergence at the roof. Divergence at the roof. Bear trap on the Qs. That's wild. HOD divergence. Wind direction broke. I'm adding on SPY right now. HOD broke. I just got filled for 5 contracts. I'm in for 7 contracts now. My fucking Robinhood isn't even updating, so I can't even take a picture. Here, let me take a fuck. It won't even update. I just market filled on this spike up on algo range. On the same shit I'm in. Robinhood is bugged out. It won't even register how many contracts I have when I fucking see the simulation or some bullshit. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, here it is. There it is. Alright. HOD brocking. HOD brocking. $9.55. President Trump comes live in 1 hour. They are destroying 0DT bears with this shit. Intraday to new money from morning open. I'm no 0DT bear though. LOL! That is incredible. I'm just gonna run this shit. I'm gonna be a little bit crazy here. Now I'm in for 10. I'm gonna be a little bit fucking crazy. I'm gonna leave so fast if it pulls back at some point. I'm gonna leave so fucking fast when they fucking show me green. I don't give a fuck how much. I don't even want to load the. Fuck out load the. Fuck price level. Do this bitch on cycle. Fuck. Time is 9:55. We made a HOD into 9:53. The first minute of 9:55. There is no cycle confirmation rejection, just a cycle happening off of 9:55. Let's see what happens. Zach says Trump is live right now. Let's see. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ! I don't even have time to.
I think that Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, now that set them back, but if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it as soon as they got it.
If you obliterated their nuclear sites last summer with your strikes, then how can you argue it was an imminent threat now?
Oh, we hit them so hard.
You guys are trying, I guess. Cycle is craning.
But that doesn't mean with the right equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success.
Do it.
But if it wasn't, they would have had. If we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2
I'm green on my contracts now. Come on, baby.
Which are
Run it!
Unbelievable. We just ordered 22 more of them. Modern version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is
well? What I'm doing today, really, this was supposed to be. This was a little bit before, set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night. And by the way, they're just not communicating. When they say, I'm sure they don't mean that.
Time
when
is 10.
Says, oh, I didn't know you were talking. We were talking
9:55
last night,
algo range
and
rated.
I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate.
Cycle trading.
We blew up, in addition to their Navy,
QQQ going
Force,
lower into 10 off of
every
9:55.
division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communication. So they have no telecommunications. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
If you're worried about the miscommunication.
Well, we think all we can do is think. Look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him. But regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3. But we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in representing.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE because they stepped in so strongly. They'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country. These people are the most destructive, sick people, the Democrats. They want, and they're fighting for this. They're fighting for men and women's sports. They're fighting for transgender for everybody. Everybody go out, get your kid a nice operation, and change the sex of your kid. They're fighting for, think of it.
What is going on right now?
They don't want you to do voter ID. You walk into a booth. In California, if a person who's doing voting, an official, asks you for identification, they're subject to being arrested. What's wrong with this country? So we're fighting it hard. And I think they should, because
they're trying to show
the
bullish.
Democrats are being blamed for the shutdown, and it's their fault, and they're getting killed. That's why when I announced yesterday about ICE, the Democrats called. We want to settle. We want to settle. And I told the people, don't settle. Don't settle. Because we have something bigger. Only settle if you get the Save America Act, voter ID, and so important, proof of citizenship, etc. Thank you very much.
Whose idea was that? To put ICE in the airport?
We're dealing really.
Whose idea was it?
Mine. That was mine.
Can I ask you?
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea. I called, first person I called was Tom Homan. I said, what do you think? He said, I think it's great. Then I saw today there was some masks on. I didn't think the masks were appropriate. I put out a statement and I asked them, would it be possible to take off the mask? Because they should wear a mask when they're dealing with the murderers and the thugs let into our country.
You said there's many points of agreement with Iran right now.
Many.
What, can you give us a
Many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number 1. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
Will we see illegal migrant arrests at airports, sir?
arrests.
Will we see ICE arresting illegal migrants at airports?
Yeah, that's why the Democrats are going crazy, because they've allowed, by what they did, and hold up, we put ICE, who are a very high level, I mean, they really are a high level group of people. And they love it because they're able to now arrest illegals as they come into the country. That's very fertile territory. But that's not why they're there. They're really there to help.
Are we talking to Iran directly? To no enrichment whatsoever, even for medical purposes, civilian purposes?
They have. Thank you.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a...
Maybe me, boy!
Now, in all fairness...
That's my president!
Everybody's been killed.
You heard?
The regime. They're really starting off. There's automatically a regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out. We are doing so well in Venezuela with oil and with the relationship between the president-elect.
Bulls are showing all the way intra-fucking day.
Like that
with the divergence at the roof.
Options to lower the price of oil while these stocks...
The price of oil will drop like a rock as soon as a deal is done. I guess it already is today. No, we have a very serious chance of making a deal.
All I need is down here today. I'm leaving today.
I'm not going to come out here.
All I need is a little bit down. VWAP, fuck, come on.
You said, I didn't say anything. All I'm saying is we are in the throes of a real possibility of making a deal. And I think if I were a betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything. They want to make a deal very badly. Thank you.
What changes would you like to see in DHS under Mark Wayne Mullen?
Well, he's going to be fantastic. He'll make his own change. He's already given me a list of people he wants to bring. He's a fantastic guy. I think he's just the right guy.
Time is 10:05.
He's a very open, smart guy, very successful actually in business, which people don't know. And he's a friend of mine. I think Mark Wayne is going to be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not liking this now. Fuck. Oh my God.
They made a mistake.
3.75%.
It's a dangerous business. That's terrible. Thank you.
All day. Fuck are we doing right now? It looks crazy on
All right, that was President Trump. Some wide-ranging comments on two key areas. One, of course, the war in Iran and talks to end it. The other, the presence of ICE agents in airports helping depleted TSA ranks for the purposes of our audience. And
no, it's the taco shit. It's the taco cycle. Divergence cleared at the roof.
Bits of information from the president. It would appear that, according to the president, talks between at least some leadership faction in Iran, and he made it clear, it's like given how many ranks in the leadership have died,
he would stop right at 10:02.
It's not completely clear the level of communication or exactly who is in
the
charge.
fucking goddamn
he did say, however,
the live speech would end right at 10. It would end right at 10, huh? Huh? Nah. It would end right at 10, bro. I ain't gonna front. Oh my God. Nah, pull back. Get your bitch ass below VWAP. What the fuck is this? These motherfucking contracts, man, I am literally I'm 2 days out and the thing coming in like fucking 0 DT. It's coming in crazy. Oh my God. Please don't trap now. Go lower now, man. Yes. Yes, man. Time is 10 to please just fucking bust it down VWAP fucking once for fucking 5 fucking minutes. All I fucking need. Come on, bro. I'm in green now. I'm in green now. I'm in green now. Oh my God. Oh my God. My contracts is fucking going. What the fuck? 5%, please. I have a dog shit contract for $500 too. That shit's up 20% from the fucking top at 10. Oh my God, please. I was adding it. Oh my God, please. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All I need. You know what? Fuck. I should have left on this spike too. Fuck. Man, I was in nice green right. I'm still up by $100, but I was up by 300 and something dollars on that spike. Fucking mega down. Please. Don't stop. Fuck. This is the 2/3 cycling. 3/3 bullish cycle also cycling. Fuck. Anything below here, nice profit. Anything above here, scary as shit. No. Let's draw the cycles. No. Pre-market. There's some mountain. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell yeah. Yes! 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 I'm in green. Yeah. No. Yeah. Motherfuckers. My fucking heart. 10-10. My heart. Sick. I'll go range at 10:05. Deciding what the fate of the world. It's trying to create a cycle to be bearish, but it's nasty as fuck, the cycles, yeah. This is not fucking easy. This is like showing fucking 2/3 with the candles almost. And every single could somehow pop up, chop up, but it's also creating a cycle at the roof, making the bulls think more at the top after the gap fill. I don't think they have the power to hold here forever, but I mean, I guess they could for a long fucking time. Or market week. I'm expecting this for maybe 20 minutes or an hour at max. I don't know. A pullback at best is healthy below VWAP and then bounce real quick or something, but Does this look healthy? Mega spike bounce, mega spike volume in the morning. Very hard to go down in those days, and I guess that being used was still, is this healthy? A slight pullback, maybe. That healthy? Yeah, 0 DT is like fucking lotto trying to guess these cycles, but I know 0 DT. I feel a lot better, but not at the same time. With the data burn this shit all day too. That's possible. 10-15. It's looking like it's one of the hugest possibilities right now, but we'll see. This spike candle, what does it mean? I'm hungry. Six. Man, I guess I should have been way slower today. I have one tiny ass shit here and I added on the way up and this shit is getting grinded. Grinded. So one directional QQQ. SPY is not doing this shit that hard, but QQQ really going every single cycle, going up 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Until where? Who the fuck knows? That's what they're doing though. Man, Arjun said SPY 660. Ooh. And the candle come in red as soon as he said that. Alright, let's see. HOD though. Gone higher and higher and higher and higher and higher into 10-15. Divergence at the roof. And a divergence at the floor. Bear's getting cooked on the LOD divergence hope. And QQQ keeps breaking the roof, showing bullish in the 3/3. Trying to blow up. HOD divergence clear. Wow. $660. 657 to 660 holding. I'm gonna go smoke on SIG. Alright. No, I'm not. I'm about to go smoke a SIG in like 5-10 minutes though. Fuck. I am not 0DT. Nor am I fucking selling into this shit. I don't give a fuck. It's only a little bit down. Anything below here, I'm mega fucking profit, so I'm not fucking letting go into this bullshit. HOD, low D, $4 or $5. At some point, most of the people in the world gonna think they're gonna cook this shit off into close. You could, but yeah. A 3.75% move one day. Counting pre-market low into the pre-market high, which is where we are at now, basically. Yeah. Let's see. Crazy flag. Time is 10:20. Alright. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. But never forget, right after the fact, I'm gonna say it too. But before I leave, I'll say candle traders are done. Channel hoppers, when they come back, right? Nothing would have changed in life. I'll be back. Play some news real quick.
Let's get to Mohammed El-Arian. What are your thoughts, Mohammed? We were down 250 on the Dow. Futures were now up 1,000 points.
1,200. It's an important turnaround, Joe, because we were seeing flight to cash as the only safe haven, and that was contracting markets in a significant manner. The big question for me right now is not only do these talks continue constructively, but can you get Israel to buy in as well? Because there are 3 warring parties in this war. So there's a lot of uncertainty still, but it's much better for markets than what it looked like just 10 minutes ago.
Hey, Mohammed, the idea that Israel would move against the United States at this point, I think they've been surprised and thrilled that the United States has moved in lockstep to support their goals to this point. I would have a hard time imagining that Israel would do something that the United States is saying they don't want to do anymore. But I will say the complexities here, what Iran had been floating that it wanted, are going to be very hard to deliver. They said things like they want the Strait of Hormuz to now operate very differently in the future. that they would like to see everyone have to kind of buy into getting approval from Iran to go through, which I know the Gulf states are not going to go along with. And they want to be assured that they will not have any strikes that come against them in the future. And I think that's a nearly impossible admission for either the United States or Israel. So I guess the details, as always, will be what decides this. But the market is very quickly reading that this is a huge step down in the escalation that we'd seen to this point.
It is, especially if you stop the military attacks, as suggested in the president's Truth Social. You know, political scientists have had enormous difficulty defining an off-ramp that can attract 2, let alone 3 parties to this war. So that's the complexity of it, is that the objectives of the 3 are not aligned. If the U.S. can force objectives, because right now the U.S. is the only one that can declare victory. The other 2 cannot declare victory. So if the U.S. can impose its will on the other 2, then we have an interruption into something that went from simply disruptions to structural damage that takes years to fix. And as we got to structural damage, we started seeing tipping points in economic and finance.
It's pretty amazing, Mohammed, because earlier, the first thing I saw on Market Watch was investors need to know that if they're counting on the taco trade, it's not going to work this time. And this is exactly, I mean, anyone short this market at this point now can feel what a true squeeze is. What's weird about the text and the president's Truth Social comments, Mohammed, every once in a while we heard the president say, yeah, Iran wants to make a deal, but then on the other hand, we'd hear him say there's no one left to talk to. They're all dead. So that there couldn't be talks occurring. This was happening for the last 48 hours, very good and productive conversations with whom? And what do you think it entailed? You don't know. None of us know at this point. And is it as substantive as you think the president is making it out to be at this point?
We don't know. And you raise an important question. Who are we talking to on the Iranian side? Let's not also forget,
all right, let's
as
do a
we've eliminated the top
91
layers,
people here.
Command and control has been shifted down
in your
to the
opinion,
field, to field commanders.
Is this a true squeeze?
A
yes,
pre-existing order
like the news
to
says.
take advantage of, quote, opportunistic targets. So can you control the ground? Can you control the field? There's lots of question marks. But what you see in the market is exactly what you said. People were short. They were positioned for a further escalation because of the 48-hour ultimatum that was given to Iran and the counter threat of Iran and the fact that
down
Israel
there
started
since
attacking
fucking last week. Yes,
electricity infrastructure in Tehran already. So they were positioned for an escalation, and suddenly you have the possibility of a de-escalation. And the market is reacting violently to that change.
We had just finished talking to Rich Goldberg, and I mentioned the Goldman Sachs forecast, and I almost started laughing when I first heard it, because WT was at 98. So they went out on a limb, Goldman, and said, we think it'll be at 98 for the next month. But then they said for the month after that, 105. And I said, how can you possibly make any determinations when you don't know what the next headline or Truth Social post could be? So we went from 98, where are we now? We're 88, 87 right now. So there's no, this totally depends on what happens on the ground between the United States and Iran for the near term.
It does.
Definitely fucking on something.
That we have crossed some important economic and financial lines. There has been longer damage. Qatar announced last week that 17% of its LNG production is taken out for a number of years. We've seen other infrastructure. You may miss a whole planting season in the fertilizer story you just ran. Today, I have an FT article suggesting that the flow of funds from the GCC to the rest of the world is not going to be as ample. They've provided $800 billion in the last 4 years for
major
investments
news
elsewhere.
Is saying squeeze.
That may not be as ample because of the need to invest in your own country and fix your own country, protect your own citizen. So we are going to see quite a tail in terms of the economic and financial implications that the market is yet to fully price in.
Mohammed, watching these moves, obviously, this is the idea that, okay, we're not facing a deadline that comes tonight, but President Trump likes to move far more quickly
if they pull back,
than traditional
I expect them to pull back
political
here.
moves take place. He's extending a 5-day window to negotiate all of this, which gets us either to Friday morning, if that is 5 days from now, or till Friday evening, if that's 5 days from the existing deadline tonight. We could be setting ourselves up for a potential reset of everything this coming weekend if those talks don't move as quickly as he would like to see over the next 5 days.
If not before. So what happens in the next 5 days if whatever central command is left in Iran cannot control the field commanders? What happens if Israel doesn't follow the US? So a lot can happen in the next 5 days, let alone what happens in 5 days. So it's going to be really an uncertain period. And, you know, asymmetrical wars, you've heard this on the air so many times, asymmetrical wars are really hard to end, especially when you have multi-parties to it. So the next 5 days are going to be critical in seeing whether you could hold the thing together pending these behind closed door negotiations that we've just learned about.
And I get it. I get it. Let's watch the full presidential live stream.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. So we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that.
My hands are cold. Great nation we live in. I'll warm my hands up.
We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have they're very much in mind.
I just want VWAP.
So the discussions took
$2 VWAP, I'd be up crazy. Fuck.
They want very much to make a deal.
It's literally all I want. A fucking $2 VWAP for fucking 2 fucking minutes. God did. Please, man. Please, man. Please, man.
It's very hard for them to get out, I guess.
The shit got drained 18%, $1,700 down. I added like crazy. I'm in for $8,600 on SPY basically right now. I'm trying to fucking leave. Fuck this shit. Fuck this cycle. Fuck this shit. I don't want to be in today. Fuck this shit today. Okay. I'm in so fucking big. I'm actually scared. My hands are fucking cold right now. My entire position combined on SPY, Nvidia, and other things are about 10,800. It's a lot. It's like 1/8 of my fucking account that I have it on my portfolio right now.
Nobody heard of the second Supreme Court.
MACD volume. MACD RSI in bold territory, and the volume is trying to turn down minusculely. We are at the bottom of the blue line now. Let's see what happens here.
Really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President, I know you deployed.
I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country, but perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you deployed ICE agents to American airports. Newsmax, sir. You deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a very good job.
You deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want from these?
You're not doing a good job, you hear me?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapons, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
You want the enriched uranium before you can end this war.
And we want no enrichment. But we also want the enriched uranium. If if this happens,
bearish cycle trying.
It's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait, and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
If the war is ending, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it.
It could bounce to this blue line again and cycle or go lower and then not come do that. But yeah, it's in the 3/3 bear cycle right now, small cycle. 2/3, 3/3 bulls are trapped off of 10 top, trying into 1025 now, right? So trying.
And I believe they are willing to do that.
Why do they wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country?
Because the people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there aren't many. They're people that want to come into the country, or that people want to leave the country, going to maybe their home country. So I didn't think it was an appropriate look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street, trying to find one of the 11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe Biden led into our country.
Sleepy Joe.
Last year you gave a $2,000 bonus to UK workers who kept showing up to work during the shutdown. Will you do that again?
Well, it could happen, man. It's amazing. There are people that are really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats. Just so you know.
Man, it would have been nice to wait until 1025.
This is done. The Democrats.
Fuck! Look at that fucking pink line on the Q's, 595.
They want to have open borders, and we're not letting it happen. That's what this is all about. They don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. They don't want
cycling off of 1030.
So
small cycle, now until the low, 1030 breaks. 3/3 bears are trapped in the small cycle, and they're cycling to the teal box shrine.
Into the Save America Act. And it's called Save America, it's not the Save Act. But we added no transgender mutilization of our children, and no men in women's sports.
Sir, Elon, if these talks go well, and you reach if these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by the agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace.
Hate to see the cycle, but cycling other way. Anyway.
My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So, tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plant that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
And if they don't go well, sir, and you target...
You said you want to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched uranium? Are you going to send...
Very easy. If we have a deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Sure, and if you... The Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil that was out this week. You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible.
But Iran is
and we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system.
Shawnee, take a break for 10 minutes in chat, man. You keep saying the same thing. You're like scaring my new viewers away.
System be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think helps them?
Where's the $14 billion?
It's the inflated price. They get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money. I can tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Even
then that'll take them weeks to arrive. Do you think the police was great or take off?
What are you doing?
Well, it's been reported that their Marines have left California, left San Diego last week. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position, and I asked you that question, do you really believe I didn't give you that basic question?
Sir, Mr. President,
sir, if we don't talk about that. Yeah?
Sir.
Let it invite Biden. It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job.
They're at the airports now. That's crazy. Saw that news yesterday. They go, I don't know, it was real.
Joe Biden with his open door policy and his border czar Kamala, who never saw the border, never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. He was the border czar.
Mega candle happening. Let's see what happens with the shit. Bears are trying.
This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden.
Wait, this guy's about to be at my house in 7 minutes with the computer. What the fuck?
We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this.
Guys, my computer's about to be here in 7 minutes, and I have a huge fucking position. Fuck me. Give me 1 second.
Ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Sir, if we do end up hitting those Iranian power plants, how is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting Ukrainian power plants?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not
What the fuck? It says this guy's about to be here in 7 minutes. It's at 10 a.m. Or 1 p.m. delivery. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cycle. Bears are trying. American volume is bearish. If it persists for 3 more minutes here. Trying to go into the neutral territory. Volume is bearish, sorry.
They wanted to take over the Middle East and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to.
So you wouldn't be concerned as a war on?
Alright, I gotta stand by the door.
If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his troops or whatever he went on, ex-troops, if you look at his troops or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was pretty heartbroken, but I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White
It
House.
says this guy's at the Costco, but like, it says he'll be here in 5 minutes. Like, I don't know. I guess he'll be here in 5 minutes.
Being a nice guy.
I can't wait. New computer, folks. Nvidia Jensen Wong 5080, baby. It's about time I upgrade. Nvidia Jensen Wong 5080, baby. 5080, bye-bye. Motherfucking the Bugatti of all Bugattis. The Bugattis of all Bugattis. Bugatti.
I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me in that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice to Congress, pretty badly, and tough, and was devastated, and I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. Now, what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat to get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN or maybe signed up with your division of Newsmax. I don't know, but probably signed up with CNN or somebody. But if you look at his tweets, X's or Truth, whatever he uses, I don't know because I don't follow him. What he said is 100% he agrees with it. All of a sudden he leaves. I never knew he had a problem. Now, I hear they're looking at him for leaking. That's possible. But just so you understand, just to put it to rest, he lost twice badly. He also lost his wife. He's remarried since. He lost his wife. I felt badly for him. So I told my people, reach out to him, give him a job at the White House.
94 people here. Like, let's hit the like button, folks, if you haven't already. Thank you so much.
That Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, now that's not a fact, but if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it as soon as they got it. Oh, we hit them so hard, we obliterated them. But that doesn't mean with the right equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success. But if it wasn't, they would have had...
I don't know why it's so damn slow. I don't like it. It's getting slowly and slowly to get me, man. I like it, but it's scary as shit. Like, when it's trapped in the fire.
They would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began the task force. Is this a template you think is working?
What I'm doing today, really, this was supposed to be, this was a little bit before, set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night.
10:40 might be bouncing here. 10:45 is coming in 19 seconds.
We were talking last night, and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering we blew up.
Not until the low at 10:40 breaks, small cycle. The Bears are in danger in the 3/3.
Radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communication, so they have no telecommunication. So there is a lack of.
Bullish hope bounce or what? But it's cycling.
Well, we think all we can do is think. Look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed.
I don't know if it's going to go lower here. I'm just saying the cycles.
Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either.
Ooh, he's almost here, folks. 4 minutes. Kaputer.
But they do have some leaders left. We blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3. But we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job of it.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you're talking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great.
All right, 10:45, squeezing. It's Elon Musk.
So strongly, they'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country. These people are the most destructive, sick people.
They could be chopping here for quite a while with this shit. I don't know. The candle is coming in fucking weird. Looking like they don't want to go lower faster. They don't want to go higher.
Everybody go out, get your kid a nice operation, and change the sex
Trash.
of the kid. They're fighting for...
Do something. Time is 10:44 already. Midday coming up in 1 hour.
If a person who's doing voting, an official, asks you for identification, they're subject to being arrested. What's wrong with this country? So we're fighting hard. And I think they should, because the Democrats are being blamed for the shutdown.
God bless our president.
And they're getting killed. That's why
Fix what the hell is wrong with this country.
We want to settle. And I told the people,
this market is rigged until I win. If I win, not rigged.
Save America Act.
Save America.
It's so important. Proof of citizenship.
It is done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're dealing really mine. That was mine.
Get it done. Oh, say, can you see all the dawn's early light? Oh, proud to be free. Oh, the star-spangled banner Oh, say, can we see this beautiful computer and the market align? I don't want to look at the chart while I get this computer. Oh, say, can we see? Oh, fuck, I turned my computer. See on the dawn's early light. Oh, proud to be free. Oh, the light is so bright. Oh. Second. Da-na-na-na-na. Dog shit cycle coming in. Oh, proud to be free. That's some bullshit. And the home of the... Is today really showing as one of those days? Yes. Oh my. What a fucking... God. Alright, let's see if the president is on. Oh my God. Nope. Pam Bondi coming up. We're live. President Trump coming up in like an hour. Fuck this cycle.
Steve Leisman joins us now with a special interview. Steve?
Yeah, Joe, I think it's a good time to have Austin Goolsbee here, the Chicago Fed president. Austin, thanks for joining us this morning. And
great to see you again,
you can see that headlines are moving fast and furiously.
It's fine. I'll just get my computer. It's fine. By the time I come back, I guess it'll be at the same spot we were at.
In oil markets, the outlook for inflation and the effect on the policy outlook.
I mean, it's an intense moment. We got a lot that hangs in the balance. As you know, through 2025,
my guy's here. I'll be right back.
We experienced another inflationary shock, people complaining about prices. We stopped making progress on the inflation front, and at best it stalled out and started inching its way back up. So we've been waiting for that to have proved transitory, to have gone away, and to pile a new inflation shock on top of this before that one has left the scene. This is going to be a tough moment.
Austin, I'll just tell you that minutes before the president put out his Truth Social, I was about to come on air and talk about how the outlook for the Fed funds rate in December had now turned fairly decisively toward a rate hike. In addition to the idea that many of the Fed watchers who I read every weekend and every day were kind of capitulating in the sense that even in the face of a weak job market, the inflation story was going to be intense enough that the Fed was going to have to hike rates. What was your view, even before this happened, about the outlook for policy?
Well, as you know, last year I was a voter and I dissented at the last meeting of the year because we did not have the data to show that inflation was going away. The argument that rates should go down in the immediate term was premised on that the inflation was going to be transitory and go away. I remained fairly optimistic that by the end of 26, rates could go down, but I wanted to see proof that we're back on an inflation headed to 2%. This definitely throws a wrench into the plans. We do need to see progress. Steve, as you know, when I'm thinking about what could lead inflation to turn into something more extended and not be temporary, one of the key mechanisms is if everybody starts expecting inflation is going to remain high. And there's a lot of research work that documents that the price of gasoline specifically has a very high impact on individuals' expectations of what inflation is going to be over the next year. So to have already been operating at an inflation rate that was uncomfortably high and stuck well above the target, and now to add something that might be a lasting gasoline price shock, I think this is, as I say, an intense moment. And we have to hope that this does not prove to be a lasting impact on the economy.
All right, I'm back.
The question becomes, how
My
much
computer's
in
here.
the job market are you willing to get through in the fight against inflation?
Damn, I'm tired as hell.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Holy shit.
I would point you to the framework. When we did the monetary policy framework, we absolutely thought about the question, what do we do if both sides of the Fed's mandate start going wrong at the same time? And we outlined
how much am I supposed to tip the guy?
Because
I tipped him $20 and I feel bad. And I got his personal number, so I could tip him like some
and
more.
how long do we expect each side is going to take to get back to something
Hopefully
acceptable?
this shit goes well.
If you look at the unemployment rate, it hasn't gone up much. So the payroll job creation as an indicator of labor market slack, I think is a little fraught at a moment when population growth and immigration, and there are a bunch of question marks about labor supply. So I prefer looking at rates like the unemployment rate, the layoff rate, the hiring rate, the vacancy rate. Most of those have shown stability.
Marketing some small cornucopia cone.
At levels that are closer to full employment than we are on the target on the inflation side. So at the moment,
holy crap, algo range happening as well.
Got to be a little ahead.
Time is 10:55.
Hey, Austin, Steve asked you already and showed us earlier this whipsaw reaction.
So I don't think people tip on those deliveries. I mean, it's electronics. I'm pretty sure this is the only thing people tip on.
We would see you all raise rates in December rather
Holy
than
crap,
cut,
it looks
and that
nice.
turned around really rapidly. Anyway, just erratic behavior.
Finally an upgrade.
Everybody else just trying to figure out what you
Ryzen 9 9900X, Nvidia GeForce RTX 5080, 16 gigs of whatever the hell, 2 terabytes of solid SSD. Let's go. 32 gigs of DDR5 memory. Let's go. Liquid cool.
If you look at that kind of whipsaw and just ask people, what do you think the next rate change will be? It's constantly up, down, over and around. And if you look at the actual rate, it's much smoother. It's the most important thing is to figure out the through line.
Figure it out.
What is happening, and that is what makes this a fraught but intense moment. Is nobody can tell us what's going to happen on the ground in the conflict in the Middle East, and how long that lasts. If they are able to resolve these issues and there's not a permanent
the guy that delivered it to me asked me what I do, and I was like, "Oh, I'm live streaming right now on YouTube." And he was like, "Oh, what's your channel?" He was like, "What's your channel? Let me look it up." And I was like, "Oh, I'm kind of up and coming and growing. I'll text it to you later."
You will see more of this rising long-term interest rates as people are trying to compensate for that.
Like God knows where I live.
Austin, it's almost like a Rorschach test. And we had Waller on. When was that, Steve? Was that Friday?
Friday.
God, it had been, I don't know. Seems
3
like,
days.
yeah. There's some people, and they're really smart people, they always come up with this, that inflation looks like it's anchored. They look at different things, spreads and things like that, Austin, and, you know,
anchored VWAPs.
What's happening now in the Strait, that's a one-off. But overall inflation seems like it's anchored. And then if the labor market isn't really sizzling, it seems like you're not going to get like a wage pressure inflation component. Is it anchored? And what do inflation hawks, what do they have that maybe someone who's not as concerned has? What are they looking at?
And they're really not going lower.
Could be back to 4%.
It's not even like they're going higher,
I don't totally know, and
so
you know, I don't want to violate
time
the
here
rules. I'm not supposed to say what's in anybody else's mind on the FOMC or what the committee's going to do.
Big move.
Just myself.
I just want $2 below VWAP. I'll be happy as shit. I'll be happy like a bunny. $2 below VWAP, all I really ever need. I don't even want.
It seemed to me that there were a number of things that could make this a repeat of the team transitory.
Wow, Sean said VR.
Everyone assumed, the supply chain will
I didn't even think about that. I could run VR now, guys.
Inflation
Oh my
will go
god,
away.
my computer was so poo-poo. I couldn't even run VR, and now I can run VR. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that.
So far,
you're right.
Inflation expectations do
VR
seem
PUBG,
anchored, but it's a little bit of the sunburn theory of inflation expectations. Once they start to go wrong, you're going to wish you put on sunscreen. It's a little hard to put the cat, once a cat is out of the bag, it's hard to get it.
Wasn't there more? There was some. There was throwing a lot of money at a supply constrained world back then too. I mean, I know you're.
It's different. I think you're right. It's certainly not a twin. It's at most a cousin of that previous issue. I would say at the times when I've been the most pessimistic have been looking at the components of inflation that aren't tariff related, like services, that we got several months in a row of inflated services inflation, which couldn't be coming from tariffs and historically doesn't go away quickly. Those are the times that made me nervous.
And take a picture.
The more that it was concentrated in goods and looked like it was a tariff thing that might be one and done, the better I felt.
Well,
with this, the thing that's worrisome is
cousins get married in a
gasoline scares people.
Austin, don't they, Steve?
I wouldn't know about that, Joe. I find it interesting that you do.
Like fourth cup.
Right.
From Ohio.
I'm not saying anything about any state. But what I ask Austin about is, Austin, we're looking at now a 30% probability of a hike by December, and we're trying to look further down the road to kind of smooth out some of the oscillations in the near term here. And that's been as high as 60%. So I'm just wondering, is a hike something
grab some water,
that
bro.
is in the arsenal in your mind of some way that the Fed might end up addressing this surge in oil prices and other inflation that may come from it?
Well, look, Steve, I always say, if you look in that room, it's a gigantic table, biggest table I've ever seen in my life. So everything is always on the table. We could be back to the environment with multiple rate cuts for the year if inflation behaves. We could see circumstances. I could see circumstances where we would need to raise rates if it was going a different way and inflation was getting out of control. The key is, historically, oil shocks have been a stagflationary direction shock. That is, make employment worse while at the same time they're making inflation worse. And that's a worse kind of shock. That's a most uncomfortable thing for a central bank to have to face, because there's not an obvious playbook. It absolutely depends how it plays out and whether it's going to last or not last.
The work that I've done over the history of these things, Austin, is that there used to be a rule on this, which is you addressed the inflation, and that came from the 80s, where inflation was in double digits and really out of control. But since then, it's been very sort of, I guess you call it an economic state dependent, which translates into what the heck is going on around at the time. And to answer Joe's question, what the hawks, I think, have been saying is, you look through tariff inflation, you've abided inflation above target for a long time, and that maybe you've reached the end of your rope on that, and it's time to think about addressing the oil shock.
I think I agree. It wasn't a question. I mean, the thing from the 80s, be a little careful with the intuition that comes from the 70s and the 80s, because the U.S. was not nearly as big a producer of energy as it is today. So on the output side, if the price of oil goes way up and stays up, there will be at least some part of the U.S. economy that benefits from that. You'll probably start to see a significant amount of investment that would be coming from fracking and energy production, whereas in the 70s, it was more like a purely cost shock that was having a worse impact on employment relative to inflation than it would today.
Austin, you have one of the great research departments in the Federal Reserve System. So I wonder if you would share with us, what have you asked your researchers to look at relative to what's going on right now so we can start thinking about what you're thinking about?
Well, I'm trying to think through, this issue of what will be the impact. If we had an extended impact of higher oil prices, how long does it take before that starts showing up in greater investment that on the employment and output side of our mandate? Is this a thing that if it's let's call it a short-lived conflict in the Middle East and prices go back down, might we be stuck in the situation that consumers respond immediately, that gas is $4.89 a gallon in Chicago, and that affects consumption, but the investment part takes a few months because they want to establish that before they go out and do the fracking investments and restart the wells, they want to be sure that the price is going to remain high. We're trying to think through those dynamics and what's the overall magnitude output effect of higher oil prices that might balance off against the inflation part.
Austin, we really appreciate your coming and puzzling through this with us. I think every investor, every analyst, everybody watching is trying to figure out very much the kind of thing, struggling with the same issues that you are. Austin Goolsbee, thanks very much.
Great to see you again.
The fuck is this inverted toilet we just created? Damn. Yo, what a literal cut machine. This shit cooked me 30% now. I'm still holding. Holy fuck. Not 29%. Fuck are we doing? They're trying to cook me with this move. Get the fuck out of here. Showing above the cornucopia. Your bitch ass out of here, though, market. Your bitch ass out of here. Go to the 2080 MA. I will be saved if this goes to the 2080 MA in the 5 minute. I'm gonna leave it like this because this shit looks fucking absurd. 11:05. This shit's like some fucking Pinocchio bakery cooking. The mythical lands are cooking, the fucking Cookie Monster and all that good shit, and all fucking bopping around in the middle of the fucking night. In the museum. HOD divergence. Get the fuck down there now. Now, not later. Maybe we'll do something. Time is 11:10 seconds. Man, fuck, it might take fucking forever. I might need to go get some baked bites, a brookie, a brownie, and a cookie. Stress eat for like 2 hours or some bullshit. I'm gonna go get a brookie.
As a policymaker, as an official, when things are moving this fast, what do you do?
Well, look, we've already had some whiplash this morning, and I think that underlines that we shouldn't be making policy based on short-term headlines, right? We should wait for all the information to come in before really changing our outlook, and I think it's just still premature to have a clear view about what this is going to look like as you look 12 months out. And because of monetary policy lags, we really need to be looking a year to a year and a half out, and there's just not enough information yet about what that looks like.
Communication in the near term, of course, matters. The chairman in the news conference last week really vowing to anchor inflation expectations. Do you think that's a worthwhile pursuit at this point?
I do. Look, traditional central banking, Federal Reserve wisdom is that oil shocks hit headline inflation, but they don't really pass that much into core as much as they do into headline. And the two ways that you would want to respond to it, and so therefore you typically look through an oil shock. Now the two exceptions would be if inflation expectations beyond the first year start to move higher. That hasn't happened thus far. Inflation expectations for the first year out have moved higher, of course, but as I look at the CPI swap market beyond the first year, there hasn't been that much movement. Medium term, longer term, five-year forward expectations have actually been coming down lately, right? So there's no evidence of that. And the other reason why you would want to respond to an oil shock is if you saw a wage price spiral, if you saw wages responding to oil price increases, gas price increases, that could result in the type of reinforcing inflation dynamics that you want to forestall. Now, again, thus far, there's little evidence of that. In fact, wage pressures have been declining for the last few years on a steady basis. So that's also something that I don't really see right now.
So the labor market's just not strong enough to worry about it?
I think the labor market still could use additional support from monetary policy, and that's why I dissented last meeting, as I have continued to dissent for all previous meetings.
How lonely were you at that committee meeting just last week, voting for a 25 basis point reduction in the face of an energy shock? How robust was the conversation around the table?
Look, I think a lot of people around the table, like me, were hesitant to draw conclusions from the oil news thus far because, as I said before, we have to look 12 to 18 months out, not what happened to the oil price yesterday, right? And so looking 12 to 18 months out, there's still not enough clarity to think that monetary policy itself should adjust in response to what's happened.
Well, check out the oil futures curve. That has changed. I've just had one eye on December over the last 3 weeks or so.
Yeah.
That's gone from the 60s and threatening to break out into the 90s at one point earlier on this morning. That's a change. That's a real step up, no?
It has, and I boosted my, in the summary of economic projections, I boosted my inflation dot for the end of the year to 2.7%, reflecting that in part, right? So there is some expectation of higher headline inflation. However, as I said before, I think it's way too early to draw conclusions that it's bleeding beyond headline inflation in a way that matters for monetary policy. Don't forget, higher oil prices also depress demand, right? They take money out of the pockets of consumers that we're spending on other goods and services and redirects it towards gas and other energy costs, and that depresses demand and causes unemployment to move a little bit higher. That offsets some of the increase in inflation.
One of your colleagues this morning, Austin Goolsbee at the Chicago Fed, speaking to the press saying we could see a circumstance where we'd need to raise interest rates. How high is the bar to raise interest rates? What kind of circumstances would you personally need to see?
Yeah, so I just laid out a couple of them before, right? If it looks like the oil shock is bleeding into inflation expectations beyond the first year, then you get really concerned about second round effects. Or it looks like you're starting to cause a wage price spiral, then you get really concerned about second round effects. First round effects are not something you traditionally respond to as a central bank. Now, I'll say one thing beyond that, which is that these oil shocks have been things that this Fed has looked through for a long time, right? It would be highly unusual for the Fed to start looking through them now. And when you think about what happened in 2021 and 2022, we did have negative supply shocks, like the oil shock from the Russia-Ukraine invasion. But in my view, part of the reason why it was able to reverberate through the economy the way it did was because policy settings at the time were very different. Monetary policy and fiscal policy were at all-time historical accommodative levels. We were doing $120 billion a month of QE. We were doing $2 trillion fiscal packages at a time. That's not the case right now. We're not hitting the gas on demand that would interact with the higher oil price in a way that would reverberate these prices through the economy now. That's not the case at all.
But right now we're just seeing price spike on paper market. But what's happening in the physical market is actually a void. We are seeing not just shut-ins, but some of these installations going to take years to rebuild. At what point does that start to potentially de-anchor inflation expectations?
Yes, so you'd want to see the oil price shock start to reverberate through supply chains and pushing up prices more broadly.
We are, though, in terms of airlines, diesel. That means that it's going to be more expensive in terms of some goods and services that are delivered by truck.
Yeah, there's been a few instances, but you want to see that in a broad-based way that starts to bleed into core inflation and boost it in a way that's sort of not just a one-off time, but you start to see really second-round effects that are concerning for the longer term. And if that starts to happen, then you start to get concerned about inflation. And I think that is what you did see happen in 21, 22, and thus far I don't see it happening on a broad basis. Now, it could happen. Right? But thus far, it hasn't happened on a broad basis. You get some idiosyncratic stories like airline prices that are more directly tied to jet fuel, but beyond that, you haven't really seen it. And I think part of the reason why is because we're not hitting on the gas. We're not hitting the gas on demand. We're not boosting demand with all-time record accommodative policy in a way that would allow pricing to accommodate a supply shock like that.
It's fair to say that I think a lot of Fed watchers watching this right now, and I'm getting some reaction from them in real time, agree with you that this isn't the environment to hike rates. The opposite, though, is a difficult argument to make. Is it the right time to cut interest rates this quickly, this soon?
Yeah, so, as I said before, traditionally you look through an oil price shock like this, which means that my policy outlook from before is unchanged. And my policy outlook from before would be gradual cuts of interest rates. I had about 6 cuts for the year at the last step in December. I reduced that to 4 cuts for the year in response to the inflation data, right, that we received between the two projection periods. So I'm maintaining my outlook that I had.
It's not just that the outlook doesn't change, Governor. Forgive me for jumping in, but the balance of risks around the outlook should change. That should change off the back of an energy shock. Isn't that a fair summary of where we should be?
Well, the balance of risk does change, but I think it's actually changed on both sides equally. The inflation risks have got a little more concerning, but the unemployment risks have gotten more concerning too, because the negative supply shock that is the oil price is also a negative demand shock. You're taking money out of goods and services that are not energy that would have been spent on those goods and services anyway. And I viewed the labor market as continuing its gradual softening trend of the last 3 years. That trend has been in place for 3 years. I've seen nothing that would convince me the trend has stopped. Right? It's a very, very powerful medium-term trend that's been in place for several years now. And taking money out of goods and services that's not energy to devote to higher energy prices is exactly the type of thing that worries me that trend might accelerate. So the balance of risk changed, but I think it got worse on both sides. I don't think it changed asymmetrically.
Someone was talking about this earlier.
Is the gap between Brent and WTI, U.S. light sweet crude. We haven't seen it this wide in, I can't remember how long. So my question to you is, when is that going to
Somebody's saying the fucking oil prices is not the same as futures or some shit.
Going to catch up with Brent?
Great question. And look, I'd say there's an even wider gap if you look at Brent and WTI to Dubai. And you were mentioning Morban and the Dubai futures. And I think that's even more gaping. So if I kind of go through all of that, what is actually happening right now is the market is reflecting or trying to reflect what is the tightest area, which is obviously Asia and the Middle East, which is why Dubai crude has been trading above $150, even $160 per barrel. That is genuinely reflecting the true tightness in the oil markets, followed by Brent. And then WTI, I mean, I'm in the US right now, and the last week, all the conversations have made it very clear that US is going to remain the most shielded of all the regions, because not only because it's the biggest, or one of the biggest producers, but also with the SPR release, there is going to be enough of a cushion for the US not to really feel the impact of what's going on in the Middle East.
Let's
This
see.
is really the biggest
SPY
worries
is
for
up
Asia.
2%. QQQ is up 2.12%. Yeah,
Asia.
pre-market
So
we were down
that's
1%.
why
So
we've
this is a
seen these
3%
kind of
day,
3 different
3 point
tiers
something
of
% on QQQ.
pricing. Dubai first, then Brent, then WTI. So WTI is just
From the bottom, it's like
disconnecting from those global
3.75.
benchmarks. More so also because everybody in the market is expecting some form of US intervention, right? There have been
Above the
rumors about
200
export
EMA.
bans, which we've said is not going to happen. Energy Secretary Chris Wright came out and said the same thing. But there's just fears that ultimately, if President Trump doesn't want high oil prices, something will be done to keep that US price lower. If anything, I would say Brent is the most mispriced. We think Brent should be much higher, closer to Dubai. So if anything, WTI Brent will even widen further.
Wow. Okay. And here's another mispricing that we can and probably should be talking about. What we're showing folks right now on the screen, and what we talk about regularly every day, or have been for the last 4 weeks or so, is paper oil, the price of paper oil, right? What you were just talking about, Dubai, Dubai, or Oman, and
they're
Dubai.
trying. 1/3, 2/3,
these are
3/3
physical
off the new
barrels.
roof.
So
Candle coming in
the
super
paper
finicky
market
today.
seems to have been shielded, to use your word, from what's physically happening in the real world in the Middle East. When is that going to, when are paper markets going to catch up?
MACD and volume turning down, RSI in bull territory, trying to turn down.
The physical market, not just in Asia, but even in Europe, if you look at the physical differentials of, call it Angolan crude, even North Sea crude, they are trading at significant premiums to futures or paper market. And it is only a matter of time that paper will catch up. And I think part of what you are seeing is, again, just generally the fatigue in the trading community. It has been a very difficult year already. People are just not taking positions, whereas in the physical market, because this is an actual shortage, refiners and sellers are transacting at a much higher price. Ultimately, all commodities, they're a physical asset, physical market. So that is what ultimately sets the price for that paper. It is going to be with a lag, but I do think once you start to see some of these physical shortages manifest, particularly in products, in jet fuel, you're hearing of that already in parts of Asia, in LPG, naphtha. I think that's when you start to see some of these moves higher in the paper market as well.
Yeah, Rita, we're getting some reports, including from Axios, that the Iranians are reaching out to the U.S. Sideways through third countries, third parties, trying to talk about the conditions for a ceasefire or for peace. We can talk about that. But more importantly, physically, you've got U.S. troops headed to that part of the world, the 2nd Marine Amphibious Unit. So we've got a total of up to 5,000 Marines on the way. And I think
they're trying to go now, 11:20. They're faking going, red light, green light, red light, green light, one candle, not candle, one candle, not candle, and then fucking slow shit, trap. And what the fuck is this shit? Cycle creating on top of each other like slow shit, cycle pop.
The whole point is to deny Iran the ability to send out
this is some true bullshit.
Crude. Is that a plausible scenario, do you think?
Get that fucking shit out of here. Fucking some true bullshit.
Obviously that's kind of where things are headed, with some kind of action in CARB. But what I would kind of stress around this is that we are continuously seeing Iran playing the card of where the US and Israel might be kind of winning in the skies.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch! Motherfucking market.
It is not that simple to just say that even if US troops do go into CARB,
get the fuck out of here with that 3K 30% down bullshit.
Other oil will be able to
get the fuck out of here. No offense, market. Love you. I love you. What the fuck are you talking about?
And then
what?
A coalition, US plus
bullshit
others,
cycles.
being able to escort some of the vessels basically through the straits. Because otherwise, I just don't see how militarily you get to a situation where Hormuz is going to be open safely and on a sustained basis where you just don't even have these one-off ad hoc attacks. And that's what people are scared about, right? Every company CEO I'm speaking with is saying that I don't want to be the first one to send my ship through, even if there is, quote unquote, a ceasefire. There needs to be a lot more guarantees around this. So this is why, we've pushed our reopening back to end of April. Initially, we were working with an end March thesis. So this is yet to play out, and I think things are unlikely to get better anytime soon.
All I need is VWAP. Somewhere below VWAP, $2
you were one of the brightest minds on energy, and we're lucky to be talking to you. You were sitting down, I know, not so long ago with Jeff Curry, who obviously predates you, but is also considered one of the brightest minds in commodities and energy.
Goku, get your down here now.
Takes on potentially what could happen. I mean, you've referred to this as sort of a reverse COVID situation. I know that. It's not a demand shock, but a huge, monstrous supply shock.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I think that reverse COVID is a great analogy because a lot of people are asking both of us, right? What is another analogy? Like, what could you say? You can draw parallels.
Super Saiyan 7. Oh
even
my God.
Russia,
Red.
Ukraine, when we were, a huge amount of supply, 170 million barrels of SPR release. That was about 3 million barrels per day of supply loss fear. This is right here, right now. 11 million barrels per day shut in. This is almost 4 times that amount, right? And that's why the reverse COVID is probably
down here, Goku.
Because it's the
fuck we talking about, boy.
Especially if you add on refined products, we're about 15, 16 million barrels per day, but on the supply side. And
hypothetically
also, I think,
speaking,
the
other things
Goku. Jeff and I always kind of exchange notes on is
on.
exactly what you talked about, which is
where
do you see this shock kind of going through the paper market, and also the impact or how will central banks react?
Oh my God! All right, now I'm down
because
2K.
This is
Let's go.
extremely inflationary.
Right,
do you see central banks actually
back 1K,
raising rates?
Oh my God, I'm back 1K. That shit was fucking terrifying. What the fuck is this bullshit? Come on,
and
VWAP.
therefore they start cutting rates. If they start cutting rates in this environment, that's even more bullish for oil prices. So those are the few things that we've been talking about.
Goku. All I need is one. Cycle happening. All I need is one, baby. Send her ass down. Oh, hell.
For the trajectory of this conflict.
Oh, hell no.
Thank you, Dan. Good to be on the show. Very critical, I think, is probably an understatement if I say that. But in some ways, we can think like this. This may be the best chance to end the war, or this may be the last chance to end the war.
I'm back, though. It's fine. Oh, fuck, come on.
I think the GCC
one candle lower. Come on! Fuck, what is this?
They have seen how the security guarantees have been, penetrated.
All right, you know
They've
what?
Also
there was a
seen
1 minute gap, maybe
Israel
on the cues,
coordination may not be at the best.
No, there wasn't.
And they have
There's
also
a 1
seen
minute gap now,
the efforts that they did try to do, which is the bypass of the Hormuz. And that's not working either. So Hormuz is not open and the bypass is threatened. So that's where we are. So it's very critical that there is
time is already 11:30.
There is some form of an, exit from this situation.
Oh shit, no.
So walk me through the scenarios that you're working
with. 2
fucking
fucking minutes doing $800 fucking dollars, no. Oh my God, this is a fucking dollar and a 50 fucking cent candle. What the fuck? How is every fucking candle a dollar? I don't understand how fucking humongous these candles are.
What would happen to the price of oil? And how likely is it, in your view, that we will see these attacks actually going ahead if Iran decides that it has no intention of reopening the Strait of Hormuz?
Dan, I think now it's very hard to, call the scenarios in such a way because there are a lot of miscalculations. There is less rationality. But one scenario which I do want to paint out is that, in my view, what we are dealing with is an oil markets virus. And what I mean by that virus is it's the Venezuela, Iran, R for Russia, and US. So these 4 countries, sanctions, counter-sanctions, is what has brought where we are now. And this virus, the impact of this virus, as the previous person was talking, is not really being visible in the Brent prices, but is visible in the Dubai prices, which is linked to the Asia. And the Asia product prices is where really the crunch is. I'm in Australia, in Sydney, and I can tell you really a fuel crisis here as well. So the scenario from here is that either likely this virus, the impacts will reach the European markets, which they are already reaching. They have to reach the US markets, and US shores, then probably I see something's happening. If this war escalates after 24 hours, or there might be something that happens, either this deadline gets sort of, elongated by a few hours or another 24 hours. But bottom line in my mind is US is working to prepare for a longer war, prepare for an insulation from rest of the world, and that's the scenario we should be ready for.
The IEA Executive Director, Fatih Birol, also echoing those comments earlier today, saying the situation facing this market is worse than 1970 and 2022 combined. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I guess probably
they're
after
either
24
showing
hours, we might not even
three
have
things.
an analogy or a comparison left.
Keep up this bullshit.
If the US executes the power
really
plants,
squeeze.
and Iran
Keep
has
up this bullshit.
by
Somehow drop it to the
aiming
28
at
EMA later.
that they can go further.
Keep up this bullshit, they go into the 28 EMA.
It is the Asia Pacific, India, and Europe which are caught in this. And why this is
2
so
out of the
hard
3
to
things
resolve
says
is that
VWAP
the countries for
28
which the
EMA,
time
so
bomb is actually not ticking as yet is Iran, nothing to lose, I guess, for US, for China, and for Russia. Till these four big actors want to find the solution will not be there. China and Iran probably want this to continue and support Iran. That weakens the US, and that strengthens. So there's a lot
I don't know, but if
geopolitical,
1120 truly
I
does
guess,
break
game
and
theory
1140 does
happening
break,
then.
then they're
But
already
I
at the
don't
28
see
EMA
at
and
this
the
point
VWAP.
of
So
time an easy way out.
the thing went
The
up higher
only
and
easy way
higher and
out
higher. They
is
brought the 28
if the
EMA up
GCC
fucking
countries
higher. It's like somewhere
themselves
here now.
take the destiny in
1005
their
level,
hands,
1005
and
levels,
some
like
sort of a
somewhere here.
negotiation they
VWAP
can find
650,
with
so
Iran,
it's not
and
even
also
that much.
provide
They
some
fucking brought the VWAP,
face-saving
everything up,
exit to
28
the
EMA
US,
up,
because
a
US, in
10.
my view, even
So they're
after
pulling back.
bombing the
Bears are here.
penetrators on
Free
Hormuz,
third. If 1120
is
breaks, they're
clearly
going somewhere
threatening
here, like
to
a
open
dollar
the
or two
Hormuz,
below
but they have
VWAP, but
not
it's
been
not
able
even
to
that
do
much anymore. And then they cycle there, and then they fucking figure out what to do. Why? Because they showed roof all morning. At some point, I feel like they're gonna show midpoint, and then they can go back to the roof too. I'm not saying it's gonna be bearish. I'm just saying like this shit is fucking crazy. What are we looking at right now? Look at this fucking cycle on QQQ right now. Oh my god! What the fuck is this god cycle right now? Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Now I'm down $1,900 almost, or 2K, please. Come on, roll it down. One more candle, I'm at sub 2K, please. Please. Just do it. Time is 11:30. God cycle is here. Bulls and Bears are fighting. Goku and Garen fighting. Piccolo and Goku fighting at tier 10. Man, maybe I should have that box up so I don't even see the fucking thing. QQQ breaking 1120 low. SPY trying to break 1120 low. If 1045 low breaks, then 2080 EMA they're already at 1120 low, trying to break 3/3, trying to extend. Would they cycle here for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or 1 minute and then go? I don't know. QQQ already went. Now, if 1045 really does break somehow, because this is a lower high, but this is a higher high, so there's an HOD divergence at the roof too. HOD divergence. This shit is crazy. I ain't gonna front. I think I did too much at the fucking beginning. I should have done it at the true fucking top. Even now it's looking fucking crazy. HOD divergence, 3/3 bearish cycle trying. They're trying to create a big ass cycle right now. 1045 somehow gonna break VWAP. 28 EMA at risk. And they burn everybody up here. And the 3/3 bullish cycle. Nasty ass cycle this shit is. Look at this fucking God cycle confirmation. I don't even know what the fuck to call that one. It looked like absolutely it was gonna rip to the roof again for the 14th, 50th time. I don't even know what to call that one. Mega fucking trap out. A mega fucking fake out. Come on. I have my limit order set over there somewhere, but yeah. I just wanted to come back to fucking below VWAP or VWAP and figure it out. Previous algo ranges from the morning. There are algo ranges from the afternoon too that I did not draw up there, like the 1125 one, so just because I draw this shit does not mean they're gonna go there somehow. Just saying, if it does somehow get there, I don't have to do this shit later. Don't do it, you dumb beep. Dumb candle. Dumb candle, tricks are for kids. I'm a man. Making me into a little man. Candles are the fucking emotions and the psychological fucking feelings and the oh my god. Heart attack. Heart attack burger. Heart attack burger. The way they cycle this shit. Bears are trying back the RSI in bear territory and the volume trying to grow. Let's see if the candles continue. Algo range created at 11:30. That's crazy. Time is 11:35 and 55 seconds. Thanks to those that have already hit the like button, folks. We are at 53 likes. We have 91 people here. Please hit the like button if you have not already. Good karma. May good karma find your way. Thank you so much. I hope God puts some likes on my life right now and the video by bringing this shit down to the 2080 MA sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later. Fucking data is working. If they trap, they don't work and they're back to the reset point and I'm neutralized. If they don't trap, then I'm getting theta squeezed out. This shit's a make or break for me here too, if they range down or not to the VWAP almost, but I think they're trying to range down lower. The bears are in control in the 3/3. Time is 11:35. 11:35 is breaking 11:30. Now the next test is 10:45 level. 10:45 level and the QQQ is right here. 10:40 level 2, I guess. That's spike candle. So 10:45, 10:40, all very important levels. They did not break until they break. They have not broken. Until this shit breaks, they have not broken this shit. 10:45 and 10:40. Different spike candles on SPY and QQQ. Both fucking resistance, support, and bounce levels for the bulls to try. If not, if the bears don't win here, then another cycle creates. I think that's why we saw a mega spike up here. So that's what I'm thinking now. Now that 11:20 broke, now it's 10:45, 10:45, 10:40, whether those break or not on the Qs and SPY. Hard to move today, she is. Downside looks like she's very, very, very sluggishly sluggishly doing shit today. Downside, anything fucking upside popping every 15 minutes. Poop, 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 very fast. Sluggish until they do 3/3 bearish. Time is 11:35. Bears are here. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on SPY. 11:40 is testing. 11:45 is testing. This cycle could grow and grow. 3/3 could become the 2/3 as well. Well, we'll see. Now the 2/3, 3/3 bulls at the top of the day is getting fucking trapped off this 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle off the HOD for 30 minutes now. 11:05 to 11:35. Get this chance down to the VWAP. 2080 EMA. This is where I want. I want this shit to come here. Cycle. Figure it the fuck out. And get his chance down lower. That's what I want. I'm scared as fuck. It's been bear trapping all fucking day long. I'm scared as fuck. Alright, big spike candle coming. Time is 11:35. This is the 3/3 bearish neighborhood off the HOD. 30 minutes now. Let's see if it goes lower, or let's see if this spike candle acts as a 3/3 cycle to cycle here at 11:40, 11:45 level. Why? Because this is some sort of a cornucopia cone as well as an algo range. I never drew the algo range because I'm fucking tired of it. But there is an algo range with the way they fucking cycled in the cornucopia cone. It happened mad fast. So there are things that are applying and happening that are mental, but like I'm not drawing it because there's so much shit that I've drawn and I don't have time for it right now. So just know what's going on. Alright, now I'm down for $1,400. They gave me half my fucking loss back. Now I'm waiting. I'm down for 14% on my SPY puts. Anything below VWAP is profit for me. I just need $2 below VWAP. Start fucking scaling out or some bullshit. Just need somewhere here for neutral or straight profit. Market is testing. 1040 level, 1045 level. Market is testing the 1040 level, 1040. QQQ is breaking. Bears are in control. They are going lower. Now I'm down for $1,300, $1,200. My shit is coming back. I'm about to be in profit. Anything below this VWAP is profit for me now. QQQ going. Now I'm down for $955. Man, the way they squeezed me today, absolutely terrifying. This shit is worse than the fucking goddamn casinos, honestly. Emotions wise. I have never even been to the casinos and done anything dumb shit, so. I'm never going to the casinos. Like, what the fuck? This shit is literally 10 times worse than a fucking horror movie sometimes. The way they cycle. Did like a 1040. Bears are in control. QQQ bears are in control. Mac the RSI bear irish. Bear irish. 2080 M8, 2080 M8, 2080 M8 trying, 2080 M8, 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 got it. Now I'm down for $795. I'm about to be in profit. Anything below VWAP, looking good. I just need to fucking leave. And a spike out, and this is already a spike out. 1040. I believe $2 more below VWAP though, 2080 MA. So 2080 MA, and I don't know, they cycle there for an hour, 2 hours and figure it out, possible too. They bear trap go higher, possible too. I don't fucking know. They were showing the gap above though. They were showing the cornucopia. And they trapped the crap out of it, so let's see now if it goes to the 2080 MA or not. Shit. Bears are in control. Holy fuck, my puts just got revived. Now I'm down for $700. Now I'm down for $650. Holy fuck, I was down $3,200 at the fucking top today. Now I'm about to be in profit. I'm down for $350. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I'm not even looking at the fucking goddamn candle, but I'm fucking leaving into a nice ass candle down here. Holy shit, 1040. Mac the RSI gun. Now I'm in profit, almost. Theta and shit, so anything below here I would be in profit. I just needed to go a little bit more. 1140 time is. Now they're at the 2080 MA, now they're at the VWAP. Let's see them fucking chop or cycle or fucking what. Destroy the fucking 0DT bears possible too. Destroy all bears possible too. You just destroyed the bulls though at the top. Made it look crazy fucking bullish. On candles. Oh my god. Look at the cornucopia. Everybody say it in chat, please, folks. Cornucopia. Right? Does anybody love Native Americans? Right? Me. Does anybody love American heritage? Me. Cornucopia. Wild. Cornucopia. They distributed and fucking just deleted on candles alone. Cornucopia. If you don't fucking, man, cornucopia, if you don't see this shit, you know what I mean? It's literally a cone, ascending or descending, whatever it is, I call it a cornucopia because it literally is a cornucopia. Nothing else in the world can describe what it is other than a ascending, widening cone or a descending, you know, squeezing cone, like the opposite of widening, basically, right? But I just call it a cornucopia. Easy as fuck. Cornucopia. I'm in green now. I'm red by $275, but I'm about to be green. This is basically green in my eyes. I was so fucking down crazy, so. This is basically green in my eye. They're not even down $2 below VWAP. They're slow as shit with it. The fucking chopping now. Yar, 2080 EMA. 2080 EMA between the 20 and the 50. 2080 EMA. God did. Yar. 2080 EMA. Now, let's see what the fuck happens at the 2080 EMA. Let's see what the fuck happens at the 2080 EMA. I ain't going front. I should have left on this shit, but I did not. Oh, fuck. I wrote in the group chat, mascara shitless. Scared shitless. This candle on QQQ. The actual fuck are we witnessing today? There's mega rip up in the pre-market, right? We're gonna go see. We have to see this shit on the Qs. Watch this shit. This is motherfucking mega rip up on the Qs. This is disgusting. Oh my god. Fucking mega bull trap. Mega bull trap. Look at this fucking candle on the Q right now. It's looking disgusting. The 15-minute just turned bearish on the Qs. This is unbelievable. But believable, I mean, I'm just saying, like, fucking the way they made it look super fucking bullish. Like, that shit is unbelievable. Unbelievable. My god. Look how fucking fast the thing fucking flopped. Look how fucking things look how fast things changed. In 45, 35 minutes from the HOD. Fuck the reset point, it went way lower than that. It went to the morning point. VWAP 2080 MA. Look, QQQ already at the 2080 MA. It's at the 50. SPX is now at the 2080 MA. IWM must be holding by a little bit or something, I don't know. IWM is fucking bullish as shit today, holding up. So, if IWM does really lose 248.89, whatever the fuck is that, 249, maybe a little bit lower. But yeah. Holy crap. What a cycle. What a decision. What a decision to fucking have to make right now. The fuck. Damn, I'm scared as fuck now that's gonna revert. Just gonna wait 5 more minutes, but I'm just fucking scared as the fuck now on the 33rd. $11.45. See a full fucking cornucopia. That'd be fucking crazy. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. This shit is so crazy. Oh my god. Fucking goddamn cone today. Man, the way they were creating this shit, I had a fucking feeling, but like I can't fucking believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes right now. Like, oh my god. Bears are in control. Now I'm green by $100. God did. Let's go! 2080 MA. 2080 MA. I'm green now. What a fucking trap. Oh my god, what a fucking trap. Oh my god. Oh my god! Candles! I'm up $600 now. Fuck! Candles. I'm filled on SPY. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. $8,000. I'm out. I left SPY. I'm keeping the fucking shit from the top though. 685 1. I just market sold into this bitch. Let's go. Oh my god. I got dragged down fucking 3K. I ended up fucking green by $750. What the fuck? This is crazy with it. They can go more. I don't give a fuck. I'm adding into fucking Nvidia right now. I'm in Nvidia now. I'm in Nvidia for 3K. I'm changing this chart. Man, my Robinhood's slow as fuck. My computer. I can't wait till I upgrade my. I can't wait till I fucking oh, I can't wait till tomorrow. New computer. I'm about to set this up today. I'm about to set this up nice today. Give me 1 second. Sorry, folks. Chart is frozen. Computer slow as hell. 28 EMA touch. I'm taking it. I don't give a fuck. They're probably going to channel here, chop here, and then decide what to do. With 28 EMA, I literally just got the pure fucking bottom on that on SPY. God did. Let's go! Big boy contract. Let's go. Oh my god. Crazy day. Fuck. You know what's crazy? My SPY put, I lied. It was not $8,000. It was $9,800. It was literally $9,800. And that's why I was fucking freaking the fuck out. I literally had 10K in one fucking goddamn contract, like. And it was too much money. Heart attack. Literally a fucking heart attack. God damn. Still bearish. Still bearish. Bears are still here, looks like. Man, this shit is scary as fuck. This market. Man, I'm up for today now. I'm green, but this shit is terrifying. Fuck me. Oh my god, Nvidia going. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god, market going. Oh my god, I missed out on like $2,000, but it's fine. Clap it up. Wow. Oh my god, Nvidia flush 175. Oh my god, LOD broke. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Man, I left SPY so fucking early because I was a puss. Hypothetically, I was so fucking scared. Oh my god, I was so scared in the 3/3. Oh my god, I'm in Nvidia for $3,000 now. Let's go into 3/3. Thank God, God did. Woo! Oh my god, LOD test. LOD broke. Wind direction is now south on QQQ. LOD broke. There's a divergence on the floor. They want to go bust down the floor maybe on SPY. The bulls are endangered medium term, long term. HOD and LOD divergence, technically speaking, but now we're at the floor. That's insane. I don't even do no 0 DT, but that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. This candle's crazy. Fuck! I would have been a fucking 1K on this contract. I would have been done for the day. I would have been done for the day. The 662 put for 10K. Fuck me. I would have been done for the day. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I sold it for $7. What the fuck is it at right now? 7.3. Alright, so maybe I missed out on $400, $500. It's fine. I just made $400, $300 on Nvidia, so let's go. Bears are in control. Now they're fucking showing the floor, and there's a massive fucking gap below. And They cornucopia this bitch at the bottom of the cornucopia today. They trapped the crap out of it again. Why? It has been the fucking environment. 2080 MA we are already at on the 5-minute. Now they might they already gone past the 2080 MA. Let's see. LOD divergence at the floor. Holy shit. 1K day I'm at. 1K. Crazy. I spent 2.4K for a new computer. I took money out. I took $3,400 out yesterday. I was a little bit pissed off. Now I'm back up again today. God did. Easy. God did. Woo! Man, I would have been up fucking $4,000 today. Holy shit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling FOMO now. What the fuck? I had 660 fucking 2 puts into March 25th, Wednesday. From the fucking top today. 1015 added, 1025 added, 1050 added. Man, I added one fucking put here, and that put is up 42% right now. 658 I added at 1025 in the morning today. This is insane. This is insane. Wow. This is insane. God is so good. Life is so fucking good. Oh my god. Wow. That fucking cycle. LOD we are at. Algo. Look at every single algo range that I drew. I was like, oh, I'm not deleting this shit now. I'm not. Look at every single fucking algo range. It broke. Every single fucking algo range broke. They're about to clear the LOD die. Fucking LOD divergence clear! Woo! My god. I'm up $1,100 now due to Nvidia. $1,100. I'm up 50 fucking percent on my 685. One single fucking put that I got at the bottom for like $420. It's at $670. I would have been up $3,500 something if I held my 10K contract, but I did not. I was a wussy, but it's okay. God did. I don't care. I went up today. God did. Man, Nvidia, do me solid and run to 170 today, please, one time. Holy shit, Dr. Burry, please. This is crazy. I thought Nvidia was gonna stop too, but look at this shit on Nvidia. What the fuck is this? Actually, melt mode. LOD broke. LOD breaking on SPY. This is unreal. Oh my god, this is unreal. 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 Human history. This is a moment in time. Human history. This is a moment in time. Nothing else about it. God, I gotta make a phone call. I'm calling my mummy. I'm calling my mummy. Holy shit. I'm up $1,450 now because of Nvidia. Greedy as fuck. I'm leaving my SPY put right now. 4.85. I'm filled on SPY. $650. God did. I'm up like 13 or 14K for the month. So this is good. This shit is good. This shit is crazy. What a day. Just like every other day. God did today. I'm up $560 on my Nvidia contracts that I got at the midpoint with my profits from SPY. I like today. I'm up 1.4, 1.6K. I bought a computer yesterday for 2.4K, so I basically got a computer for literally fucking free. I'm in fucking so much goddamn profit, so... Man, I'm gonna set up this computer, folks, and I'm gonna send the picture tonight in the WhatsApp group. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait. This computer looks so cool. It's about time I needed an upgrade, so computer looks so cool. Look at IWM, still above the downward channel, but broke out crazy today. Nvidia coming in with the spike up candle. I can't even talk. Spike up candle. Fucking coming in crazy today too. There's a gap at 180.8. 180.4. There's a gap right here. 172. 182.25. Bulls are hoping on, and the bears are hoping on. 172.25. A humongous gap. Just like SPX, there's a motherfucking humongous gap here. Humongous gap here. 6,718. There's a humongous gap here. They're cycling and trapping and doing their thing like they do best. The market is la boo boo. I la boo boo the market. Why? Because the market went way below 2080 EMA. I could not be patient. I was so fucking scared. I was shitless. I thought it was in a chop here and go, but I honestly didn't want to wait, but I added into something else, so it's whatever. But yeah, I feel a little bit of FOMO, but it's whatever. What the fuck can I do? And SPY is dangerous, so no looking back, but yeah, this is great. DSD said, are you getting a Discord or are you staying on the WhatsApp, bro? Just get on the WhatsApp, man. It's about time you join us, DSD. Everybody knows everybody, all right? Chris on there, you know what I'm saying? Alfonso on there, you know, it's about time you get on there, DSD, you know what I'm saying? It's about time, bro. You are an active person, and the Discord, I'll get it started later. But for right now, we have 2 more spots left in the alert room. So if you would like to join the alert room, $270 for 30 days. If you would still like to join, we have 2 more spots left for that limited time deal. Hello, D-Broke. Wind direction is south. The cornucopia, though. Somebody take a picture. This is gonna be my new wall page. This is gonna be my new wall page for the new computer. Cornucopia. Insane. This is one of the most insane days that we've had in quite a while, because yeah, cornucopia did like 4 times, 6 times in the last 3 weeks. This is crazy. Look at that fucking blue line right now. This is crazy. Oh my god. candle traders are fucked every day. Crazy work. Wow. DST, the main chat is free, man. You could just join through the link. I was just saying the alert room is different shit. The WhatsApp group main chat is free, brother. It's in the link. Chris said good. All good. I fixed my WhatsApp. Good to be back, though. Dope. Man, I could have been up another $1,200 or some shit. I feel so much FOMO about the shit that happened, but I'm green for the day, so I should not be looking back the way I am right now, but like, yeah. What a good day. I mean, all I can say is just, give me a little bit more Nvidia, and then I can be happy. Sure said so I can join again. Yeah, I gotta figure out something, bro. I don't know what happened, but I can't forcefully add you, but other people that I've removed, like you, Sure Shot, that I've tried to add back, I could add them back. So I for sure got to figure out something for you, brother. Or when the Discord goes live, I'll make sure you get a Sure Shot role. I don't even know, but you know what I mean. It's out of my hands, but the technical shit doesn't allow me. But yeah, I'm really trying. I did try at least for 2 days. I remember Sure Shot and someone else. I'll try again. I'm sorry, Bray. The Discord, I've been very, very lazy, so I gotta do that too. Unbelievable cycles today. Insane. Just no matter what happens today, this shit is an insane cycle. Just no matter what happens today. No one can deny what happened today because it literally happened. Oh my god. Why? This is the reality. Fuck the candle bullish, bearish. This is the reality. I live reality every day. Love it. Love it. Look at the way the cornucopia touched though. Like, that is disgusting. I was like, if I see a fucking complete cornucopia cone, I'd be so happy, right? And the big ass candle came, and I was like, fuck it. I think I left here, to be honest. I was like, fuck, I'm out. Whatever. Because I thought they were gonna cycle here. I thought they were gonna balance and bear trap and be like, oh fuck this shit, and then do. That's what they every time they do it. So I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna hope. And then I literally left I think I left literally here 11:45, and then 7 minutes, 8 minutes later, doot, doot. Anything below VWAP would have been profit. It was profit, but like that would have been mega profit, like 2K profit. So yeah, fucking FOMO, but yeah, fucking FOMO. Captain FOMO. What the fuck can I do? I literally left 7 minutes early though. That's crazy. 3/3 extending, 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 and then 2/3 became 3/3, and then 3/3 again. Ay ay. Ay ay. Time is 12:08. Alright, we're gonna go watch some news after this shit, since that just happened.
Risk is really difficult to manage right now. As you just see this morning, one tweet can turn it all around. But I think what it's really getting at is just the fragility that we do see in the markets. And we're dealing with really three main issues. One is obviously geopolitics, and we're getting close to a point where the longer this goes on, the more things have to shut down. Just the different commodities that get produced out of the Middle East. You can take months to restart some of these things.
Nuts.
But then layer on top of that some of the existing fragility that's already been in place, which is that equity portfolios were already highly concentrated to start with. And then AI is increasing winners and losers, and those moats that had been in place for so long, we're starting to question how durable they are.
Aside from the geopolitics, if we can put that aside just for a moment, how do you think about the U.S. equity markets versus the rest of the world here? We did have some outperformance in 2025 outside the U.S. Is that still in play here?
I think it should be. The U.S. is getting a bid right now. Yep. It could be because of what's going on with oil, but it also could be because that's where, as investors are taking in risk, that's where passive investing is. But I think there's a great opportunity to continue to diversify. With the U.S., you have this issue of concentration. 50% of the U.S. market is in technology. You go outside of the U.S., you get to exposures with different themes in financials, industrials, consumer.
But all of this, what's it, to borrow from the wonderful Arthur Levitt, so influential to me, from Arthur Levitt, what's it mean for Microsoft? I mean, March 31 is going to end. They're doing AI. They're still going to make revenue. They're going to still make 30, 40, 60% margins. What's the feature of life goes on here for the growth winners?
What you have to really think about with these growth winners is how are things changing for them? So we talked about this before in previous sessions, how much cash flow is plateauing now for these big growth winners because the amount of capex that they need to invest to keep the hyperscalers going and investing in data centers. That changes the dynamic of what they've had in the past. On top of that, these moats that some of these growth winners had is now in question. Can AI disrupt their ability to grow revenue without reinvesting in the business?
So that was a big trade just over the last several months. Kind of some of these software names in particular, software as a service names, really in focus. But it just feels like, as Tom mentioned, Microsoft, Salesforce, they're so entrenched.
Hit the like, guys. Hit the like. It's so hard to get the like up on the channel. Please, if you haven't hit the like already, just smack the like. It's just a like button. It really helps out the YouTube algorithm. Pretty please. Alright, a lot of people watch the channel and come and go, but still, please, if you have not, hit the like. Thank you.
In the overall economy, it doesn't seem like they could be at risk yet. The market's not too discerning at this point.
Thank you.
I think what we need to think about really are three ways of managing risk today. First of all, if you think about AI disruption and you think about inflation, what that does is it really focuses you on shortening your duration of cash flows.
Possible here, but I don't
you
think
want to get to things that have more visibility around those cash flows.
Maybe SPY and QQQ,
you need to think more critically about where to find defense, and then you need to be more intentional about diversification.
Did you get my script? Did one of our interns send my question script this morning? Nelson, you were with us with Alliance Bernstein. Wonderful to speak to him with his acuity about risk probability and the ambiguity out there. Dow futures up 2%, exploding higher. What, Paul, 40 minutes ago?
Yeah.
A presidential tweet, a 5-day
This thing was up 3.75%. Who remembers in the live stream? Who was here earlier since 9:20? Who was here at 9:20 in the morning? Who remembers, right? Biggest pop since last year, 3.75%. That shit was no joke. That shit was no joke.
Real estate hormones as well. Oil plunges a 113 down to a 104 right now. All weekend, led by James Dimon on the cover of Barron's, was the idea of hedging up. Explain the efficacy you see with all of your work and your math of saying, I want to participate in the Standard & Poor's 500, but I'm willing to give away some of the long-term capital gain to hedge and be less volatile. It's oh so in right now, isn't it?
Anytime you can reduce volatility, also when you can reduce volatility and get incremental returns, that's a great trade. And if you think about international equity markets today, you have an opportunity, and I'd like to say, have your vitamins and also eat your ice cream. What you can do is there are some great catalysts outside of the U.S. That can generate returns. You've got in Korea, you've got in Japan, you've got governance reforms where shareholder returns are really being in focus, and these companies can
Sure, Sean
not
said,
only
is
get
that
better
what's called a
returns, but
dead
also you
cat
get multiple
bounce?
returns.
It's
I
just
think
called
China
a no
could be a
cat.
really interesting play here too. If you
Who
think about
knows?
China,
About to
you've
find
got
out,
a
I
very
guess.
different set of return drivers in China. You've also got more
Hasn't
energy
filled up,
resilience
hasn't
based
filled
off of the
bottom either,
infrastructure
so who
investments
knows?
that they've made.
It's a no cat.
In the U.S., talk to us about the earnings in the U.S. marketplace. Are
No
the
cat,
earnings
nothing.
growth
No
forecasts
bounce,
enough to
no
support this
rejection,
market here, do you
no
think?
cat, nothing. This is
The
an illusional cat.
there is enough growth
In
to
a
support
horror
the
movie,
forecast,
just
but
flying
it is
around
very
in a
dependent
Halloween movie or some
on
bullshit.
the Fed's ability to continue supporting it.
Alice in the Wonderland.
And so I think that's why we're
Headless
getting to
guy.
the point where it's very tricky to understand the
Type
probabilities,
shit.
because the longer this lasts, we don't know if inflation would start feeding
I
through.
love today.
So what do you expect?
Man, this
our
entire
Fed
year
to
has
do
been
here?
great.
It
Like, I don't
seems
even know. I
they're
love this year.
comfortable just to hang where
Like,
they are.
really,
No
really
need
good.
to rush. We've
Oh
even had
my
the
God.
marketplace pricing in some rate
So much
hikes
shit
this
I can
year.
do, but I'm
I mean,
trying to
there's a
get
talk
to
about,
200, 100K
It's
profit by the end of the year so I
very
can go to
fragile balance,
Cancun.
and so that's why I think it's important to
Lordy.
look at visibility of
I'm
cash
on
flows,
track.
from these companies with
14,
real
13K
assets
fucking month.
and strong economic drivers right now.
Welcome back. Breaking news this morning. President Trump posted on Truth Social that the U.S. and Iran had a series of productive conversations over the past 2 days. And based on that, the president says he has directed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period as these talks continue. GOP lawmakers, meanwhile, discussing the
That is such a
Pentagon
Trump
ask
taco
of
headline.
$200 billion, a request for the Iran conflict, and continuing to pay for that. And whether or not they're weighing whether or not to attach that defense funding to the a reconciliation package. Joining me now is Kentucky Congressman and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Are you in favor of a reconciliation package, sir?
I'm in favor of a reconciliation package. Remember, reconciliation means it has to balance. So
How
if
is
you
this shit not illegal? Who
increase
cares? I
spending
don't care.
$200
This shit
billion
is not
for
manipulated.
something,
I'm
you have
winning.
to cut something $200 billion.
When I win,
so I
market
think that's a
cannot be
great
manipulated.
way
When
to
I
move
lose, market
forward. I
manipulated.
don't like where we are
It's
with,
a meme on Wall Street.
with having to
I'm
fight
saying
this battle in
hypothetically, but it's
Iran. But
literally
remember, this is
emotions.
cleaning up Joe Biden and Barack Obama's mess. Unfortunately, it landed in President Trump's lap, and I think he's doing everything he can to, consider this a terrible situation.
Now, the president this morning said
love
that
setups,
talks
man.
are
This
going
is
well
amazing.
and that he's directed the military to halt and postpone any strikes on Iran. Iran State TV is reporting. I don't know if we can believe Iran State TV, but Iran State TV says that Trump capitulated. There are no direct or indirect talks taking place with the Trump regime. This is from a spokesperson for the IRGC.
I love setups.
And
Why?
it is being
Because the
run
craziest
on
news,
Iran State
right, this is
TV.
what I've noticed in the last 2 years of my life. The craziest news that I've ever seen in my life helps setups. And today what happened is what? News helped the market go up, gap fill SPX setup, and it also set up down. Candle lovers, right? Right? Delusional candle, those are dunzo. My opinion.
With the foreign ministry
What's
of
going on in the
Iran
market every single
claiming
day? That's
that
what I believe.
President Trump's
Every single
remarks
day.
on day 5,
Dunzo.
a halt to strike on Iranian energy infrastructure is a ploy to buy time for military preparations. What is your reaction?
That's what I think, dunzo.
Well, I believe there are talks happening. That's the memo that I've received. That's the briefing that I've received. I don't know how trustworthy Iranian state TV is. It's probably like a couple of liberal networks that come to my mind. But at the end of the day, I think that the president's being cautious. I don't think anyone wants to see much more damage to Iran unless they refuse to make peace here and put a halt to their quest to have a nuclear weapon. That's not acceptable. I don't think anyone in the world would agree that that's acceptable. That's a country that does not need nuclear capabilities. And again, this all started when Barack Obama made that sweetheart deal with Iran that gave them duffel bags full of cash and turned a blind eye to their nuclear bomb-making capabilities.
Cheryl, jump in here.
Yeah, it's so good to see you, Chairman, and so much of the work that you were doing obviously is crucial. I do want to go to what's happening with DHS because we did have this deadly collision on the tarmac of New York's LaGuardia Airport last night. Certainly, you know, conversations about what's happening at the nation's airport with TSA agents. These two pilots, unfortunately, were killed. Passengers were injured. But, you know, what we're seeing unfold at the nation's airport amid this partial shutdown with the Department of Homeland Security, we're in our 38th day right now, sir. And
I'm in an 8.7K Nvidia contract.
Confirmed as the new DHS Secretary as soon as today. We're hoping for that. But the Senate did a vote to advance his nomination. You know, the president now is having to deploy ICE agents to our airports to support these TSA officers who've been unpaid for over 5 weeks, sir. This is staffing shortages. The American public is frustrated. How do you handle all of this, sir?
Well, it's terrible what the Democrats have done. Remember, in the beginning, the Democrats said that they were going to not fund the Homeland Security budget because they wanted Kristi Noem fired and they wanted ICE out of Minnesota. ICE is no longer in Minneapolis, and Kristi Noem's no longer with the Department of Homeland Security, but they continue to move the goalposts. The truth of the matter is the Democrats want to disrupt the economy as much as they can because they know the number one issue in the election is the economy. So the Democrats, who have always tried to hail themselves as the best representative party for the federal employees, they don't care that it's not just the TSA agents, but the Coast Guard and every other agency that's under Homeland Security, and I believe there are 19 of those. None of the federal employees are getting paid for no good reason. No good reason. And I think it's terrible what's happening. I'm glad the president's put ICE in there for a multitude of reasons. That'll drive the Democrats crazy. But at the end of the day, somebody's got to step up and ensure that our air travel continues, or you're going to see even further damage to our economy, which, again, in my opinion, is what the Democrats want.
Well, in particular, because of what we're hearing from the nation's airlines, the economic damage. I mean, we're in the middle of spring break. We've got summer calling. We've got TSA call-out rates that hit a national high yesterday. 11.5% of these agents calling out. 40% of agents called out just in Atlanta, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to get your thoughts because these are American patriots that were showing up without pay, but they've got mortgages. They have got car payments. They have got health care. All of these things are suffering. And we had more than 1,100 agents quit in the fall. At least 300 quit this go round, sir. Is there anything that you can do from your position right now to help these TSA agents to remain on the job and, frankly, get their bills paid? Elon Musk is offering to pay their salaries, but I'm not sure that that's legally possible, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what the legality of that is, but I voted 3 times along with my Republicans in the House, 3 times to fund the Homeland Security budget, which would pay for the TSA agents, Coast Guard, Secret Service, and all the other agencies underneath the Homeland Security umbrella. But the Democrats continue to oppose it, again, for no good reason. I think Markwayne Mullin is a great guy. I've been friends with him the entire time I've been in Congress, all 9 years. He's a great leader. He's going to step in there, and hopefully he can help talk some sense into his colleagues in the Senate, his Democrat colleagues in the Senate, to go ahead and do their job. I mean, that's part of being a member of Congress, is governing. And when you turn your back on paying for federal employees' salaries and paying for an entire government agency that, oh, by the way, is in charge of protecting the homeland, then you're not governing. You're just becoming a political pawn for people like Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrats that are jockeying to try to become national figures. And I think it's a disgrace, and I hope every American's outraged, especially the ones that are waiting in line in Atlanta and the other major airports.
It's gotten so rough out there. Chairman, before you go, the debate over the Save America America Act stretching on as lawmakers have failed to reach an agreement this weekend. And the president says they need to keep working until it's passed. Here's what he wrote on Truth Social. Lump everything together as one and vote. Kill the filibuster. Stay in D.C. for Easter if necessary, Mr. Chairman. Your reaction to what the president posted on Truth Social?
I agree. Look, if we can't have confidence in our elections as a country, what does that say about our country? The only reason the Democrats don't support the SAVE Act is because they want to protect their largest growing faction of their Democrat base, and that's illegals. I mean, that's a bottom line.
The only reason why
I'm a member of
Democrats
Congress.
don't like Republicans is because they ain't
check in my hotel.
Democratic
Republicans. I have to show an ID to get into the Capitol.
Americans.
But you don't have to show an ID to vote? I mean, that's preposterous. And the only states that refuse to require verification of being an American citizen are the blue states. They're only in the blue states. And I think that says a lot. Every American knows that the only good reason for not having to provide identification to vote is the probability of cheating.
Yeah,
probability of LOD breaking gets higher and higher.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So a lot of news breaking. We appreciate it. We'll be right back, everybody.
Time is 3:30. Yacht. Bearish control. Yacht. I'm printing on Nvidia. Yacht. I'm filled on Nvidia. I'm a wussy. I'm out. $1,750 day. Done day. Easy. Easy. Yum. Easy. Got that extra soy sauce. Got that extra soy sauce for lunch. Yum. Holy crap. I would have printed crazy on SPY. Holy shit. You know what's crazy? I had my limit order sell here the whole time and that profit would have been like 3.4k, 4k. Fuck! My god. There's no looking back. I'm okay with what happened today. It's okay. Oh my god. I just printed a computer. Like, I'm so happy as fuck my computer came today. I literally just printed a computer. Oh my god. I'm about to go enjoy life. Go to work. Come back. Set this fucking computer up. Man, time is only 1. Time is only 12:30. This thing, like, I can go work out right now. There's so much time. I can go work out right now. Like, oh shit. 12:25. Why are they so crazy with this shit? Making me feel so much FOMO on Nvidia. You know what? This shit is so dumb. Nah. Yeah, they can go fuck around. I'll always be doing the 2/3 bullshit, huh? Wow. My life is made out of 2/3, huh? It's alright. I hope they fucking trap that shit out of the scandal. I hope they trap that shit out of the scandal, man. Feeling so much FOMO on SPY. Holy fuck, this is like 5K now. What the fuck? Actually, and I was so fucking far outdated. I can't look back. This is a heart attack, honestly. If I held through this shit, I think my heart would be fucking sickened. So, you know, the fact that my heart is not sickened and it's actually on the light side is like, this is a good thing. I'm happy. I'm the boo-boo market right now. La boo-boo market. Let's see in chat, folks. Who la boo-boos the market? Who fucking hates the market? Alright. I la boo-boo the mar. They trapped everything up top. Oh my god. Man, they crossroads is so much lower where I expected though. Fuck. Imagine if I held this shit all the way. I fucking left and I did some bullshit on this. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would have been crazy. Oh my god. What's that? That is crazy. Wow. Oh my god. 11:30. Sick Nvidia. Please bounce Nvidia. You look sick as shit. You look sick as shit right now, Nvidia. Please bounce. Looks like you have a fucking you caught a cold or something. 11:10. What does CNBC say? I think the president's coming live soon. The news hasn't caught up. Okay. Well, what a confusing ass day. Alfonso says, I love boo boo market. Because even when I don't, always come back, hypothetically speaking, like an X. That is so funny. Garrett says, I love boo boo the market. Are you German? Jesse says, I've loved and hated it for 5 years now. I think I hated the market for like a year and a half. And then I love boo boo the market for like 2 years straight, year and a half straight. Yeah, but till 2024, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was trying to find the boo boo market love in myself, but the boo boo market love is always there. Brotherly love. La boo boo market love. Man. My luck is phenomenal. I am the one that ordered a Labubu doll and picked a 1 out of 72 Labubu. Like, number one, that's statistically high as hell. Number one. Number two, alright? Easy. Labubu. Easy. Oh, I just burped. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi once. I think I went up today in such a fucking stressful way, though. Like, shit. Market is kind of stressful, I'm not gonna lie, every day. Went in such a fucking stressful fucking way. Gosh. It says I'm at $12,790 for the month, but like this isn't showing some of the recent trades I did, so I'm pretty sure it's 13, 14K, but yeah. Noise. Everything I'm gonna get copyrighted. Everything tonight, and everybody feel it tonight, and everything tonight, and everything tonight, and one more thing, and tonight, and everything tonight, and leave everything tonight. America, let's hear it tonight. Let's hear it tonight. Everything tonight. Leave everything tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much. So beautiful. Let's hear it tonight. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hey. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit crazy right now. Man, that's like 4,000. That's like 3K a month. Sheesh. I mean 3K a week. Sheesh. There's only 5 days a week. Sheesh. Is that Coraline? No. Beyonce? No. The tennis player? Serena Williams? No. Let me go unpack my computer, folks. Thank you, Jesus, and God, I will not forget. Let's hear it tonight. Bum, 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 bum. Hey! Everything tonight. Yeah, I thought that was Don's son, or as Pete Hegseth. Never mind. Whatever happens today, I'm happy. Whatever happens today, I'm happy. Wind direction is officially south on SPY. QQQ is showing wind direction south too. But hopefully they bear trap this shit and close in the middle of the gap from the bottom and the top of today. But I don't think it's possible. There's so many people trapped, so we'll see. But this is crazy. Oh man. I need to resist Nvidia. I have to resist Nvidia. It is so fucking tempting, but I just literally cannot get myself at this point. Like, it's like I need to chill somehow. Oh my god. I gotta chill somehow. I almost just went in Nvidia for 1.2k fucking again, like a week out. Like, fuck that. Oh my. I don't know why the price difference is so fucking huge on this shit, but oh my god, yeah, fuck. Fuck. Are we talking about 180? Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna let it be. Get him on. That's my president. Guys, let's get some American Eagles in chat, please. Alright, caw, let Nvidia rise. Caw. Come on, he's standing there all alone, folks. The fuck was that? Bobble. Bobble. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Sorry, I'm busy right now doing some shit, so. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Ba ba ba.
So often you have sound systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse, making a speech when nobody can hear you.
And in my hour of darkness,
Memphis has to like me.
Standing
because I have a lot of friends here, and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago,
speaking words
4 years
of wisdom,
ago, and now
let it be.
They said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of
and when the broken-hearted people living in the world would agree, there will be an answer. Let it be.
We have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed.
For though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine until tomorrow. Let it be.
And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be
I
kidding.
wake up to the sound of music.
Fury, I love
Mother
that.
Mary
And
comes
it's
to
very
me,
appropriate for what's taken place, if you know.
speaking words of
Iran,
wisdom.
because we knocked out their Navy.
Let it be.
We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out their anti-aircraft. We knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And
All right, ever since President Trump speaking now, I don't want to do shit on the market. 2 minutes ago, I was just tempted, but now I don't want to do shit. Look at what people are saying in chat. They're saying taco.
And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So, hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one.
Oh my God, Tyler, are you gifting me a karaoke machine?
I'll tell you what. Martha,
Oh my God, Tyler, are you sending me a karaoke machine?
Would you say
Biffle?
2 years
Best friend
ago,
forever?
3 years ago, or 4 years ago, we would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position.
Guys, I'm going pro.
Over the past 3 weeks,
Pro
the United
artist.
States military
Pro
and
singer.
our partners
Pro rapper.
have been decimating Iran's
One of a
military
kind.
capabilities with
They call me
overwhelming firepower,
the
skill,
stock market deduction
lethality,
bot
and force, and we're
singer.
destroying their ballistic missiles and drones. Programs with
One of a
launches
kind,
down
folks. And you
by
heard
more
it
than
here, folks.
90%. We're
Terminator 15.
hitting their launches
Leslie,
at a level that
beep,
nobody
beep,
even
boop.
thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them. Because most of them have been
Good. Nvidia bouncing. I was feeling
annihilated.
FOMO here 3 minutes ago, so
But
good.
we've
Good,
annihilated
good,
their
good. This
defense
is good.
industrial base,
Bulls are trying on
eliminating their
Nvidia,
Navy.
QQQ,
We had
and SPY.
158 ships are down. I said
I
to my
hope they
people,
don't
why
crash
didn't
on
you capture
shit.
the
I don't
ship?
feel fucking FOMO.
They said, were they good or
Good.
not? They said,
Good.
they were great, sir.
Oh,
Why
crashing.
didn't
Oh my
you capture them?
God.
Could've used them.
Fuck.
They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea.
Maybe I chill out.
But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated
Get it
their
done.
Air Force. We
Let's get
eliminated
it done.
all
Let's
of
see
their
another bounce for
air
tomorrow.
defense,
Let's see it.
everything.
Let's see it. All right, let's
We
see somehow
eliminated
pop into
everything there
tomorrow
is to
and
eliminate, and
somehow
we
open.
eliminated
You know what's
them.
crazy? You know what I really want?
their
I hope
leaders.
they
We
do
had-
some weird shit like this where they like pop up
We
tomorrow
had the
and
first set of leaders.
they don't
They're
gap fill,
gone.
they don't gap fill, and
Then
they
they
gap fill the next
met
day.
88
Or
people
into
met.
tomorrow, end of the day.
And it's
That'd be
sad.
great.
It's sad they
I
couldn't
want
have
core
made
you to
a deal. We
recover.
could've made
Why?
a
Because I
deal
feel
with them
FOMO
a
will call
long
you right
time
now.
ago.
Core you. Fuck.
The second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader, and they're now extinguished.
Feel
And
FOMO,
then they're
FOMO
meeting
core you.
again, but now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore.
Core you.
As
Core you.
Commander-in-Chief, it's my
Hell
sacred
nah, bro.
responsibility to protect our country from all threats.
Life is good all the
For
time.
decades, Iran
Let
refused
them
every
figure
opportunity
it
to
out.
renounce its
Fight it
nuclear
out,
ambitions,
Nvidia.
and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it was just...
Yeah, life ain't free, hombre. Get yourself in the alert room.
much more important.
The fuck you talking about? Get me in the alert room. What the
Iran's
fuck?
missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them.
People
Once
decide
they
what
have
they
a
want to
missile,
decide,
once they have
bro.
what they were building was incredible, and you
That's
got a
a
little
man
glimpse of
and a
it by the
woman.
fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them; they were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised, and it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000.
What happened?
They say
What
it
happened,
couldn't happen
Mr. Trump?
in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term. But if I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure tonight I'm about to be at like 14 something.
And you said, let's do it.
14
you can't let them
something.
have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having
14,200
really good
maybe.
discussions.
14,100. It's gonna be noise.
Last night, a little bit, the night before that, and I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that I won't be. We were planning tomorrow on.
What's everybody going to go eat for
We're going to hold
lunch?
That up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of
What's
us, including
everyone
the
gonna
Middle
eat for
Eastern
lunch?
allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very
We'll
good
see
chance
what
we end up in a
happens.
deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this
See
period,
where
I
it
think
takes us.
it could very well end up being a very good deal. For
Very good
everybody.
deal.
As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition,
It should be a good thing.
the appalling lines and massive
Look at that
disruptions at major
godly.
airports nationwide last weekend, I am again demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown.
How about 14 fucking thousand? 14,300 or some bullshit for the month. God.
They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take care of criminals that are in sanctuary cities. They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the utilization of our children, men in women's sports. But what they don't want to do is give us
Was it
anything to do
tacos,
with,
Indian food, sushi, Roots Chris Steakhouse, and then the cities? Breakfast burrito.
We're the only country that doesn't
Man, talking
do
about
voter
Taco
ID.
Bell.
Every country does voter ID. You know, brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in. We got to do something about it all.
Mail-in
It's part
cheating.
of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act.
Save
Don't
America.
make any deal on anything unless you include
Yeah,
voter
recovering
ID,
Nvidia. Good.
and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote.
Okay,
Very
maybe
easy
not.
to do. Very insulting
Do I
when
want to
they say
fucking...
people can't do it because they don't know how to
You know
do
what?
it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually
Very well.
suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a
Yes,
big
they did.
believer in the mask because we have, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands
Of course,
of
it's about Biden.
killers into our country. We're rapidly getting them out, by the way. but they
rapid fire.
They would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't love the look in the airport as you get off the plane. So I made a request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We would also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard in where we need it to help out at the airports. But we're not going to let this happen. It's extortion by the Democrats. They're holding up money that's already been approved, and now they're willing to go $5 billion reduction in ICE in order to get the approval on a deal that they approved, the great big beautiful deal, which is the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. They want to basically renegotiate a deal that they already approved, and they're doing it for.
It's so much FOMO. I couldn't resist. I got one put on the video now. Fuck. I could not resist.
During this period of time, a period that they call a war. They call it a war. We call it a military operation. Their leaders during this time are
literally could not resist.
As you want to say, they're in a never land. Schumer is gone. I mean, he's a Palestinian. He should be fighting on the side of Palestine. He's actually become a Palestinian leader. I don't know. I've never seen a man change so much. He used to be pro-Israel. Now he's pro-Palestine. I've never seen anything like that.
Pro-Palestine.
He's worried he's going to lose his next election, which it only depends if anybody runs against him. If anybody runs against him, he'll lose. But he's gone very wacky and very
pro-Israel
for our country. But we want all of those things. We have
for our country. Make America great again.
As part of our funding, we want to merge them so that we can get the great, big, beautiful bill in action.
Big, beautiful bill.
We can get the America and Save America. You know, they called it the Save Act, but nobody knew
Evangelina
what the Save Act
says, when was that live? Are
you
we talking about this live? This is live right now.
You have to call it the Save
Talking about this live?
America Act. Because everybody knows what that is.
President is live right now.
So they want funding taken away from the ICE patriots who are responsible for getting rid of the criminals that Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and his gang of thugs in the White House. You talk about weaponization. They weaponized everybody. You know, when we even look, when Pam looks at somebody, oh, it's weaponization. They've indicted me. What they've done to me and everybody else, it's a disgrace. They're the weaponizers. And what they've done to people, can never let that happen again. We can never let them get away with it again. They are the greatest weaponizers. Fortunately, it didn't work because here I am with you. So it didn't work out too well. Didn't work out too well. But they want to have people come into our country. So many of these people are murderers. They're drug dealers. They're the worst criminals anywhere in the world. They want them in our country.
I gotta go to the bathroom
they
so
don't want
bad.
them to come out. They make it almost impossible, but we get them out anyway.
Guys,
They should have never been allowed to enter our city.
Oh my god, I go to the bathroom so bad. My stomach hurts. Squeeze.
They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from all over South America, Asia, everywhere. And they were from jails and mental institutions. They were drug dealers. They were murderers.
Thank you for hitting the por favor like button. Por favor. I'm gonna go to the El Baño, alright? Señor, el señor, por favor, puede el baño, por favor, el minuto cuatro.
On right now at our airports
Burr.
and at other points of transportation and beyond. And we want the public to know we're not going to let them out of this trap that they created for themselves. And I'm suggesting very strongly that the Republicans, in going for the Save America Act, that you weld it into exactly this, because voter ID is part of Homeland Security. Think of it. We're talking about two separate items, but they're really the same. Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. And citizenship, proof of citizenship, is part of Homeland Security. So I think it should be welded in. I think it should be together. You should vote together, because the public has not liked what they've done at the airports. And they've done it, and the public understands it. They've gotten wise to them. Republicans do not settle with Democrats and let them out of this hole that they've buried themselves in. You have to take the votes in the Senate to approve. You need votes to approve. We have to get Democrat votes. And at a certain point, if you could get rid of the filibuster, it would be great. It would be great. Get rid of the filibuster and get it all done. So we'll get it done. We want another thing. We can, or we don't have to, add those other items. And by the way, they say they're 80-20 items. They're not 80-20. They're 99-1. Men playing in women's sports is a 99-1. You look at transgender mutilization of our children, that's a 99-1. And we have that in the bill, too. So they won't sign it and let the people reject them. And what we have to do is we have to win the midterms. This is the most important election because all of the gains that we've made, we built the greatest economy, the greatest military. I built the military in my first term, and we built the greatest military in the world. We're showing it now with Venezuela, with Iran. Everybody knows we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world. And we're in a position that we haven't seen. We're respected. You know, our country now is respected all over the world. A year and a half ago, we were a laughing stock. We were a laughing stock. The King of Saudi Arabia told me a year and a half ago, he said, President, I can't believe what's happened to America. 1 year ago, you were a laughing stock. Nobody thought you could ever survive. Now you're the hottest country. Use that expression. He said, now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we are now. Congratulations, because we're all partners in this deal. You're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's really amazing. So I congratulate you. It's a great feeling because we were laughed at for 4 years with this guy that should have never been president. So I'm tying Homeland Security into voter identification with picture and proof of citizenship in order to vote. And those two items are the most important thing having to do with Homeland Security. So it should be part of the Homeland Security bill. And I'm requesting that the Republican senators do that immediately. You don't have to take a fast vote. Don't worry about Easter going home. In fact, make this one for Jesus, okay? Make this one for Jesus. That's what I tell them. That would be a damn good thing. The most important part of Homeland Security is voter ID and proof of citizenship. Nobody can vote on Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship.
Yo, I'm back. I'm about to order some food.
Voter ID or proof of citizenship. So we're tying them together. So now, if you don't mind, let's get to the reason why I'm in Memphis
or I could
why
get
you're doing so well.
Chicken fingers and fries.
Everybody know Fred Smith? He's a friend of mine.
I can get whatever I want.
And he created from a sort of failed report at like Harvard or whatever. He did a business report, a concept he had, that was his thesis, a concept he had to build a company, and it was FedEx. So he gave this thing where he takes.
Man, I need to go turn the heater on too. My house is cold.
Heck knows what he put down. Bottom line is they gave him a lousy mark. I don't know if they passed him or not, but they didn't give him a good mark. They say this is the most ridiculous business plan we've ever seen. Fred, go back to the drawing board and try something else because this won't work. Well, he decided to go for it and he built FedEx, and it's an amazing story. And he was a very good friend of mine, but he would tell me that he didn't know what to do about Memphis. It was so dangerous that they would have a board meeting, and the board members, they would demand it, that they could not walk 1 block to their hotel. You know the hotel.
I'm about to get butter chicken.
It was so dangerous.
Man, I don't know.
Now they tell me,
Folks. My house was in 64 degrees. Cold, very cold. Right, turn the heater on to 68.
Such an honor, too. If only more governors, your governor called, and he said, we love it. Your mayor has been terrific. Your mayor has been terrific. But look at the results that you've got. Look at the results. And everybody should do it. You know, if I was Chicago, Pritzker, he's a failed governor. All he has to do is say, President, we're having a problem in Chicago.
Failed governor.
Could you come in and fix it? We'd have it fixed in 2 months. It would be good. It would be good in 2 months. It would be great in 4 months. You'd have almost no crime. but he can't do
I'm getting anxious. I gotta get food. I have to. Yeah, I have to eat.
So that's the reason I'm here, to tell you how well you've done, how well we've done. I mean, I just came in and people greeted me, sir, thank you very much for what you've done. I said, oh, where are you from? Memphis. What did I do? You stopped crime, and your sheriffs are so thankful. And, oh, you haven't seen it yet. You know, we've just been here a short while. In another 2 or 3 months, you're going to have, like, no crime. And, you know, we take these criminals. Is that our handsome senator down there, Bill? Is that our handsome senator, Bill? You got both of them down, but you're going to have a new governor here soon, I guess, huh? You're going to have a very new governor. Would you two stand up as senators? Please stand up. Two of the greatest people. Two of the greatest people. They never let me down, you know? Some let me down. They never let me down. Thank you. Last September, my administration launched the initiative modeled on D.C.
I am not adding here. I'm feeling so much FOMO to add one right now, but I'm just going to order DoorDash. So I don't feel FOMO. In case they do go crazy, I have one in, so I mean, I'll just take profit into today. If anything, I'll just roll into tomorrow. But yeah, I am basically done for the day. My only contract is worth 1K, and it's nothing.
And it was happening a lot. It was really
Nothing.
bad. And like that, actually,
I'm not trying to do shit on Spire QQQ either. I'm trying to watch the cycle a little bit here. Things have happened. A lot of things have happened. Things are still happening, but we're near the 4, and you know, it's just doing a little cycle here and there at the 4.
everybody sees me in Washington. They say, "Thank you, sir."
Slightly bears in control.
And I immediately know what. You know, they could thank me for a lot of things. I said, "Are they thanking me for the economy?"
One good thing.
I know immediately.
I'm trying to go do something
We have
cool.
people working
Maybe I should
in the
go to
White
the.
House,
You know what?
women.
Fuck it. I'm gonna go to the.
walk,
Nah,
would
fuck
say, "Norman,
casinos.
beautiful
I'm
young
trying to go
women."
to the
Ever since I got
amusement park
elected,
when
I
the
don't like
weather's
to
good or
say
something.
that, because usually when
that
you
weird?
say a beautiful
Like,
woman,
I'm old as fuck.
isn't she beautiful? That's the end of your political career. So I never say that.
I'm 20 something.
But
Like
young
I'm
women
almost.
coming
I
up
mean,
to
I'm
me
trying
and
to
they're
go to the
saying,
amusement park.
"Sir, thank you so much." I know immediately what they're talking about. I say, "How big a difference is it?" They say, "We walk to work. We were afraid to walk into an Uber. We were afraid to walk into a car. The car would be, it didn't matter. The car was being robbed when we were in the car. And it was much more than being robbed. Being robbed was
my
the
God.
least of it. And we took out over 3,000
Wait, it opens up so soon.
people.
Holy sh.
And you know, there's an expression.
Wait, what? Really?
That 90% of the
Oh my
crime
god, I'm about to.
is caused
Yo,
by 2% of the population.
I'm about to
And when
go.
you hear that, you realize why we can do such a good job. We moved
I'm such a
3,000
kid. Yo, I'm about to go.
Many of them came in
Oh
through
my
the Biden
God.
open border disaster. They
That's
came
funny
in.
as fuck.
They weren't there. They came in. They said, "We want to live in Washington, where they'll take good care of us, give us plenty of welfare." And we got them all out. We moved them back to their countries. Sometimes we'd put them in prison because they were so dangerous. We had one person who killed 4 people in a short period of time. Many of the people, 11,888, 50% of them in our country, they came from jails. Other countries opened their jails and let them into our country because Biden and his great border czar, the border czar who never once went to the border, never once called Border Patrol. But his great border, perhaps you've heard her, Kamala. Has anyone heard of Kamala? She was the border czar. That was like having nothing as a border czar. And they poured into our country, and they made our country very, very unsafe.
Kamala.
And the job that ICE and Border Patrol have done, they don't get the appreciation they deserve. They are great American patriots. They're incredible people. So we brought together 22 federal agencies, state and local police, and 1,500 members of the incredible National Guard to smash the grip of the violent criminals on this iconic American city. The city is incredible. People love it so much, but they're just fed up. They can't stay, and now they're staying. I had somebody backstage say, "Sir, I was ready to leave, and now we're staying." I said, "Don't worry, it's going to get much better. Just takes a little more time." Like our D.C. efforts, the Memphis Task Force, has been led by our Director of U.S. Marshal Services, Gaddy Seralta, who's the incredible. Where's Gaddy? Gaddy, you are unbelievable. And I want to thank you for the work. He did a job in Washington. So when I heard Memphis, I said, I want the same guy that did Washington. Because that went, you're going to tell us when you get up which was more difficult, all right? But members are known all over the world as the home of Graceland. You know I'm going to see Graceland after this? I think, is that right? I love Elvis. I never met Elvis. Everyone said, did you? I met them all. I met Sinatra. I knew all of them. I never met Elvis. Sometimes I feel I should tell the little fibs that I knew him well. I love Elvis, but I never met him. But I'm going to go see Graceland after this, I think. I'm sure it's not going to be a very long stay, but I want to see that. But for years prior to our involvement, Memphis had become known for something else.
Hayden said I'm going to Disneyland in June due to school. Wow, how much is Disneyland? Man, it's probably so expensive for me because I live far. Should I go skiing? Like, man, what's better, skiing or
but here's the good news: it's been
amusement
fixed.
park?
All right, I hate to say this.
Is my
'cause
body
it's so
even
negative.
good for skiing? Like, I don't even
It's
know.
so negative.
Low key, I'm kind of scared for my body.
More than 12,500
If I go to Vermont, go for
429
skiing, I get
rapes and
hurt.
7,600 burglaries and armed
Man, I
robberies
want to go
and
skiing.
robberies.
Is that freaking crazy? Like, I needed to have a truck to go, huh?
This catastrophe
On
was
Saturday,
a result of
28.
years of
Maybe I'll go ski.
local politicians, judges, and prosecutors who sided with violent criminals over law-abiding citizens. Basically, liberals, or now they like to go with the word progressives. You don't hear liberal. They're liberal. I don't like progressive because it's a beautiful word. You know, they use progressive because that's the only thing they're good at, politics, I guess. You know, they're bad at policy.
I want to do stuffs. I want to do stuffs. I want to ski.
They're good at politics, but they're bad at policy because they can't sell open borders. They can't sell transgender for everyone. They can't sell men and women's sport. So they
It's
could
like
be the
a
greatest
6-hour drive for me,
politicians
though.
in the world, and
Low-key
that's why I'm
bars.
here instead of them, I guess. But just as we have in D.C., here in Memphis, we've achieved one of the largest, fastest declines in violent crime ever recorded. So that's something, right? Ever recorded. In fact, you're half a percentage point away from the record, so we'll catch them in the next month or two, all right? I think that's going to happen. But that includes a 60% drop in robberies, a 74% drop in carjacking, and motor vehicle thefts. We have always achieved numbers that are good. These numbers are right on line to be among the best that we've done. And wherever we do this, we have very similar results. We were in New Orleans, where the governor called us, as you know, and we went to New Orleans. They just had Mardi Gras. They said it's the first, it sounds terrible, but it's the first Mardi Gras we've ever had where there was no murder. Can you imagine? Doesn't sound too good, but, you know, we're talking about the facts. And they said we had the lowest crime that we've ever had on Mardi Gras, which is almost
What's the
nothing.
best
We
one?
went there
Number
about 4
one,
months
Mount
ago. We did a
Killington.
great job.
Ooh,
So we've
fire!
achieved a 70% reduction in murders from the peak in this place. In total, we've arrested 7,000 criminals,
5-hour drive.
seized more than 1,100 illegal guns, taken more
Man,
than
I leave here at 1
1,000
a.m.,
pounds of
get there at 6
illicit
a.m.,
narcotics,
ski all day,
and rescued
sleep
more
one
than
night, ski in the morning, drive
150
back at 2,
missing
get
children,
home.
making
That's
their
a
parents
2-3 day
beyond
trip.
happy.
Easy, fire, boom, boom, dang, dang. Boom, shaka-laka, boom, shaka, boom, boom. All right, I'm going.
So I'd like you to
dude, that's far as
please
fuck.
join me in thanking
Man, Six Flags is 40
every
minutes
single
from me.
law enforcement hero here today. We have
I don't know.
a small number compared to what's doing the job.
I'm about to fall
Who
asleep
help
on the way
make
driving
Memphis
there,
safe
so
again.
shit,
Memphis,
I can't
just
drive
so you
5
know,
hours
with
all
all of
day.
the
I need
things
to take
we
a plane,
said,
bro.
you have now developed a reputation as a city that's coming back stronger than any city in the country because of what's happened with crime and because your political leaders had the courage to do what they did. So I'd like you to also say a special welcome and hello to the Tennessee National Guard.
Well, I got some resorts next to me.
CBP,
Hold up.
the ATF,
Wait.
DEA, Homeland
Best
Security
ski
Investigation,
near
the U.S. Marshals, the Tennessee
Hold
Highway
up, folks.
Patrol, and all of law enforcement. Everybody got together
Never mind.
and they said, we're going to make Memphis great again. And they really did.
Does anybody live in Pennsylvania?
I talk about
Do you
how
know
good
anything
it is.
about Pennsylvania?
We're at 75%. Some people say 80, 81%.
Pennsylvania is
That
not
still leaves
comparable to
20%.
Vermont, right?
You're
I
gonna be
can't.
down
I
in
can't.
another 2 months, 3 months, I think. Andy,
Imagine.
We're going to be down to almost no.
Right,
You're going to be
folks?
an almost crime-free city.
Pennsylvania is like
You're
way
gonna be
better.
So proud of it.
I mean,
People
Vermont
are
is
gonna
way
say they're
better
gonna actually
ski-wise
come back
than
'cause you have
Pennsylvania.
everything going, but you had that one horrible cloud over your head, and essentially people know it's happening.
I made people
but
leave
essentially
talking about
in
bullshit.
another 2 months, you're not going to have anything.
Hey.
You're going to have a crime-free,
Love life.
virtually
Alright, we're at the bottom of the
crime-free
corner.
city. So today I'm pleased to announce that the Secretary of War used to be the Secretary of Defense. We made a minor
and the
change.
market is creating a wedge.
We like the sound of it better.
Also rejecting at
But the
110 into
Secretary of War just
115.
signed a
Let's see
directive
what
to
happens
ensure
here.
that all National Guard members serving on this task force, as well as
I was gonna say my
NBC,
contract's
New
still
Orleans,
good.
and our border
I don't even know when I
security
entered my
missions
shit
will
up.
receive the same benefits
entered
as
one.
active duty troops because
Hasn't
you
done
deserve
shit.
it.
I'm up by
That's not
2.58% on this one
That's not
contract. $40. Yeah, what's some good spots, Tyler? You can't say, oh, there's some good spots near you, and then not tell me the spots like you're straight up baited. So, which spots, Tyler? Huh? I'm putting you on the spotlight, Tyler.
So before we
And what
leave,
should I
want to
eat?
thank, Attorney General Pamela,
I'm starving.
Secretary of War Pete
Please
Hegseth.
help me
These are great
choose.
people. Chief
Indian food,
of the National
Mexican
Guard
food.
Bureau General Stephen Nordhaus.
I think Indian food.
FBI Director Kash Patel, wonderful guy, actually. You got to get to know him. Once you get to know him, he's a wonderful guy. I've known him too long.
It's a wonderful guy.
He's a good guy.
Chicken fingers,
DEA Administrator Terry Cole,
butter
what a
chicken.
job he's done.
Butter
Acting
chicken, honestly,
Director
probably
of
the
Vice
best.
President.
I ain't going front.
Good job,
I
Terry.
ain't going
What a
front.
job. In Washington, too. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great.
Hungry as
Thank you, Todd. Good job. Head of the ATF, Rob Cicada. Rob, thank you, Rob.
butter chicken,
Head
naan.
of the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
How much is this?
Colonel Matt Perry. Thanks, Matt.
$17.97. Cheap as
Guard,
shit.
Major General
Should I
Warner
order it, guys, or
Ross.
should I get something else? Somebody tell me right now. All right, somebody tell me right now. I'll pull the cha-ching, cha-ching. You know what I mean? I'll do it right
What
now,
did you
bro.
need us for? You didn't
Stop
need
playing
us.
with me.
Anyway, they had to let you do
Stop
your job,
playing
right?
with me. I'll
They
order
let
it
you
right
do your
now,
job
bro.
now. Thanks as well to Tennessee Governor Bill
Stop
Lee
playing
for
with
the outstanding job. Thank you very
I'm hungry.
much, Bill. We appreciate it.
I'm hungry hippo right now. I'm up 4% on this hoe. $40. Shit, that's my food right there.
Bill called me up. He said, we need a little
Man.
help in Memphis, sir. Would you
Tyler
come
said,
here,
what's
please?"
talking about ski
He said,
resorts?
"I
I'm
have
talking about
no
ski
problem.
resorts.
We
You
just
said
got this thing
if
straight
you
out."
live in NJ,
Thank
you got some good
Glad it
spots,
worked
but
out.
like
You haven't
where?
seen- What do you see? In 90
Bear
days
Mountain,
from now,
I see on Google.
you're gonna see numbers
Shawnee,
that
but
blow
like,
these off. You're
I think
down
I've been to
70,
Shawnee when I was a little
75%.
kid, so
You're going to see numbers that
so
you're going to be very proud of. Senators
What's that?
Bill Haggerty and Marsha Blackburn. Great people. Great people. You have some real warriors.
I mean,
too,
chicken
as your
fingers and fries is
congressmen and
$12.50.
women. David
Butter chicken is
Gustav,
like
Andy
$20.
Ogles,
So
Diana Harshbarger, John Rose, Matt Van
maybe
Epps, and Chuck Fleischman. Will you
maybe
all
I gotta
stand
eat some
up?
MRE
Warriors all.
for our soldiers.
Everyone. Great, great people. You don't get better. It's not the easiest job, is it? Huh? Speaker of that, you know what I like about them? They're not 3 o'clock in the
Is he
morning.
speaking in front of
Sir,
veterans
call
right
from
now?
Mike
Like
Johnson,
soldiers?
speaker. Sir, we have
Like,
a problem.
where is he?
What time is it, Mike?
He's in like
3
a
o'clock,
hangar or
sir,
something.
morning. We voted 9. We need, it's always the same, you know, it's like 8 or 9. Sir, could you call them for us and see if you can get their vote? 3 o'clock. Call them up. Hey, Jim, how you doing? Hello, sir. I'm not there. I'm not there. Well, you got to get there. 9 o'clock, you got to vote. Sir, could I have little breakfast so we could discuss this bill, you know, like a perfect bill. Like
Mountain Creek. I think I'll look that up.
The bill didn't have to be too great to do it. Said, could we have maybe a little breakfast at the White House, sir? So, because I could get there, but I'm just not there. Come on over for breakfast, Bill. You know? I got a lot of them, too. I have about 9 of them. But these are the people we love. These are the people we love. So I want to thank you all. Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives. And I hear this guy. I hear he's fantastic. Cameron Sexton.
It's all good. It's all good.
I have heard such good things about you. And you're working on a very specific bill right now. I know all about you. That's great. Let me know when it's finished. You know, you got to send me a copy, okay? That's great. Thank you, Cameron. You're doing a great job. Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Thank you, Floyd. National President of the Fraternal Order of Police. Oh, that's a big one. He gave me his endorsement. Patrick Yost. Where's Patrick? He gave me his endorsement. I said, well, what's your endorsement worth? How many members? He said, sir, we have 490,000 members. I said, that's a good endorsement. Patrick, do you think anybody outside of, within law enforcement, did anybody vote for Kamala that you know of? Don't say it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't say it. But thank you, Pat. That's great. We had an unbelievable. I do believe we got 98, 99% with law enforcement. And why
Bears
not?
are here, folks.
President
Testing
of the National
LOD on
Sheriff's
Spy Tribe.
Association, Chris West. Chris, thank you very much.
Today is bearish again.
Stand up, Chris.
It's
Thank
crazy.
you.
For
Why are
me
you
to
so
say.
far back there, Chris? You deserve to be in the front row.
Bearish.
National President
Oh
of the
God.
Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Matt Silverman. Great guy. Chris.
Market can't chill, huh?
All great guys. All guys we know.
No chill.
All guys. Thank you, Matt. They're all guys that supported me,
Fucking
Pam.
nuts.
Every one of them.
Look at this test
For
on
years,
Nvidia.
our
Do I even
leaders
leave into this shit, or
allowed
they keep? I don't even know.
entire
They don't.
cities in
They're
America
for
to
sure
be
not going
destroyed
fucking higher today.
by
So.
crime, drugs, and gang violence.
Ay,
Tolerating
ay,
this
ay.
violence was
Today they
always
coming
a
in it,
choice.
coming in
19
with
of
the
the
fucking
20
nasty.
most
Yet again.
dangerous cities in
Yet
America
again,
run
with a
by
spike
Democrats.
mega
I'm
candle on
surprised.
pre-market
I
7
thought it was
a.m.
20 of 20. I don't know why it's 19. I don't believe it.
Down all
It's
day
like,
long.
I heard it was
Intraday.
25 out of 25.
Candle
Well,
trader
I'll
done.
find out about it because I don't
Candle
believe it's
trader's
right.
done.
Whoever wrote that
Spike.
statistic is wrong. But under the Trump
3.75%, right? They don't
administration, we believe that no
understand
city
how
or
fucking
neighborhood
huge
should be
3.75% is, and they
In
see
Memphis,
the top,
crime
and they
became
what?
so
Hope on
horrible
more.
that
And that's the
residents were
problem with
made
the world. They see
prisoners of
candles,
violence in their own
they see
community, in their
candles,
own
and they
home.
forget the market
But
went
with
up
the help of the great people right
3.75%
here at this
overnight,
table,
right? Into the morning, they literally forget that this shit is literally 3.75%, and the moment they see 663, 662, people start talking. People start thinking about 665, 670, 675. This, right? There was 37, 40 people here for 10 minutes before the market went live today at 9:20 in the morning. I kept saying this is the biggest pop since last year of 2025 in 5 minutes span, right? 3.75%. We did the math together. I was like, are we sure? Am I sure about this shit? Oh, blah, blah, blah. 1% down pre-market. We're up 2.25% at the top of this shit. This is blah, blah, blah. 3.75%, right? And this is what the majority don't care about. This is what the minority cares about, and this is what smart money institutions are caring about, and they don't give a fuck about the candles. The candles can eat ass. The candles, yeah, it is in a bullish cycle. It is going higher and higher, but at some point, the candle's gonna eat ass because realistically speaking, the real life saying, this shit is crazy. Real life saying, this shit is crazy. Like it was saying, hovering above the 20 like fucking absolutely nothing. Hit that trend line perfectly, right? It was here. And I was like, is it really gonna chop here? And I was like, there's no fucking way. And then, where are we? In between the two gaps still. This is in between the fucking two gaps still above and below. But, I mean, at the end of the day. Cycle. Fucking crazy. But it's cycle indeed. I am just gonna close my eyes and order the food. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm very hungry. So I will order chicken, butter chicken. And I will add a naan and get 20% off this peach and get it for $17.97. That's as cheap as, that's a lot of money though, fuck. I could really go get some meat, some Korean barbecue actually, so I might wait, folks. I might wait like an hour, 2 hours. Figure out what I want to do on this Nvidia shit and go eat.
Who have contributed mightily to the Memphis safe
Alfonso said Trump taco is not working. You know, there's some fire taco. They have like a so this guy has a taco stand next to a highway that's like a local highway, and like, oh, that's actually fire. Actually, bro, you just reminded me of fucking something. I might get some tacos right now, bomb ass tacos for like $15.
When you sign the executive order,
I can't wait to. Man, though, but some Korean. Has anyone been to a Korean barbecue with their friends, folks?
Of violent crime to include some of the nation's highest per capita rates of murder, robbery, and aggravated assault.
Cut. Eat it with sauce. Eat rice. You know, cut.
Parents were fearful of their children playing outside, and local businesses struggled to prosper.
I need to go search for food.
The mission you gave us was clear.
I cannot order DoorDash because it actually looks fucking terrible.
Prevail in Memphis,
My account is just can't look full of DoorDash
will not
orders.
be surrendered to lawlessness.
I gotta just go buy and make food.
President Trump, thank you for your leadership.
Oh God.
We had a blueprint, quickly restoring order and reducing violent crime, given our success with Operation Make DC Safe and Beautiful, as you mentioned.
Hidden Angel said bulgogi. You know what's crazy? That's what all American people love. What she just said, bulgogi, but it's like the most basic shit ever. You gotta get that LA ribs, all right? Go Google what LA ribs. Everybody go eat LA ribs at one point in your lives, all right? LA ribs. LA ribs.
We have the support of over 700 officers and National
Alright,
Guard.
in a good place, they'll sauce it up. Alright. Put some rice in that. You know, put some, you know what I'm saying? Put some marinated sauce in that. Put some, you know, cut that up. Forget about poop.
342 arrests. This is last week's numbers. With charges ranging from homicide.
No, I'm kidding. No, literally, that's what I noticed though. I went to this Korean restaurant that's in like the, I guess like the suburban city next to me, and like there was like 15 or 5 takeout orders, and like every single one of them was the one she just said. And like it's like that's like the cheapest one, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, the other one's like $6 or $7 more.
Each of these arrests and seizures of illegal contraband.
The real places where they cook it up on the grill and cut it up in front of your face.
Bringing justice to victims, relief to communities.
That's like only near the cities though, like New York. Really.
Our work,
places
however,
near me or
has not just been about arrests, and the seizure of illegal firearms and narcotics.
Oh, we're talking about food.
Our Tennessee National Guard partners have made a significant impact while serving on the task force by administering several life-saving doses of Narcan to overdose victims. Chasing down and detaining a fleeing murder suspect on Christmas Day.
Dusty Vanilla said, "Where's your Discord room? Why, you're gonna talk more in the Discord room instead of the WhatsApp group?"
That's just a few of the things they've done. Similarly, our Health and Human Services Tactical Med, we call them TACMed, they're our doctors.
We're going on that Cancun 2026 Best Buy live trading group meetup.
And related
Christmas.
The fraud cell, the Memphis Safe Task Force fraud cell, has been a key contributor in targeting federal benefits fraud.
Yeah, it's too much money. What am I saying? Cancun.
The
Cancun, too much money. Never mind. Never mind. Las Vegas, all right. Las Vegas probably cheap for people. I don't know.
Their recent efforts have resulted in 2 indictments of convicted sex offenders living in housing paid for.
Whoa, Hidden Angel knows all the good soups.
1 indictment for stealing benefits from a Social Security beneficiary. I would also like to recognize the work.
You got me eyes closed thinking about food right now.
incredible staff at the Western District of Tennessee.
All right, guys, let's do our first and only poll of the day. Based on what has happened so far, in your opinion, the market is today into the end of the day, in your personal opinion, nothing else, just doesn't even matter, bullish or bearish. I'm posting the thing in the group chat right now.
Congratulations. Without question, the public safety outlook in Memphis has improved dramatically. In the past 6 months, collectively, our efforts have resulted in a 43% reduction in total serious crimes, 37% reduction in murder, 40% reduction in sexual assault, 56% reduction in robbery, 68% reduction in motor vehicle thefts, and the most impressive of all is a 65% increase in the solvability of the crimes that have been committed. These numbers are so impressive that it's often easy to just recite them without reflecting on significant positive impact that we have had on lives of Memphis residents. The city's residents and visitors are now more likely to venture downtown, and our local businesses are rallying back. Large-scale public events have shown improved safety outcomes, as demonstrated during the December 6, 2025 St. Jude Marathon, where 22,000 runners gathered without a single reported downtown burglary, compared to multiple incidents in the prior year. Perhaps the most telling of all is one of our special assistants.
Kevin, stream it. Damn it.
Recently reported that a traveling
nobody voting bullish.
Emergency room doctor expressed his appreciation
Might as
for
well
all
market
that
going
the task
bullish.
force had done. You see,
That was
he said
130.
that in years past he would see 3 to 5 gunshot victims per shift, and now
All right, let's see the
an
vote.
average of 1 gunshot victim.
Nobody. Okay, one person. DSD. Chicken Little. One person voted bullish. Versus
Underscores one simple truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 9 people, and then 3 people also voted. Who the fuck cares at this point? That's a joke post. So.
We can reclaim even the most troubled.
Why did you delete my comment? Because if you're here to break rules, and if you're in the WhatsApp group, the troll, I'm gonna just remove you. So.
It has been an honor to work alongside you, and I look forward to sustaining and building on these
Yeah, I have no
partnerships
time
as
for
we
distracted
continue
bullshit.
to make
So
Memphis
people make their
safe again.
decisions. I just make mine after the fact.
Thank you, Getty, very much. And Pam, I
There are a
think,
lot
thank
of
you.
things in
What
life.
a great job. And I think, I see them sitting out there,
That could be
the U.S.
distracting.
attorney and your assistant, U.S.
Anything,
attorney.
all else.
You do a great job. Would you please
Above all
stand
else.
up?
I'm disappointed.
Michael
in life.
Donovan, Thank you, Michael. Thank you both. Great job. Thank you. Pam Bondi, please.
Thank you, President Trump. You know, some people choose to tolerate crime, but you chose law and
Yeah,
order.
some people
And
choose to
that's why
tolerate
this
life
task
how it is.
force worked. It was all of us, as Gaddy said, working hand in hand with my FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals, ATF, with Cash, with Terry, with Rob, with
These people
Gaddy.
do this shit on purpose. I'm telling you, I have no fucking
with
time
Pete,
for it.
with
You're not the
Department of
first
War,
person.
with
You're
Homeland
actually like the
Security,
50th person.
with
So.
all of my agencies working hand in hand with the National Guard. When you went out there, when we came to Memphis, you could not tell who was with what agency because everyone was working so well together. Our U.S. Attorney, Mike Donovan, was out there. And not only this, everyone needs to know, we
Easy
met
as hell to
with
just
this
hop.
president multiple times
That's for sure.
about the president knew what
Change
was
your
going
name
on
to your
here.
name
The president
on the
cared.
WhatsApp
People
group if
like
you want to
Alice
stay in the
Johnson
group.
sitting in the
You're not
front
gonna
row,
have
who
some
is a Memphis
weird
resident.
sleeping,
She told us what
night
a horrible crime
thing as your
problem
emoji.
there was.
Change your name
And
to your
I
names
think
on the
the
WhatsApp
unsung
group.
hero in all of this is
It's
Stephen
only for
Miller.
active
Stephen
people.
is the
So yes, you are active,
of
but don't do
making
some
all
weird
of
stuff
these
because that's what you're
plans
trying
work.
to do.
Stephen, thank you.
Everybody understands what we're doing in life. We are all human beings. We make our decisions in life.
Very brief
You just gotta be
examples.
man
There
and
was
a woman enough to
horrible murderer,
acknowledge that,
Arsenio Davis,
to
who last October
be
committed a
responsible
gruesome
for
double
the
homicide.
actions and the
He
decisions
killed
and
his
things
mother
we do
and
in life.
dismembered
Because that's
another
life.
person. And
Nothing will
based on
ever
this
change
task
that.
force
Nothing has ever
working hand
changed
in
that.
hand, He's
It's always going to be like that.
Another example,
every single day,
a horrible monster
every other day,
with raping a small
and every
child.
single minute
This task force,
of
all of
the
these
day.
members working together,
Because that's life.
arrested him. We can give you countless examples of that. 770, over 770 gang members off the streets. And we know there's no normal day for a law enforcement officer. We know it's so dangerous what our law enforcement officers do. But know this, Donald Trump and this administration, we have your backs. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump.
Like, these people are, like, I'll straight up say it in the public chat. I don't even give a fuck. These people are literally grabbing my replies on the WhatsApp because I posted it on the main chat, what I posted in the alert room, and saying, oh, is this something that's safe now? Oh, first of all, I'm not a financial advisor. I don't do none of that bullshit, all right? If you don't want to join my alert room, you don't want to join my alert room. You're not going to sit here, though, and not listen and do evil things and then be like, oh, I'm going to request to join the alert room, but I have no interest anyway, haha, and then come and go here and there when things are good. That's not how life works. If you are here to do that, I already know what's going on, so please understand, I'm not here for that. I'm actually here for other people that want to stay here and there and do that and this. But when people try to do this and, try to be like, oh, this is so dictator. Oh, everybody look. Oh, look what's going on. I don't give a fuck because I'll expose it in front of everybody. But that's life at the end of the day. I don't care. Living the reality is what I do. I have talks with my family every single day.
Our military had lowered its
talking and living in the fucking reality every single day. So
and lethality. And right here in cities like Memphis, our people were focused
every single day
on enduring just what seemed to be the status quo of rampant, vicious crime. Well, they let those cities burn to the ground, literally, in the name of hollow humanitarianism. Weak leaders, and that's what it is. It's weak leaders. Previously provided sanctuary for hordes of dangerous
not a financial advisor. Do not recommend
on our most vulnerable. Soft on crime, defund the police nonsense, tied the hands of our brave law enforcement heroes while the bad guys ran wild. And the most basic tenets of public safety, the foundations of any civilized society, were labeled as too toxic to implement.
So odd.
Well, not under President Trump. Such engineered chaos combined with a wide open border. By the way, thank you for agreeing to sign that declaration for the Memphis troops, the DC troops, and the troops on our border. They'll now be paid and get benefits just like folks on active duty. Thank you for that, Mr. President. It's an important step of demonstrating how serious
like, first of all, it's like grabbing the fact that I'm not making a Discord, and then it's bringing it to the fact that I'm deleting a message that you are breaking the rules to post anyway. And number 3, you don't have your names changed anyway. And number 4, you were one of the people that used to channel hop a lot. So, not on a good strike anyway. But number 5, like, you don't have to cross lines. No disrespect, because I am not disrespecting you. You just keep trying to cross lines to try to do something that does not exist. I'm just trying to live life the way life lives, which is
cities where law enforcement can do their job. And to that end, the Department of War stands shoulder to shoulder with state and federal partners so that our streets can be defended once again. Kind of like the visual I'm looking at right here. I see a lot of civilian leaders and police, law enforcement leaders in the front. And who's behind you? Men and women in camouflage, having your back every single day like we do in this mission. So thank you for working tirelessly.
Tyler said, what a move up though, yeah, for real.
And restore law and order.
I ain't gonna lie, that's in 5 minutes now. Time is 1:40. What a
your presence
real move
has
up.
led to a massive reduction in crime, a reduction the good citizens of Memphis deserve. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in restoring street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood. You are saving Memphis, Tennessee, and the country, and we are grateful for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. Mr. Governor, please.
Yes, sir. Welcome back to Tennessee, Mr. President, especially to the iconic, great American city that is Memphis. We oftentimes say Nashville's the heart of Tennessee, but Memphis is the soul. And great businesses here, remarkable people, a true, rich cultural history, but a serious problem. And I want to tell you, even for me, today's a very important day, even personally. I'm a man who has loved this city all of my life. My grandparents, my mom born and raised, my family here. As a young kid, spent time with my cousins roaming the community, the neighborhoods in this city. But sadly, for decades, that was not possible for children to do safely anymore. And to watch this great city be plagued by crime like it has for decades was a very tough thing for Tennesseans to do. But as was said earlier, what's happened the last 6 months has changed that story entirely. And because of your leadership, Mr. President, putting together the Memphis Safe Task Force, putting these people, this leadership team in place, funding and making possible resources that have never before been made available to a city like has been made for Memphis. Because of that, because of the leadership here, and these, especially these men and women of law enforcement and the National Guard, who have, in fact, gone shoulder to shoulder with not only the multiple agencies involved, but with the people of Memphis. What has happened here has created generational change and will create generational change, and it could not have happened except for what's happening.
I can't go to a Korean barbecue because
so the people of Memphis are grateful.
It's like for 4 people and it's $150.
So for the work that's happened, and we are looking to the future. We believe that great things lie ahead for this city. There's a lot of work yet to be done.
How much this place is?
If
this place is cheap.
We are working together with the General Assembly to create legislation that
if this place is $25, $30, I'll go by myself.
That this is a lasting effect for our city.
If it's
I'm very hopeful.
Too expensive,
for the
then
men
I'm
and women
ordering
of
Indian
Memphis
food
that have prayed for
for
a long
$17.
time that the violence
Taxing
would
$1.
stop, for the businesses that have held strong to create jobs and opportunity for Tennesseans. I have a lot of hope for the future. I do believe and have believed all my life that this is a great city, and now it is on a trajectory of greatness beyond where it's been in the past. Thank you for that. And I will say, I want to introduce Stephen Miller to speak next. There is one person who showed up here early, actually multiple people at this table, but he said his commitment to whatever we needed for this city.
$32.95. That is super duper
he committed that
cheap.
When this began, and it has happened. And
it seems like,
we're
folks,
not done,
I'm going to go get
the
unlimited
statistics
sushi.
speak for themselves. What Gaddy just read out a while ago is
I sound so
hard
greedy,
to
don't know,
imagine
but
when
this,
we first started this
man,
6
why
months
is
ago
life so
that these are
hard?
going to be the results.
You know,
There's
why
more
can't
to
I
go,
just
but
have
we're grateful
an
for the
ability
work.
to just
Stephen, your
snap my
commitment to
fingers
us, Tennesseans,
and the food just
truly
pops out of thin
grateful
air
for it. And your
it's just in front
commitment
of my
to
face?
President Trump's
Like,
strategy.
it's about
not just to
time.
make
Like, where are
Memphis
these drones
safe,
at?
not just to make
It's
Tennessee
been about
safe,
30 years since I've
make
flown
all
a
America
helicopter and
safe again.
flew that into
Thank
the
you,
tree
sir.
when I was a young kid in elementary school. It's about time these damn drones ought to do something.
Thank you.
Man, I'll have a little helipad on my window and a little drone land my food here. Like,
vision and courage
China's probably
and
already doing that.
determination has achieved something that if you had predicted it 15 months ago, people would have said it was impossible. If you had said 15 months ago that we would achieve the lowest national murder rate, not in 5 years or 10 years or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40, but in 125 years, nobody would have believed it possible.
Oh my God,
And
125
President Trump
years.
did exactly that, and it is a miracle. Just think about this for a second. Under President Trump's leadership,
Trade said you
the
don't
largest
cook.
reduction in murders in American
Ain't nobody
history,
got time for
the
that.
largest reduction in violent crime in American history, the largest reduction in drug overdose deaths in American history, the largest reduction in fentanyl in American history, the largest reduction in illegal immigration.
Ain't nobody
in
got
American
time
history,
for that.
And the largest number of criminals
Ain't
arrested,
nobody got time
removed,
for
or
that.
deported in American
Ain't nobody
history,
got
all
time for
done
that.
in 1 year.
You know, I can get Beria maybe. Hold on.
I would just say this: if we had an honest media in this country, the statistics I just gave you would be 24/7 on the news.
Hold on, folks.
Nobody could have ever predicted
I'm about to get
such
Beria.
an
Hold on.
achievement would be possible.
I never had Beria in my life,
I want
so
to
it might
thank
be
President
fire.
Trump for is assembling the greatest
food.
national security and public safety team in American history. Because President Trump believes in merit, in competence, in people who get things done. So you look around the table of who President Trump chose for these jobs.
Hold on.
You
I'm
start
on
with
to something.
Rob,
It's
or
closed.
Gaddy, or Pam,
Fuck!
or Pete, Cash, Todd, Terry, the
They're
whole
closed.
entire team. What President Trump put together has never been
I'm
starving.
starving.
He chooses people based on their skill, their competence, their ability, their determination, their dedication, and their loyalty, and you're seeing the results.
This shit looks bullish
So I just
now.
want to again thank President Trump,
That
and of
is
course
about-
thank the
yes,
governor as well,
sounds like the
who picked
marketing.
up that phone, called President Trump, and said, I want you to help make Memphis safe, although I bet the governor would agree. You could never have imagined this safe, this quickly, this many people behind bars. And let's just remember that because of the work that President Trump is doing, not only in Memphis,
It's
not
crazy
only in
how
Washington,
greedy I
D.C.,
am. Like,
but all over the country,
every time I order food, I
ultimately,
want so much.
it will
but,
save
like,
and is
okay.
saving tens of thousands of American lives. It is, I'll use that word again, what President Trump has done on border security and
I honestly
public
order the
safety
same shit every
is
time. That's
a
a problem.
national miracle that will be studied not only for
Order
generations but
literally
for
the same
centuries
shit
to
every
come.
time.
Thank
Might
you,
as well
President
go out
Trump.
and eat. Like,
So, Cash, see if you can top that.
President
I don't know.
said, see if
That's
you
a
can top
tough one,
that, bro.
Cash.
Ain't no way
That's
anybody topping this one.
You know, Mr. President, as I look around this venue, I see and I'm reminded again
Nobody
why we
can
have
fucking keep
the
up.
greatest
That's why
warriors
this
on
shit
God's
is
green
fucking too
earth,
much.
the men and women serving in uniform, the men and women serving and wearing
One
the
or
badge,
two
and law
fucking moves here and
enforcement,
there,
our
sure,
police, our
but yeah,
sheriffs
it's too
around
much.
the state of Tennessee. I'm reminded that
Mr.
Americans
George, no
exist
good
to
too
protect
fast.
this country day in and day out, and they've done it like we've done it.
I'm not even looking at
But
the
what
SPY.
we
I'm
didn't
not.
have
I'm
was
not
you.
gonna do nothing
We
here
didn't
on
have a
SPY.
commander-in-chief
I
who
just don't
backed
give
the
a shit.
blue,
I have
who resourced
basically
the blue, who funded the
$940,
military, who did whatever
$970
it
in
takes
Nvidia.
to
So
safeguard every single life. And here
it's
in
okay.
Memphis, Tennessee,
I am
you have put on
watching.
a show for the world. You have allowed us to go out there and capture gangbangers,
I'm
rapists,
watching.
murderers, drug dealers at record
Not doing
historic
anything else.
levels. And for me, a first-generation Indian American kid whose parents fled a genocide in East Africa to become the 9th director of the FBI, I'm living the wildest dream you could possibly imagine, sir. But it's thanks to you. But more importantly, what I see when I look out across our great partners
You know
here
what? Fuck it.
in the interagency,
Indian food.
our great legislators,
Butter
our
chicken.
great
Chicken
prosecutors,
makhni with
and our
naan.
great attorney general who has the guts to go
It's a
out
fire
there and make
deal.
arrests, turn them into
1797.
prosecutions, and put people in prison.
Do
You
me
are
solid,
giving
baby
that
girl.
dream
Make it
to
spicy.
every single
But
child
I
in
asked
the
to
state
make
of
it spicy.
Tennessee.
Make it
You are
spicy.
inspiring the nation
Let's
and
get
law
it done. Let's
enforcement
get
to
it
come
done.
up and wear the
Food
badge
is
and wear the
coming in
colors of
20
this country
20
and
minutes.
safeguard our men and women
$19.
for
I just wasted.
generations
Fuck
to
it.
come. This is an enduring
Food is
mission, Mr.
coming.
President,
Food is
because
coming.
you have
I'm
made
hungry
it
as hell.
enduring. It
Please.
is going to go on for generations to come. They are going to try to achieve what you accomplished here, what Stephen said in just one short year, and
I'm
they're
about to
going to be
ask him
doing
to
it
make
for
this shit
decades
spicy
because
as a
America was
motherfucker.
smart
One
enough to
second.
elect you as our commander-in-chief. So while we're out there fighting for the dreams of our children, just know, Mr. President, how many millions of
I'm
dreams
gonna call him. Give me
like
1 second.
mine are going to be lived thanks to your brilliant leadership. Mr. President, thanks for delivering America the safest country on God's green earth.
Thank you very much, Jay. Pretty good. You did pretty good. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, please.
Great to be here with you today. And you're in the, obviously we're in the hottest country, in the hottest state, and now the hottest city, thanks to you. So we appreciate your leadership in that endeavor. Also, it takes strong leadership, Mr. President, to do what you do. We thank you for that and have a strong team as well. But I'd like to say that I appreciate how resolute you are in your belief and your attitude. And I think that's a testament to making America first. Also, I want to thank you for delivering freedom. When we talk about crime, a lot of times we talk about normalcy. But people get used to high crime.
folks.
They don't
Great.
understand what low crime is. And in this city, unfortunately, it became a normal thing seeing high crime.
Let's see what the news says
But
now.
you deliver freedom to the residents here in Memphis, as well as Governor Lee did. And it's as little as watching a kid or a child who said they had a bicycle in their living room, and now they're able to ride it outside. We take that for granted. We take that freedom for granted, but because of you, now here in the city of Memphis, kids can ride their bicycle
outside, which they never had experienced before.
As
and
their
now
highs in
what
the
has
day.
happened when you have
What
freedom,
happened?
Mr. President, you have
What
opportunity.
happened?
You now have hope. You get independence.
What happened?
And then comes prosperity.
Too much.
And that's what
too
making
fast,
America great
too
is all
much.
about. They can be anything they want to be. It
9:30
doesn't matter
open
where you
range.
start out.
Man, they went crazy
You can
low
end
too and
up
came
wherever
back
you
up.
want to
Like,
be, and that's
what
exactly
happened?
what you're doing, Mr. President.
Oh,
And we can talk about crime statistics, but I want to thank you for saving hundreds of lives. And I mean by saving hundreds of lives is those individuals who were not shot and killed in the city of Memphis. Those are saved lives that have something else that God's going to give them to do in their life other than be a crime statistic. In your short period with your team's approach, there are 10,000 less victims in the city of Memphis. Think about that.
Man, my eyes, my life like flashed though at 11:05. Like it felt so dog shit being down $3,000 or something for like 5 minutes. And then it started coming back mad fast. It was like 2.3K, 2K, 1.61K,
And I appreciate
500, 700,
your strong
300,
team,
200.
all
I
your
was like, what
individuals
the
here
fuck?
also
I was like, what the fuck? Like, is this really going on right now? Like, it felt so dog shit terrible at the fucking top. Oh my god, it literally felt fucking
But we're going to
awesome, dude. It was
Soros-proof
like,
the state of Tennessee.
I kept adding into this shit.
We're
I
going to
kept
take
adding.
on Bell.
I
We're
kept
going to take on
three contracts, four contracts, literally till here. And I got
We've already
one
done truth in
contract that
sentencing.
went
We're
like
working on
40%
three-strike
or something. I kept
legislation.
adding into this shit.
But we have a strong
Here
General
it
Assembly
was
that
like
will support the governor
minus
and me and
1.7K,
Lieutenant Governor
minus
McNally,
2K,
who's a great
minus
advocate
3K
in this endeavor.
for 5 minutes.
And the last thing I'll say, Mr. President,
Minus
is I
3K for
appreciate
5 fucking minutes.
your resolve to
And then it
not
started coming
allow
back, and I was like, what?
people's
the
words to
fuck
distract
is
you from your
this
destiny.
shit? Like, oh
Stephen
my
Miller
God.
just laid out what that destiny looked like, which is untouched in our history.
Oh, we
Thank you
like
for being
crazy.
resolute and not
I was in
allowing
fucking
those who want to
2DT
take
and
you
the thing
down
moved like it was in 0
or to
DT.
cause you harm, to allow you to continue
Ay,
fighting
ay.
forward to make the America
Man, this
what
is a
we know it
$10
can
move.
be, as well as the city of Memphis. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
662.8, 653.9. That's $10, and we did that up and down and up halfway. So that's
Very important. He's done
at
a
least
fantastic job.
18, 20 something. I don't even know. It's a lot. We're doing a lot. We've been doing a lot. This shit has to do a lot to fucking relax the little energy and the pressure and being.
And we can make America safe again. But honestly, sir,
Man, I love it. I was waiting all weekend for today, Monday. Monday is a great start. Man, this feels amazing. I was waiting and waiting and waiting all fucking morning.
More cities would just take the lead and have the strength and constitution like the governor does to make their major cities safe again. This is a prime example of how to do it.
Make America great again.
This is a direct reflection, sir, of the model that you put in place. This and the Homeland Security task forces that you put into action with your executive order are really what's going to make a difference to this country. You know, one thing, Gaddy brought it up, was the Memphis interagency fraud cell. That's key to your promise to the American people that honest Americans that need that funding will get it. What we're doing is we're having a reduction in fraud when it comes to SNAP benefits, mail fraud, and Medicaid fraud. And
You know, Dust went 100% to it since like 1 month ago. Like, I wish I fucking put in some money in Dust. But like, Dust
While
was
this
so
wasn't an
fucking dangerous.
immigration-led operation, sir, we did have 635
35,
illegal
dude.
aliens arrested.
69.
7
so
of those, which were Venezuelans
absolute
that were
wild.
this country or TDA gang members.
Last 2
One El
weeks.
Sal that raped a child, and another Honduras male that raped several children. Because of your
Makes
leadership,
me want to
we're able
cry.
get these violent criminals
Cause
out
I
of our
haven't done
neighborhoods
stocks in
and
fucking
serve
a long
Memphis going
time or
forward
put
as
my
the
money in
example as
ETS
Mr.
and
Miller
shit,
said, for
but
decades to come. So, on behalf of the
I guess I
Memphis
could have,
Central Agents
but I
of
just
Homeland
never had
Security,
one.
we thank you for your leadership.
Voice me.
Thank you very
Talking
much.
in the head.
And just, if I might, so
Seeing gold, I don't even know if it's good or bad. Like, I guess I could have
storm,
lost
the
money too.
Democrats have caused lots of problems.
I think it went down to like 6 fucking months, 4 months, 3 months.
We
Like,
shouldn't be in this position,
at
especially
some
when
point,
we're in
gold is gonna turn
conflict
down.
elsewhere.
At some
But
point.
how are you doing,
man.
and how is ICE doing at the airports and helping out?
Oh, you know, sir, to just have the opportunity to help our other fellow officers at Department of Homeland Security, we're doing great. We're going to make sure that your promise is kept.
Back into
that
the
we're going to help those
cornucopia
lines
code.
move, and we're going to make people safe. And no one should be nervous to go to the airport because we're going to make sure that every traveler in spring break has a safe journey.
I appreciate it. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Rob Cicada, please.
President, thank you for your assembling of the Memphis Safe Task Force. Your leadership empowered ATF.
My food is coming, folks. Butter chicken, extra spicy with $3 naan. Fire. We got any Indian food enjoyers in chat? Fire. It's coming. With, right, with that white yogurt sauce, right, with some onions, right, and a quarter of lemon. Fire. This restaurant gives it for $16. So cheap because they make massive amounts, but fire! Can't wait. Bring me my food.
Their leadership, their membership is currently running the streets without any sort of direction. The gang members are falling apart. They're weakened. Their ability to coordinate and commit violent crimes are broken down because of the Memphis Safe Task Force. We've also been able to identify numerous firearms trafficking task force. Some of the evidence items that you see here were recovered from violent gang members. Many of these
Mexican
firearms
food looks fire too, I'm not gonna lie, but it's same price and honestly, probably a little bit more expensive to make the Indian food for the same price, so yeah, I'm trying to get
those
more
weapons
for
were
my
used
money.
by the gang members to terrorize this community and commit numerous homicides and numerous aggravated assaults.
I used to love
Those
pizza when I was young,
networks
but
were
pizza is so
identified
fucking bad for the
and
stomach,
removed from
it's actually
operations.
terrible.
One in particular
Just completely
was
solved.
operating three 3D printing machines.
DC
making
Ninja said
machine
white
gun
yogurt
devices in his
sauce.
house when
Ew.
search
What?
warrants were executed by ATF
You are
and our
not.
Memphis
What?
Task Force partners. We are continually focused on preventing violent crime. In one instance, while we were out of patrol with our state and local
White
partners,
yogurt sauce.
our agents responded to a shooting that had just occurred and located a victim
Butter
that
chicken.
sustained serious
How's that?
gunshot
Ew,
injuries.
everybody loves that.
Agents were able to render first aid on the scene
What is it
and
called?
prevent that victim from bleeding out. Victim was transported to the hospital and ultimately survived because of the Memphis Safe Task Force
Raita.
being here. Our agents regularly
It's called a
talk to the
raita.
members of the community.
How can you say
the community, when we first arrived, was in visible fear. They were afraid to walk out of their homes to the corner store. They were afraid to sit in their front yards because of being in
Cornucopias.
fear of being
Bunch of
victimized
corns.
of a
That's definitely
drive-by
not. It's like
shooting.
lentil. It's
Those
definitely
people
not
are
corn.
now approaching our agents and our partners, thanking
It's
us
definitely
every day
not
for
corn.
being out
That
there
shit is
and taking the
lentils.
fear away from them so they and their family members could walk their communities.
I
and
don't know.
sit in
Somebody
their
tell
front
me. Is it
yards
flowers?
and talk to their neighbors
is it?
without fear of being killed or shot. So thank you for your support.
VC Ninja said whatever floats your boat. How do you not know what a raita is? Is that not a thing?
You do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Man, it's so good.
One of the best crime fighters I know really from personal experience because I've watched him more in D.C. than here, but I get the reports on what's happening in Memphis. And Terry Cole, please say a few words. Great job.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. Has given law enforcement the tools
President.
and the support to take this fight directly to the local street gangs, but also the cartels, the designated terrorists that are killing Americans. Your leadership is
Trade said it's some kind of
not only
snack,
the
the
local
yellow
street
stuff.
gangs here,
Crispy fried stuff.
it's
It's,
attacking
really?
cartels
It's like
in Mexico.
lentil, bro. It like
It's
breaks
attacking
down
the
really soft.
cartels in
I
Venezuela.
always like put it
It's
aside because
attacking
like, I don't like
cartels
eating
in
it.
Colombia and
Kind of looks like a
Ecuador.
rice.
And it's setting
Like,
the
yeah.
example for the world to see.
I only get the
that they
I
are
only use the white
designated
yogurt sauce
terrorists.
basically and just
They
put
are
it on the
fueling
little
the violence
sauces.
in our streets.
Squeeze
The
lemon on
DEA,
top of it.
along with
Put
our
a lot
local
of
task
onion on it.
forces, are disrupting the
Eat
supply
it.
chain,
Yum.
dismantling
I'm
networks,
pretty sure that's how real people
enslaving
eat it
American
with a lot of
lives.
onions.
This is America first.
VC Ninja
This
says
is
it's crispy
American
fried
first.
stuff.
The DEA is proud to stand along with our federal, state, tribal,
Really?
and local partners here in Memphis.
That stuff?
With our amazing military.
I hate that
National
stuff.
Guard.
I always
The
like
work
put it to the
has
side.
just started, Mr. President. We will take the battle wherever the battle leads us. But one thing can be rest assured.
Yeah, it's definitely that yellow
You
shit.
take Maduro out
It's
of
like lentils.
Venezuela. After you take Mencho out of Mexico.
I love the white sauce though.
After your diplomatic
Fire.
pressure forces the Mexicans to make a record seizure last week of 270 kilograms of fentanyl that was destined for the United States, this is truly due to your leadership. It's due to your partnership with law enforcement that enables us to do our job. A few small seizures from this task force is represented in front of you.
Why is
Close to
Nvidia being
190
risen up
kilograms
from the floor?
of cocaine.
I
Close
don't know.
to 50
I don't like it.
pounds of methamphetamine.
But more importantly,
I don't like
this
it at
task
all.
force seized enough fentanyl
Hell no, dude.
to kill in lethal dosages
Hell
close
nah,
to 20 million.
Why is it going so bullish all of a sudden?
20 million Americans. In a separate case, just outside of
Stairway to
Memphis,
Heaven. What
working
the?
with our state and local law enforcement partners,
What the fuck cycle
we
is
seized
this?
another 25
Bop.
million
Back
lethal
on a
doses
stairway
of
heaven.
fentanyl that was heading to our city, heading to our streets.
Okay,
I will
time
tell
is
you,
two.
Mr. President, in my 3 tours here to Memphis to put on the gun, to put on the vest, and go out in the community,
You know, folks.
I was welcomed. I was welcomed not only by an amazing Highway Patrol colonel
It's
and his team, but I was welcomed by
rare
the
that the
community.
president's still alive.
I was invited to
I'm
front
gonna unbox
porches.
my computer.
I was invited to an ice cream social, but that was in between the hard work of the men and women of the DEA and this task force that we're conducting daily. See, personally, I served 4 search warrants with the amazing men and women of DEA and the Memphis Police Department and Tennessee Highway Patrol because I believe in the mission of where you lead from the front. So thank you for giving us at the DEA the power to do our job again. Thank you for giving us these amazing relationships with these task forces and the Homeland Security Task Force and the Memphis Task Force and the Washington, D.C. Task Force. There's no command we won't go out and complete, Mr. President. We're here to execute your orders. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for this amazing opportunity to make America safe again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Great job. So just in finishing up, we have 2 great people that happen to live here.
I don't know
One's a
how I'm supposed to
business
take this
owner,
shit out of the
good one,
box.
and one's a good one
This is
also
so
a
effed
resident.
up.
And I'm gonna ask
How
you
am I
both
supposed to
say a
pick
few
this shit
words.
up and take it out? Like, what? Oh my god.
Mr. President, thank you for saving Memphis. And thank you for asking me to share my story. My name is Tim Pugh. I'm a co-founder and president of Pugh's Earthworks and Pugh's Flowers.
I gotta see how to
My brothers and I
unbox this shit.
2 family-owned businesses in Memphis, and this year marks our 50th year in business. Since we started our American dream. My entire family, including our new grandbaby, is living and working in Memphis. We want our family to feel and be safe. We have
How the
many
fuck does
friends
this
that
guy
have
take
moved
this
away
shit
and
out?
encourage their children to move away.
Oh,
because
he
of the
puts it
escalating crime.
sideways.
We love Memphis
Tilts
and
the
call it our
whole
home
entire thing.
and would never want to move away.
Shakes it out.
The crime in Memphis has affected my businesses. We've had several delivery vans full of flowers
crazy.
stolen as we're at the front door of someone's house delivering.
Is this
Turn around
really
and
how to
the van
unbox
is
it?
gone. We've had landscape equipment stolen from job sites, so now we have to lock each piece of equipment to the truck while we're working on a property. And because of multiple break-ins, including one night we had 5 vans with the catalytic converter stolen on all 5. Due to repeated theft, we had to install an electric fence and multiple
This shit came
cameras
upside down?
around our main store to prevent this theft.
Oh,
of this
hell
adds
nah. I gotta flip this box
significant
upside.
financial burdens and man hours. In the spring of last year, members of one of my landscape crews were robbed at gunpoint. This type of action became too normal in this city that I was raised in.
guys, I have a
and
question.
honestly, I felt that we were on a
Am I supposed to flip this bitch upside down?
How could we continue to operate our business when theft was
I don't get
rampant and, God forbid, lives were lost? Thankfully for you, Mr. President, we don't have to live and operate that way anymore. We have a great police force in
Puts it
Memphis,
sideways.
but they just needed reinforcements to get the crime under control. So thank you for bringing in those much-needed reinforcements.
Flips
Our
it
mayor is
upside
doing a good
down.
job. Each week he's sending out emails of the progress. And just last Friday, he reported that crime was down well over 40%. Honestly, Mr. President, I feel like crime is down 100%. And that is because of what you've done. We want Memphis to grow and prosper, and to do that, you
Oh, he's
must
so
have a
dumb.
low
He had it
crime rate.
upside down. All right, yeah, I'm not doing it that
People
way.
have to
Oh,
feel
yeah, fuck
safe.
that.
That wasn't the
Nah,
case
fuck
before,
that.
but now it is. Thank you to the task force and our city leaders for working together to make this happen. And thank you, Mr. President. Memphis owes you a lot of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. Great. And your business is doing well. That's great. It's going to get better and better. You watch. Thank you very much.
Delisha.
All right, hold up. I'm not doing this shit right now. I don't want to mess up.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is a complete honor.
Dang.
Thank you for saving Memphis. My name is Delicia Ballinger, and I'm a lifelong Memphian, and I'm a mother.
I don't want to mess up.
And I wanted to speak with you today, not just as a citizen, but as a mom who's lived through what Memphis has looked like. I remember a different Memphis. I remember when the city felt alive,
the whole entire thing
when
almost.
families didn't have to think twice about safety, when kids could just go outside and just be kids. We had places to go, things to do, and a sense of pride about where we come from. But over the years, that Memphis has faded, and what it was replaced with was fear. Before the Memphis Safe Task Force, I just didn't hear about crime, I lived it. I watched friends and people that I love lose their lives to the senseless violence. I've attended funerals that never should have happened. I've seen families torn apart, mothers grieving, and children growing up without parents, all because of violence that felt like it would never end. And those moments stay with you. They change how you see everything. But nothing's changed me more than becoming a mother.
Aww.
Because now, it
Aww.
wasn't just my life that I was worried about, it was my children.
My children.
There were days where I wouldn't let them go outside, not because I didn't want them to, but because I was afraid what would happen if I did. And the fear of stray bullets, the sounds of gunshots at night, constantly wondering if they were truly safe. And that fear became real in a way that no mother should ever have to experience. At just 5 years old, I could have lost my son. There was a drive-by shooting, and a random bullet came through my home in that very same space where my son played. And to that day, this bullet hole is still in my wall, a permanent reminder of how close I came to losing everything. My family we are good people. We work hard every day to have everything that we have, only to have it taken away from us. We've experienced multiple burglaries in our home, and it wasn't just the material things that were stolen, it was our sense of security, our peace, our livelihood. And that violence just wasn't inside of our home, it was all around us. Just literally 4 houses down from where I live, a grandmother and her child was shot. I remember what sounded like almost 30 gunshots.
Oh, hell no.
Yellow tape covered the street.
Cooking up now, bro.
After that day, those neighbors never returned. Their home
March 23rd.
now, with the for sale sign,
First day of the
stands
last
as
week
a
of
reminder
March.
of a fear so deep that they couldn't come back to the place where they almost lost their lives. And that feeling, that fear, is something that my family knows all too well. That is not how families are supposed to live. That is not how children are supposed to grow up. We've reached out for help. For years, we looked to our local leaders, hoping that something, anything would change. But nothing did. And that was until you, my president, stepped in. I need you to understand what that meant for families like mine. Because in a matter of weeks, we felt a difference. Today, I can sit out on my porch and drink tea in peace.
Bears are here.
My children can go outside and play in our backyard again. And for the first time in 5 years, I don't hear any gunshots in my neighborhood. It's been...
That is bearish as fuck. That's... I'm not going in. Holy shit. What the fuck handle is this?
It's been almost 6 months. And it's like a whole
Sorry, my
new
food's
world.
coming. I gotta calm down.
That silence means everything to me.
I'll go arrange.
It means
Perfect.
safety. It means peace.
Dude, 10.
It means
Bears
that
are
I
in
can
control.
breathe
Looks
again
like
as a
in one
mother.
fucking candle.
What years of waiting couldn't fix, you did it in just 3
From 2.
weeks. And I'll never forget that.
Right.
My family will
I'll
never
go arrange.
forget that.
Perfect.
And what's even more powerful is
Hold
that
up.
that impact
Put
did not
back
stop
on
there.
everything.
Because of the Memphis Safe Task Force, it has sparked continued efforts right here at home like the Make Memphis Matter movement.
led by the incredible, the most
And
awesome
it's so incredible.
State Senator Brent Taylor, started in
205.
2023, who is putting his best foot forward every day to continue the mission to make it a safer Memphis and to hold our SOARS-backed DA accountable at a state level and partnering with the amazing Senators Hagerty and Blackburn on a federal level. And it's because of leadership like that, I believe that Memphis can become that place that I once remembered. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for seeing communities like mine. Thank you for taking action. Thank you for putting Americans first, especially right here in Shelby County in Memphis. Because this isn't politics for me. This is my life.
All I know is my computer won't be like this tomorrow.
And this is for my children. In fact, my son, my beautiful
That's
son,
all I know.
And he would like to wave and say thank you because now he's free to live a normal childhood. Braylon, stand up for me, baby. And because of that change, we finally have a sense of normal again.
This
again,
is
from the
not
bottom
a sense of
my
normal,
heart,
but sure.
I truly don't have the words to share how much I appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. Memphis loves you, President Trump. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. I don't know, Delisha. I think we're going to have to give her MVP, right?
Memphis.
MVP, Delisha.
Memphis
That's
hot
a great
pies.
job. Thank you very
Memphis deep dish pizza. Sounds hella good.
I think she has to run for office. Would you like to become a Republican? She said, I am a Republican. I love this.
Dang.
Great job. Thank you very much.
On the spot.
So, you're going
Elected
to see
job.
some fantastic results. You already have, but you're going to see some numbers that are going to bring you into a level that few cities attain.
Alrighty.
I want to thank the governor. I want to thank the state. The state is just
Bulls are trying
a fantastic
real
state.
hard now.
First
In the
day I
3/3.
stepped in it, we were leading by 30 points, and it
It is
never went
looking
down.
very chopped
Just
up.
only went up.
But
So
yeah,
something
I
special. We
guess
have a
someone
bond.
could
We
argue it
have a
doesn't look
special
bearish
bond,
either.
you know.
But yeah, I could
You can be
argue
a
this shit looks
politician,
crazy
but when you
because
win
it's
something
broken
in
out into this blue line.
landslide.
So I'm gonna argue it's on this algo range and it's fucking about before it
I want
does
to tell
something
you, this
crazy
is
again.
a very, very
Dynasty.
successful,
There's 50 minutes left
beautiful
until
state,
power
and I
hour.
love
So
Tennessee. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Memphis.
I can't believe the president's still
Fantastic
talking.
job. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
About time. Young man. Do 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 do. Young man. There you go. I can't get copyrighted, so I just sing instead of the music. My guy is really almost here, so. Dun, 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 doo, 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 doo. I can't wait till the food actually is at my door. I'm gonna eat for a little bit so I can think about what is happening more into the long time frame.
Across the board.
Into the long
This was
time
always
frame.
the risk, wasn't it?
We
that
will see what they
just
say
like Liberation
about
Day,
the stock
you
surge
get
on
all bearish,
reported
and you
I
have a
read
president
talks
whose most critical
how
scorecard
to
is
deal
right
with
up there
the fake news.
on the board here at the New
News
York Stock
is
Exchange
saying,
that shows
this
the
shit is
major averages
crazy.
in the stock market.
I don't
And
know
a headline
if
like the one we got
Iran
this morning
news
and the comments that we got from him
is real.
directly this morning have
doesn't
caused
look
quite a rally.
real. It
Well,
doesn't
last year, Scott,
sound
the
real.
Trump put, if you would,
What
was in the bond
kind
market.
of
The Trump put probably
BS
was in the oil
are
market in
they
2026. And I think
every
that's
day? What the
ultimately
fuck
what we're witnessing
is
right
the
now.
7 a.m. move?
We still do not have enough
God,
information
yeah.
in an environment
Filled
where you
up
properly
top.
describe it as being
Is this the
binary to make a
real
determination
way?
if ultimately this is the moment where we just
They can
significantly move
bounce
higher from here.
in the
I do think
preserve.
today is a very important
This
day
shit is
from
fucking
two
crazy.
aspects. Number one, first of all, the systematic trend-following funds utilize 3 closes below the 200-day moving average. Today would be the 3rd day closing below that critical 200-day moving average at 66.25. Do with that information what you wish. It doesn't mean you're going to see significant selling on the close. It just means the overall bias will flip the same way it did last spring, which was the wrong move, and the same way that it did in April of 2022, which was the right move, because following that, you had 149 days below it and 20% down. The other element to all this that I think is important, I take the other side of it. In the last several days, you've seen a significant rise in yields, and you have seen equities that are correlated to that rise in yields. I think this is a tremendous opportunity. If you're looking for value from rising yields, I think yields are going to push lower. I think the notion of a rate hike is absolutely misguided.
I mean, it may be misguided. Obviously, the market.
I actually think you're going to get a rate cut.
The market says that there's a higher percentage of getting a rate hike in June before you get a rate hike.
That's the dislocation. I take the other side of it. I take the other side, and there's things you can do in the market for equities related to it.
Okay, so I just want to give you a headline here because there's been so many things that are happening, and it's a stock market that has come off of its highs, and we should just give you the latest headlines here. That was a post on X first. Iran's parliament speaker says no talks have been held with the United States. The speaker says, quote, fake news used to manipulate oil markets. Goes on to say that the Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressors. So that is allegedly coming from Iran's parliamentary speaker from a post on social media that has undoubtedly had a little bit of an impact, Steph, on this market. Talks that our president said
you just gave me discounted.
Place. Strong talks, he said. Almost all points of agreement.
I'm paying $5 now.
And Kushner, the ones who had them, they took place yesterday. They want very much to make a deal of the Iranians.
They were going to charge
we'd like to make a deal too. Going to get together again today. So you take it for whatever it's worth. I'll just go back to where many people are sort of putting their signposts today. That is a rehash of Liberation Day and the aftermath of, of a president who just doesn't want to see the stock market go down a ton.
Which is not a bad thing, right? I don't believe anything Iran has to say, so I discount that. I actually think that the Trump administration has been very consistent with saying to us, this will be short-lived. Is it 4 or 5 weeks, 5, 6 weeks, but not months, not years. And so if that's the case, in addition to heading into the midterm elections, I think it is going to be less than expected in terms of the time frame. He can't afford to have oil prices and just the cost of living this high and this bad for so many people, especially in a K-shaped economy. The high end can handle this, the mid and lower ends, they just can't. But there's still a lot of unknowns in general, Scott. So it feels good today. It will come down to the timing, but then I always come back and I bore you to tears with the economic data because it's important, because I think we are actually in a better position from an economic standpoint this go round than where we were Liberation Day, where we were 2 years ago, Silicon Valley Bank collapse, where we were COVID. And all 3 of those instances, we saw massive recoveries, and you had to actually be buying in the uncertainty in general, right? If you wait for the uncertainty to get certain, you're going to miss so much, and you have to think longer term. So traders, totally a different animal. But from an investment point of view, you have to look for big blue chip quality companies that get thrown out with everything else, and that's what I've been doing. I have been buying a lot, and I don't even have a lot of cash. We are way oversold. I would not be surprised to see a couple of days of nice euphoria here, but we're probably going to ebb and flow until we get that timeline. But by then, stocks are going to be higher, in my opinion.
Is this post-Liberation Day buy stocks part deux?
I think it is. I think it is. I mean, we're never going to know, as Stephanie just said, until it's well after the fact. But I think the president did just tip his hand. Remember, on Saturday, he said the Strait of Hormuz is not open in 48 hours.
Strait of Hormuz!
Now, let's be clear. I think there's another 3 to 4 hours before that timeline is up. And darkness is falling over Iran, which is presumably when bombs would start falling.
That's 2 days!
However, we have to give a lot of credence to the fact that he not only hasn't bombed so far, but he put out this tweet saying that things are good. And what it says to me is that just like on April 9th of last year when he was paying attention to the bond market, Joe, as you pointed out, now he is paying attention to the oil market, and he realizes we're reaching a point of pain past which he cannot expect to have his policies continue to enact it, and that he would probably get blown out in the midterm election. So
Damn,
he is
so
veering
he's
course.
saying,
Now, let's be clear. The
saying
Iranians
the
have a
news
say in
uses
this. They're not
bang to
exactly
calm down
opening
the
the
oil
gates to the
markets.
Strait of Hormuz right now. But that's not dissimilar to last year with the tariffs when he was saying that there are all these deals, and a lot of countries were saying, what are you talking about? So this will play out over time, but he has clearly tipped his hand that he's not going to allow oil to stay at $100 plus per barrel.
I mean, you've seen enough that you bought eBay today. You can tell us why you picked that one specifically, but from what I understand, you told our production team it's very much in the spirit of feeling like this is like that was.
It is. I mean, there's an old expression. We've used it many times on the show. History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. I think that's where we are now. With regards to eBay, this strikes me as a good way to play the discretionary sector for a few reasons. One, the discretionary sector, as oil prices and gasoline prices eventually come down, should see a pickup. But this also appeals to both legs of the K side. There are luxury goods being sold on eBay, but there are also all sorts of refurbished and secondhand goods being sold on eBay. And there's one little lever of this story that is not really talked about too much. This is where collectibles are traded quite often. That's actually a major growth channel. Company trades very cheaply, low teens on a forward multiple of earnings, very little debt, good free cash flow. They really shrink their share count a lot. You know, Scott, I like that. It's a growing company. This is a good place to buy it.
All right, Bryn. So it's your turn. I mean, you know, just playing off Jim, discretionary's up a lot. Airlines, cruises, all the things that got beaten down so badly over the last, 3.5 to 4 weeks are rallying on this news today. So you want to put it all into your own words on how you see this? We'll take everything at this point at face value because the market's moving on what the president had to say, despite, we're still waiting for some more specifics. But nonetheless, the market's reacting, so we'll react to that.
I think that we'll see what happens by Friday. To kind of build on what Joe was saying on the 200-day, we can handle being under the 200-day for probably 10 days. If you look historically, we need to get above that with the NASDAQ and the S&P to really be able to regain the bull market. And so I think investors need to look at that 66.24 level to see we're under it right now, but we need to get back over it. I think yields also 450. We were making lower highs, and 450 is like the next leg lower on those highs. As long as we're staying below that, I think that also dovetails with the 200-day. We're in good shape. And so I think investors look at the 10-year at 450. You do not want to go above. You want to get above the 200-day. And then going back to oil, I think that definitely everyone's right about oil being an important signal. But understand this is where costs globally are going to start permeating through if we stay in the 80s and 90s for foreseeable future, because 95%.
Yeah, Sumaya, you're getting removed from the group. I hope that's not you, Desi, but I don't know why you would request to join the alert room after all that. So, Sumaya, goodbye. You are removed from the group.
All manufactured goods, a critical component of that is hydrocarbons or petrochemicals. And so whether it's plastic, whether it's synthetic fibers, et cetera. And so that's where you're going to see, I think prices are going to go higher with planes. Prices are going to go higher with really anything manufactured, as long as oil even remotely is above 80. And so I don't think we're out of the woods yet. I definitely think there's similarities to Liberation Day, with the exception of that was a manufactured thing by the White House. They had the ability to end it at any time. I still go back to this is existential for the Iranian regime. And so we'll see if level heads, if they even have level heads, can prevail, and the Japanese and our other partners. But I mean, I just think that we're going to have to wait till the end of the week. And I don't think we're really out of the woods, because this is not Liberation Day. This is much more impactful, much more serious.
Yeah, but the de-escalation of rhetoric, at least, for the time being seems to be good enough for, as Stephanie, I think, rightly pointed out, and a pretty oversold or getting to that point market and looking for anything positive to hang its hat on. And it got it this morning, and it's reacting in kind.
Let's start with the latest on that and the comments for a potential ceasefire. Eamon Javers is in Washington with the latest. Eamon.
Yeah, good morning to you, David. President Trump said this morning at Palm Beach International Airport that he will delay bombing Iran's power plants for a 5-day period based on talks that he said are being conducted with the top person in Iran without naming that person. Now, Iranian state media, bear in mind, put out a statement this morning saying there have been no negotiations and describing all of this as President Trump simply backing down. But here's what the president said this morning.
We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
and if it goes well,
that's vanilla, by the way. But I don't know why you would do that. But yeah, you requested to join the group. But you were one of the people that were majorly channel hopping 2-3 weeks ago, so that's why I don't like that. But Garrett, for Steele, you requested to join the old WhatsApp group. I'm going to send you a link now.
well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Now, in those comments to reporters, the president also said he envisions joint control of the Strait of Hormuz if these negotiations work out, with control being shared by, quote, me and the Ayatollah, whoever the next Ayatollah is. Now, through the weekend, we've been following all this, largely getting information on the war in Iran through the president's social media account, which has been something of a head-snapping exercise. If you can follow along, on Friday at 9:43 a.m., the president wrote, "The fight is militarily won." Then on Friday at 5:13, he says, "We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East." But then on Saturday, we got this 7:44 p.m. post, the president making a dramatic threat. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. And then this morning, this is the thing that triggered the market move today at 7:23 a.m. The president reversed that threat he made over the weekend, saying the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. He said that he would delay for 5 days his threat to destroy those power plants. And talking to reporters this morning, the president said there were discussions yesterday that he described as stretching late into the night, but without really saying who participated in those talks or what specifically was discussed. So a lot more to learn on what these back-channel conversations may be and where they may be going, guys.
Yeah, although, Eamon, he did seem to indicate Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are involved in these conversations. At least that's what I thought I heard him say. As for who they're with, that was sort of more of a mystery, other than the president saying we're dealing with a man who is a respected leader. But again, to your point, not making that clear. He also indicated, interestingly, that it was the threat to the electricity production in Iran that he said at least brought them to make the call to have talks. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, he said that the Iranians called the U.S., not the U.S. calling the Iranians. He's often eager to suggest that he's not the one requesting negotiations, that the other side is the one requesting negotiations. And David, he put this in the context of a lifetime of deal making. He said, I'm a deal maker. This is what I do. This is what I'm doing now. So you take that sort of as one set of scenarios. And the other set of scenarios is the president was asked about the $200 billion request that the Pentagon is making for more funding for the war. He said it's always nice to have that. And he was asked about U.S. Marines and additional U.S. troops being sent to the region. He said, I'm not going to talk about that. That would be a terrible question for me to answer. So at the same time, the president is talking about winding things down in negotiations. He's also requesting more, keeping the request alive for more funding and continuing to send troops to the region. So keeping up the pressure on that side of the equation as well.
Yeah, I mean, he pointed to Venezuela as, see, we can do this. We can put new leadership in place that'll be more friendly and pro-America. And I think that's the biggest question here, Eamon, is who this man, this well-respected man is, who the leaders are, and is it someone that the U.S. can deal with and negotiate here in good faith? It's unclear who's running the country, right?
Yeah, we just don't know at this point. And the question will be, is Iran going to be able to follow that Venezuela model. The president has said that from the outset of this, and really hoping for a revolution in the streets by the Iranian people that has not yet materialized. Maybe there's some hope that if the bombing campaign moderates, that the Iranian people might take to the streets and replace leadership on their own. But all of that very murky and unclear right now. And so if you're betting on the outcome of all this, what you know is the president is signaling de-escalation this morning while keeping in his, the arrow in his quiver of re-escalating, because we do have that slug of money that he wants, and we do have those ground troops on the way to the region.
They're also sending missiles, destructive missiles to Israel still, which had its, 200 people injured over the weekend. Eamon, thank you.
But you missed some drama in the WhatsApp group. Nothing new. Same.
For a first on CNBC interview with our Brian Sullivan. They are both at CERAWeek's Energy Conference in Houston. Brian, take it away.
David and Sarah, thank you very much. We are
Let them
pleased
show
to be
their
joined
faces,
by the U.S.
though.
Energy
That's what I
Secretary
like.
Chris Wright. Secretary Wright, thanks for joining us. The president just made those comments that get a deal, price of oil is going to drop like a rock. I know you've been in touch with him. You've been in touch with your colleagues around the world, the IEA and more. Are we close to some kind of a deal? And do we even know in Iran who to negotiate with?
Well, if you look at the military campaign in the first 3 weeks, President Trump's leadership, General Kane of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just done a tremendous job. So we are rapidly eliminating Iran's ability to project power to its neighbors. You saw their attempts at longer-range missiles. This conflict is critical to remove the greatest threat to peace in the Middle East, the greatest killer of American soldiers over the last 2 decades, and the campaign's going well. So when the campaign's going well, the other side is thinking, well, maybe there's another way to achieve the same end.
It's a make or break moment.
Trump, he sets a bold objective, but he's always open for negotiations. If there's a better, simpler way to get the same place we want to get, we're all ears.
But do you think that we can even know who to negotiate with? It's entirely possible we're speaking with people in Iran.
Surely is the 200 EMA where we
claim they're the real leaders.
It looks like we're in the middle.
We have no idea what's going on. That we're negotiating with different groups about different things, and that's going to impact the ultimate outcome and the price of energy.
There has been quite a bit of turnover in their energy leadership, so I see where you're going there.
Also
Brian.
agree.
And that's one of the
Tech
things
really
we'll
needs to
learn
fucking
in
pick
these
it up here,
dialogues.
QQQ, or else.
Who is in power? Are they in power? How is it working? But again, always open for dialogues. There seems to be legitimate interest. We can get to the right place, we'll do it. But we're going to find out who the leaders are and what their authorities are.
So the president said the price of oil will drop like a rock, and it already is. The price of oil is down a lot today, but we're at 89 and change. We're not at 59. We're not at 69. If and when we get a real resolution to this war, whether that's today, tomorrow, or months from now, Mr. Secretary, what are your various scenarios for the price of oil? Because the CEO of United Airlines just said they think we're planning for the possibility of $175 oil.
Yeah, I think that's a business leader being very careful. Fuel costs are massive costs for all the airlines. I think he's being prudent and planning ahead. We certainly don't expect that scenario to unfold. I think that's highly unlikely, but that's what you do when you're leading a business. I think, fortunately, we went into this conflict, thanks to President Trump, with just massive American oil production, good relations with our neighbors overseas. The Saudis, for example, pre-positioned almost 100 million barrels of oil storage out of the Middle East before this conflict began. They didn't know exactly what the plans were, but obviously they could see tensions rising. They positioned oil overseas. The previous administration wouldn't even talk to them or engage with them.
Yeah. So it's a lot, but it's only 1 day of global production. I mean, that's kind of what we use every day.
Yeah, but it's not the what matters is the degree of the interruption, right? And this is a large interruption. Round numbers, maybe as much as 15 million barrels a day. So 100 million barrels I look at as a week. That's an extra week beyond global stocks, beyond floating storage, beyond our strategic petroleum reserve.
Sarah?
Right, it's Sarah Eisen in the studio. President Trump just suggested that You know, under these negotiations, we could see a scenario where the U.S. and Iran jointly control the Strait of Hormuz. I'm curious how that would work and what the plan is.
Well, look, these are early on in the negotiations. I certainly don't want to get ahead of the president there, Sarah. But clearly the world has seen allowing Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz, as they have on and off for decades, is just an unacceptable outcome. We need to have an end with some assurity that you can have free flow of shipping traffic in and out of the straits. Not just for the United States, but for all the Gulf nations, certainly all the nations of Asia and Europe and around the world.
So is the way this ends... Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up. Is the way this ends and the U.S. victorious, that they no longer have the control over the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, their country's still going to be there, but we need to be in a position where their ability to threaten the Straits of Hormuz is either gone or dramatically reduced from where it's been the last few years, the last several decades.
So if this war were to go on, and let's all hope for we all want a speedy outcome, okay? We're seeing a sale from the SPR. Some of that's already been delivered, very quick.
Yes.
Okay, but with the previous administration's sale from the SPR, there was some worries that the functionality, is the SPR broken? Is the mechanism for getting stuff out
You can request
broken?
to join the WhatsApp group. If I've never seen you before, you're just not going to be accepted.
Drain it, by the way.
People that are
Could there
inactive
be
get
another
removed
release for the
daily.
SPR if needed?
People that keep requesting to join the WhatsApp group and then keep asking questions because
Two things on
they're doing
that.
weird
They
things.
did damage the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 2022. So we are drawing
They got
from
temporarily
only 3
muted
of the
for
4
30 minutes,
storage
but at this
caverns.
point,
That
I'm
is
going to block them because it's weird.
Also, they sold
I don't know
the oil.
why they can't stay
Took
away.
that money, put it into the federal budget, and spent money on
Very
their Green
easy
New
to say
Deal
things,
further
very hard to
drive
do
up the
things.
price
Might
of
just
oil.
fucking choose the
We're
direction.
doing something very different.
Really seems
We're
easy
not
in life.
selling those barrels. We're trading those barrels. We're trading a barrel for delivery in the near term for over 1.2 barrels of oil for delivery back to us later next year. So we'll end out with a Strategic Petroleum Reserve that has more oil in it at the end of next year than it does today.
The American consumer probably doesn't care about the price of oil, but they care about the price of gasoline or maybe heating oil if they're in the New England area. You've got the audience right now. CNBC's huge audience. You could speak to them directly. Gasoline prices back to 2022 levels. They're at $5.56 in parts of California and Washington State and Hawaii. What is your message to the American people right now about what we can still do to bring gasoline prices back
I'm 30 years old. Going to be 30 years old.
There's things we can do on refinery efficiencies. There's a few more levers we have to pull there that we're looking at quickly. The goal, of course, is to get them down as quickly as possible. But my appeal to the American people is we've had 47 years of threats from Iran, which have artificially raised energy prices for decades. We're going through a short-term period of disruption right now, but the long-term benefits will be enormous. Think of years ahead and decades ahead for you and your children. You're going to see a much better world. You got to get through a few weeks of disruption, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate those disruptions.
Well, you got every major oil and gas producer in America, some, by the way, in the world that are in this room today, tomorrow, Wednesday. This conference, so critical. I'm sure you've got meetings planned. Feel free to share some of that information if you would like to. Are you going to ask them if they can or will increase production if called on to do so?
Oh, absolutely. The American oil and gas industry is extremely patriotic. In fact, we've had people reach out to us. Look, we're a patriotic industry. If there's things we can do to help the United States, we'll do them. And they are doing them. This is turnaround season for refineries. People are doing less turnaround, keeping their refineries running at higher capacity than they normally would in the spring. People are looking and bringing creative ideas about how to grow their oil production. Chevron's already grown their oil production in Venezuela. So the industry is rallying to the cause as well.
It's like you read my mind, because I was going to wrap it up by asking you about Venezuela. Where are we on Venezuela? I know it's a different type of crude oil. Diesel fuel, by the way, a major issue. Maybe talk about whether or not we're going to limit diesel fuel exports. Feel free to address that as well. And then where do we stand with Venezuela today and in 1 year from now?
Yeah, so Venezuela, right before the U.S. intervention, was producing a little less than 1 million barrels a day. And today, Venezuela is more like 1.2 million barrels a day. So that's 20% growth in less than 3 months. That's pretty tremendous. And I think it shows how much upside there is in Venezuelan oil production. So excited about that. And of course, when a lot of our refineries were built, Venezuela was the biggest exporter of crude in the world. So we're tuned to that Venezuelan Marais heavy oil crude. So more of that heavy oil into our refineries absolutely helps produce more diesel fuel on the heavy end, but of course jet fuel and gasoline.
Is there a price of diesel where we would limit exports or block exports of diesel?
You don't want to interrupt the free flow of energy trades. China got right out front and said they're blocking exports. We refine more oil than we can consume. If we blocked exports, we'd have to turn down our own refineries and produce less oil and less
when the
refined
TV
products.
and the news is talking about the 200 EMA, we're talking about it on the one-day chart.
On diesel that we can bring extra
That's the
diesel
one that
to the
matters the
marketplace, and I
most.
think we'll see that happen before too long.
Just south of here, I'll wrap it up. Just south of here, ExxonMobil and Qatar Energy have a joint venture called Golden Pass. They're going to be exporting liquefied natural gas. Qatar Energy's the biggest natural gas LNG plant in the world is now offline, and it may be offline or partially offline for years. Does that impact at all Exxon's plans south of here with Golden Pass?
Oh, that'll be on in the next few weeks, if not the next few days. So no.
Next few days?
Yes. That plant is very close to being operational. These are long, multi-billion-dollar huge projects. But yeah, Exxon and Qatar Energy are great businesses, very savvy in LNG. But yeah, you'll see continued growth from U.S. LNG to fill that hole. That's President Trump. President Biden had a pause on LNG export approval. Think of where the world would be today if we had a Harris administration still throttling American oil and gas production. Think where the world would be without that LNG. American LNG production is growing rapidly and will continue to grow rapidly to the benefit of our country, to the jobs in this country, and to the benefit of the world.
Those that watch the market update video would not
put in place for years, and hopefully the plans now will lay fruit for the future.
That are curious.
For that, we'll leave it. U.S. Secretary of Energy Christopher Wright, really appreciate your time, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be here. The future for energy in America is bright indeed. I can guarantee everyone that.
I don't even think the one on the Qs is being talked about. They're talking about the one on the SPX.
First, I'd love to get your reaction to President Trump saying right now there have been some good talks with Iran, how you think this will affect the situation in the market and gas prices.
Well, I think it's driven everyone crazy, quite frankly, because, you know, it was a very rough Friday for people who are trying to trade the market already with two conflicting Truth Social posts from the president. Look, obviously, we went through the weekend under the enormous threat that there would be attacks on energy infrastructure in Iran, which the Iranians then said would lead to the counterattack against the desalination plants in the Gulf, which is terrifying because obviously that becomes a humanitarian crisis very quickly if that would happen. So this was all the context of this morning there being an announcement, which in some ways was a true taco insofar as the president is now talking about negotiating. So in itself, that was a positive. And also, of course, suspending the bombing, according to him. And again, that's what we've been looking for, really, is let's just start by stopping bombing. Unfortunately, subsequent to that, and we don't know really the full truth, there's reports that Israel is bombing today. And of course, there's been various different messages coming from Iran along the lines of either there's been no negotiations or there are some negotiations in Pakistan. You know, we don't really honestly know what's going on.
So with all that going on, what is the market mispricing about this crisis?
Well, the Chevron CEO this morning said that basically there isn't enough information to price things correctly, but at the moment the future strip looks too low. I think the problem here is that there's such a devastating economic impact that it's very hard to believe that we'll sustain very high prices, because what you're effectively going to do is crush a lot of these Asian economies. You're already crushing the Gulf economies by the day. And so the demand impact could be very negative from all of this. So it's hard to outright state that, yes, you should be buying longer term oil simply because we could be into a global depression type situation.
You know, you just talked a little bit about big oil CEOs. What do you think they are communicating to the White House right now during all of this uncertainty?
above all, don't mess with the free market for U.S. energy. So the big message that they're going to send very strongly is
this is what I mean.
Ban exports of
Literal
crude,
channel
ban
hopping
exports
president trying to join the alert room just
at least
because
leave
they
our
think
market
they
open for
deserve
free
to
trading,
be
because
in the
obviously
alert
with the
room,
Straits of Hormuz
right?
being shut,
Channel hoppers
if you were
ought
to
to
directly
leave.
intervene
It's
in
sad as
the
fuck.
market, such as banning
I don't want
gasoline
that shit in
exports,
my group.
there would be a short-term major
It's
gain
sad
in
as
terms
fuck.
of reducing the gasoline price, but you're just adding a further
Don't want to
level of
listen.
distortion
You think
and
life is
uncertainty
easy.
to
You
the
think all that
market.
shit. Like, you ought to
Do
leave
you
at this
envision the
point.
Straits really ever getting
Please,
back
man.
to what we've known?
Come on.
No, quite frankly, I don't. I think this is because this is the first time it's ever been shut. It's a structural change because it's identified, what is a major Achilles heel in terms of the potential to actually stop shipping. Up to now, you'd always thought, well, it'd be hard to stop shipping because you can't put a chain across the strait. But what the Iranians unfortunately have demonstrated is that just by threats alone, they can shut the straits, and therefore that risk has been introduced to the market as an ongoing structural risk.
With all this risk and all of everything that we have seen, what do you think this effect, do you think this will have over big oil's investments appetite in the Middle East?
Well, up until a month ago, they were getting excited about reinvesting in the Middle East, and they were actually praising President Trump for the openness that they were finding when they went to the Middle East in terms of investment. A good example would be Chevron getting into Iraq again on better terms. Now, unfortunately, because of what we're saying about the Straits of Hormuz being structurally denigrated in terms of a much higher risk investment environment, we think that we're going to have to go to more domestic energy across the world. So that's going to be nuclear. It's going to be domestic gas and oil production to the extent that people can develop it. And that should fundamentally alter the amount of investment that goes into the Middle East, and also how much, for example, domestic energy infrastructure is invested in.
With all of this going on, what's your expectation for Venezuela getting other U.S. oil companies to go to work there?
Yeah, I think that's an obvious. Western Hemisphere obviously benefits from any uncertainty in the Middle East, and the general situation in Venezuela is.
I think life is that easy, and this is just,
while uncertain,
I get what I want.
Certainly being promoted by Chevron as one in which they're fairly aggressively planning to expand production and invest.
Nothing else.
And as time passes, I think you'll see more investment in Venezuela because it is such a huge resource, so close to the U.S. Gulf refiners.
Is that a 2027 story or later?
I think it's ongoing. It's just a question of time and money. So, I think that they are getting into it as we speak, and I think they will continue to do so, assuming the security situation stays okay, which seems to be the case. But again, the CEO of Chevron this morning at the plenary session was saying that it's just going to take time in terms of the ability to really redevelop what has been a sector that's been chronically underinvested and mismanaged for basically 20 years now. And so these things just can't be turned on overnight. So to answer your question, I would say more of a 27 and beyond change, but one which has enormous potential. There's absolutely no question. By some measures, as we all know, that Venezuela has the largest undeveloped oil reserves in the world.
I just don't do nonsense. The only reason why I've actually been winning all my fucking life recently is because I've been doing fucking sense. I just don't do fucking nonsense no matter what.
Sticking with AI, it's actually the perfect segue to Anthropic and OpenAI, which are in the middle of a high-stakes bidding war with, alongside, in involvement with private equity. The winner could end up deciding the future of enterprise software. Mackenzie Sigalos has more in today's Tech Check. Interesting way to try to get their technology in a bunch of hands at the same time, Mac.
Yeah, something that we haven't seen before. And the news today really builds on what we heard last week, that OpenAI and Anthropic are both courting private equity firms as distribution partners, trying to get their AI tools embedded across portfolio companies. But according to a new Reuters report out this morning, it's OpenAI that's offering the more favorable terms. They're dangling early access to new models, along with a guaranteed 17.5% minimum return for PE firms that join its proposed enterprise JV. That is well above a typical preferred return. Reuters reporting the company is in advanced talks with TPG, Bain Capital, Brookfield, and Advent on a $10 billion vehicle, with the firms expected to contribute about $4 billion. Now, OpenAI's Fiji Simo last week called it a deployment arm for their tech. Anthropic's running its own parallel effort, talking to Blackstone and others, but without the same financial sweeteners. And the play here, you said it, Kelly, it's distribution. PE firms sit on trillions of dollars in portfolio company revenue, and once your model is customized and embedded across hundreds of those businesses, it becomes a lot harder to rip it out. That creates the kind of sticky, recurring revenue that public market investors like to see. And the JV structure helps too. Deploying AI into enterprises is expensive upfront, requiring lots of engineering and customization work. By housing that in a separate entity, those costs sit on the JV's books instead of OpenAI, so the parent company's margins look better heading into an IPO. That said, not everyone is sold. Thoma Bravo, for example, passed.
Thoma Bravo passed, but they're the ones who have all the software companies.
Exactly. And so the value proposition here for the PE firms, they're not just writing a check, they're co-owning an entity that absorbs the messiest, most capital-intensive parts of enterprise sales. Then that's why they're getting that guaranteed return. But you had Orlando Bravo weighing in, saying that, you know, portfolio companies are already deploying AI without needing to commit capital through a JV.
Right.
Broader pushback, Kelly, unless you're the lead partner with the board seat, economics hard to justify.
Economist Stephen Moore joins me now. All right, Steve, look, we got a pause in the bombing. That's all good news. But we still have relatively high gas prices. You're still close to $4 a gallon. And you've got interest rates at relatively high levels. So what's the outlook for the economy now?
Well, it certainly is weakened, no question about it. I remember when we started the year, Stuart, I told you on this show I was super bullish. And look, I do remain super bullish for the medium term and over the next couple of years, but we're in some tough sledding right now, no question. And by the way, who would have ever thought the market would be celebrating $90 a barrel oil? And that's what the market is celebrating today, because it went up to what, as high as $110 over the weekend.
Feel a lot better.
And so I think it's important for people to remember that before the Iran situation began, we were at about $55 to $60 a barrel. So there's a lot to come down, right?
Really
and as it comes down, whether that's going to be in 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months when the straits are open, then we will see a resumption of oil back in the $55 to $60 range. And that's very, very bullish for markets. It's just a question of how long it takes. Now, in direct answer to your question about what's going to happen with consumer prices, we're going to see a bump up, no question about it, over the next 4 or 6 weeks when we get these new reports. We could see inflation go up to as high as 4.5%, but it's temporary. It's temporary.
How long do you think it's going to be before diesel starts to come down? I've got diesel averaging across the country at $5.28 a gallon. That's really hurting farmers and industry, manufacturers. How long before that comes down?
That's for sure.
Yeah, truckers aren't too happy either. I was talking to a bunch of truckers the other day. They're saying it just raised their costs for everything they're doing. Well, the price of diesel will come down with the price of gasoline.
That's why I'm okay
no
with
question
President
about
Trump
it.
doing all this
And they run parallel. Right now, you're
happy
seeing
about
very high prices of diesel.
I think a lot of
which is
Americans
the
could say the
major,
same thing.
Transportation
A lot of people are
fuel for
happy
industry.
no matter what. If oil goes
it'll come down
no matter how it goes.
when you get the oil supply going. And again, I said this last week, but it just bears repeating. There's no supply problem with respect to global oil production. In fact,
happy as shit no matter how oil
will be
goes down.
awash in oil and gas.
Whether
as soon as we get this
fucking means
situation
they have to
resolved
fucking
in
be
the
like,
Middle
oh,
East. You're going to have Venezuelan oil, you're going to have South American oil, you're going to have, America's producing records amounts of oil and gas. I said this a few weeks ago. I want to repeat it.
We'll hover at 200 EMA if that happens,
maybe. The United States today is a net exporter of oil and gas. We actually produce more oil and gas for the first time in 50 years.
At some point or not.
Trump's drill baby drill policies than we consume. So there's no supply problem. It's just this temporary situation in the Middle East, which will be resolved. Trump will be victorious, and we will be back. Then I'll come on your show again and say I'm super bullish when that happens.
I have to tell you that I've been in touch with some colleagues and sources overseas over the weekend, and there was a sense of panic because their energy supplies are running really low, and they're really worried about inflation. So I wonder if this was this pause was a response by the president to alleviate the panic that's being felt around the world. Last word to you.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, but remember, what's the old saying? It's always darkest before the dawn. And I'm telling you, the dawn is right around the corner, and things are going to get better. And that means, you know, maybe buying stocks right now at relatively low prices, given where we were, might not be such a bad idea.
That might just happen too. Steve, thanks very much for joining us on an important day. We take it. Thanks very much.
Those who sheath their sword and know how to control it, know how to control themselves, will inherit the world.
Out fresh waves of strikes against Iran. It comes as President
Those
Trump
that sheath their swords and know how to be a woman and a man enough to control it will inherit the world.
Welcome back to the show. U.S. and Israeli forces carrying out fresh waves of strikes against Iran.
Amen.
It comes as President Trump says the U.S. military is postponing strikes on the regime's power plants after claiming the two sides held productive talks on ending the conflict. Steve Harrigan is in Armenia. He's near the border with Iran for an update. Hi, Steve.
Dana, President Trump announcing a 5-day pause on any U.S. attacks on Iran's infrastructure. Posting on social media, the president said, "I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants." Iran, for its part, has denied that there have been any direct negotiations with the U.S., and they've also threatened to retaliate against any strikes on their energy infrastructure. They said they would attack any and all energy plants across the Mideast, including the Barak nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. The Revolutionary Guard posting a chilling note on state television saying, "Do not doubt that we will do this." Dana, back to you.
Steve, thank you so much.
So, Dana, we talked about this at the end of last week, and a lot of this information has changed over the weekend. But these were the military installations, in addition to the energy installations that were hit, or targeted anyway, by Iran. You had a refinery north of Tel Aviv near Haifa. You had a refinery here on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, a long way away from Tehran. Just across the Strait of Hormuz in Kuwait, Qatar, and UAE. But that's just some of them, okay? So this is what we tried to do on this map. All these little different colored dots, all right? Red represents a plant, yellow is a port, green is storage, and blue is a field. And what I see here, well, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, all this is on the west side of the Strait of Hormuz, which essentially, it could be less than 100 miles for a drone or a missile launched by Iran to go ahead and target some of these energy facilities in these Gulf countries. This, however, is the thing to keep in mind. Strait of Hormuz, that choke point, 20% of the natural gas and the oil that comes out of that part of the world goes to Europe. Another 80% goes to Asia. So you see, it is the engine in a lot of ways for these countries around the world. General Jack Keene's with us now. And, sir, good morning to you. Let's get caught up on this. It's great to have you on. We heard from the president last hour. If the U.S. were to take action against these power plants in Iran, basically knocking out the electricity for 92 million people, that would take the war to a next level. What can you add about the reports of communications and talks with senior officials in the Iranian government at this hour, General?
Well, I don't know what's taking place in terms of the negotiations. I do know that the likelihood of talking to someone is who they believe is a moderate, but most intel people regard that someone that they're talking to as another hardliner in the Iranian administration and part of the regime. I mean, listen, what we have seen in negotiations in the past is the Iranians are willing to promise something and then cheat, and lie. That is one of the reasons why we're in this in the first place. That's what we're doing. Because we came to the realization there's no really dealing with this regime.
That's what we're doing right now.
We have to take away their capabilities to attack us and do harm in the region. That is what this whole
That's what we're doing right now.
And we're well on our way to achieving all of that, Bill, to absolutely include plans to open up the Straits of Hormuz. There's no doubt we're going to open up the Straits of Hormuz because we're going to take control of it. And we'll be able to hold on to that reality over time. What we can't do is, through negotiations, open up the Straits of Hormuz, enter into some deal with the Iranians. Yeah, they'll back off. and then we'll end hostilities prematurely. And what happens as a result of that? One, they still have capability to attack us.
What's going on here?
Even though that was our goal.
No one's in control over there. No one's in
they
control
can
until we
blackmail and use the Straits of Hormuz as hostage in the future. We are going. I think we're going to stay on path here. I have complete confidence that the American president, President Trump, knows what our plan is, knows how far along we are in achieving that plan, and that we can achieve that plan and achieve reality. If we're talking to this regime,
there's no way
and some
Nvidia can go
member
lower
in
than,
it
can it? Fuck.
who maybe is willing to undermine the rest of the regime and make a deal with us about what I would refer to as more terms of surrender, That's attractive.
Damn, went
but
10
if this is
went
just
10%
another
down today.
diplomatic effort for us to stop hostilities before we achieve our military objectives, that doesn't make any sense. I don't see our president succumbing to anything like that.
It's a very insightful answer. Sir, what did this announcement 2 hours ago about a 5-day delay mean to you?
Okay. Wow, oil went down crazy.
Well, I think it's predicated on the fact that some kind of negotiations taking place.
That's crazy.
I never thought the power plant deal would actually stop their behavior that much, because the Mossad has blew up power plants in the past through the years. I mean, if we're trying to do something to gain some leverage over the regime in addition to the military capabilities we're displaying, I would tie up all of the Iranian export shipping that's coming through the Straits and deal with the countries it's going to, China, Russia, Pakistan, and India, and tell them I got no choice but to stop this. And in other words, you're shutting down the Iranian trafficking through the Straits of Hormuz, and you go into those countries to put pressure on Iran to open the whole Straits of Hormuz as a result of it. To me, that's more attractive than dealing with power plants. But I'll leave it the plans that are already in place here. I just know this, Bill. Our military objectives, we are achieving them, knocking them down one at a time, and the Israelis are as well. And we're in a very good place to achieve all of those objectives over time. And listen, no one's even thinking that this would go likely beyond 60 days. Can you imagine conducting a campaign in several weeks to achieve the military objectives that we have assigned to ourselves? It is condition-based. And it's the reality of those conditions that we're dealing with. The Straits of Hormuz are blocked. Okay, that's a condition that we're dealing with. And that will be opened up. That's a fact. Their ballistic missile program, longer range than what we had expected. This is the adversary taking a vote here. We adapt to that. And the answer to that is take all their ballistic missile programs down. And we're about the path of doing just that. Okay. We have to adapt to the enemy as well as the enemy trying to adapt to us.
We'll get it.
They reset the whole thing, but it is an insane cycle. They're creating a crazy
Let's talk later in the week. I know we will. Maybe even later today.
They're literally creating the great American flag. Look at this shit.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out how.
Yeah, how exactly? It's crazy.
The deadly runway collision at LaGuardia Airport, an Air Canada jet colliding with a fire truck crossing the runway while landing. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is on his way to the scene as the NTSB investigates. And welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Wow, morning to you. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning again. Second hour begins now, and here's what we know. Both pilots in New York were killed in that collision. It happened just seconds after touchdown around midnight last night. There were dozens of passengers on board taken to the hospital. The very busy New York City airport is still closed as of this hour, adding to the widespread travel disruptions caused by the partial government shutdown. This, however tragic, I should say, notwithstanding, the issues at the airport for hundreds of thousands of travelers continues to grind on.
And the workers, of course, are having to deal with that. And harrowing new audio appears to show an air traffic controller giving the fire truck clearance just moments before the crash. Listen.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, stop. Stop, truck one. Stop.
There's a try.
Stop, truck one. Stop. No 2603, go around. Runway heading 2000. Jet 646. Jet 646, I see you collide with vehicle in hold position. I know you can't move.
CB Cotton live on the scene with these developing details. Hi, CB.
Dana, good morning. Yes, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy will join NTSB investigators as the work continues to figure out how this happened. If you take a look here, you can see the Air Canada plane is still on the runway, badly damaged. In audio from moments after the crash, you can also hear what appears to be that air traffic controller saying he made a mistake.
That wasn't good to watch. Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up. No, man, you did the best you could.
So, as you mentioned, 2 pilots were tragically killed after the violent collision between the Air Canada plane and a Port Authority fire truck. After the crash, the nose of the aircraft was completely sheared off, and you could see cables and debris hanging from the mangled cockpit. Just feet away, the damaged fire truck lying on its side. Officials say the flight from Montreal was landing at around 11:30 Sunday night when it collided into a fire truck that was responding to another issue. We're told dozens of people were hospitalized and many have since been released, but the Port Authority says serious injuries remain. The 2 people in the fire truck, thankfully, are expected to be okay. Our Fox weather team has told us there was light rain, fog, and mist at the time of the crash, but nothing else. Aviation experts tell Fox the runways at LaGuardia Airport are difficult to route.
It's incredibly difficult. We have, ground control, air traffic control, 2 different frequencies. And LaGuardia is literally like a maze. I mean, it's almost like the New York City streets. Very, very complex. And LaGuardia is on a very small parcel of property with intersecting runways. I've talked about LaGuardia before. It's a very dangerous airport because of the short runways and, all the different taxiways.
There are no flights in or out of LaGuardia today until at least 2 p.m. Eastern, but it could be even later than that if the NTSB needs to finish its investigation. Dana.
Thank you, CB. We appreciate it.
So more on this with former FAA spokesman Scott Brenner. And Scott, welcome to our coverage. That guest said that LaGuardia is dangerous. I would say it's difficult and it's challenging. Dangerous, I would not put that in that category. What do you see happening here, Scott, last night at midnight?
No, yeah, I would agree, Bill. It's a safe airport and has been a safe airport for a long time. I mean, the FAA has put some limitations on that airport where they limit the number of takeoffs and landings. It's like 71 per hour. So it's a very constricted airport, but there is stuff going on. There is lots of traffic going on. And anytime I see one of these crashes, right, it's a series of events that led to this, right? So United Flight declares an emergency because some of the flight attendants aren't feeling well. They roll the fire truck, and this is what happens. But then you also see the development of technology. I mean, this is a long-standing problem, the intersection of ground equipment and aircraft. And the FAA, probably 20 years ago, developed a system called Airport Service Detection Equipment, ASDX. And we've got it deployed at about 35 airports right now nationally. It's a great technology, and it alerts controllers about potential conflicts. And I'm assuming that this controller or everybody in that tower was seeing an alert going off as this fire truck was going across that active runway and you had that Jazz Air coming in. So it's all very frustrating to see that we had the technology and now we just have to figure out why it happened.
And you mentioned this ASDEX surface detention tech. We have a graphic there for everybody to see where that takes place. One thing for you, you are a spokesperson, and I think that when you have on audio an air traffic controller saying, I messed up, I mean, I don't know how much more in the investigation needs to take place. He said he messed up. Scott.
Yeah, so it is hard. I mean, again, as we see with these crashes again, early indicators are always usually wrong, so we'll see what happens. But he did clear that fire truck to go across an active runway knowing that aircraft was coming in. And I don't know if there was an assumption made that he could get across it quick enough or if he did that fire truck hold short before he went across the runway and asked for permission. So we've got a lot to see. But I believe controllers, anytime there's a crash, everybody feels somewhat responsible for it. What could I have done differently to have prevented that happening?
Scott, I wonder if the time of day mattered here. It's midnight. Passengers have had a long day. Crews had a long day. The pilots. Many of these airports at midnight, you can just cruise right across the tarmac.
Yeah.
But this one proved deadly. Scott, thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
Scott Brenner, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One. Developments really by the hour right now, sometimes by the minute in the Middle East. A short time ago, President Trump posting this on Truth Social. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Lucas Tomlinson live in Dubai with the latest from there now. Lucas, hello.
Good morning, Bill. And over the weekend, President Trump had given Iran a 48-hour deadline that was set to expire at 7:44 p.m. Eastern Time early tomorrow morning here in the region. But after that True Social post that you just read, Bill, President Trump now extending that deadline 5 days, perhaps after the markets closed, after he said he had good and positive discussions with the Iranians. Now, the Iranians denied that any kind of discussions took place. But here in the UAE, it joined more than 20 nations that have signed on to help open the Strait of Hormuz and condemned Iran's action. They said they would be willing to contribute, but did not list any specifics. But they want to get the Strait of Hormuz open. And over the weekend, U.S. forces did not get the weekend off, Bill. And now it's over 8,000 strikes hitting targets deeper now inside Iran, including destroying more of Iran's one-way attack drones. Though Iran's still averaging over 60 drones and over 24 ballistic missile launches each day throughout countries in the region, more than 3 weeks into this war. And just a short time ago, as American-Israeli airstrikes continue, the air tasking order starting lineup in layman's terms, Bill, will be without the USS Gerald R. Ford. She just arrived in Crete earlier today in the Eastern Mediterranean. After a fire on board in the laundry room, she will be replaced by the USS George H.W. Bush, getting ready to set sail in the coming days from Norfolk. And the USS Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group should be arriving here in the Middle East in the coming days with over 2,000 Marines on board, and an equal number in the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit aboard the USS Boxer should be here in about a month after leaving San Diego in the past week. Now, there's also indications based on plane spotters that elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, probably the Alert Brigade, have arrived here in the region based on flights, cargo flights from Fort Bragg and likely also Fort Campbell. That's also home to elements of the 18th Airborne Corps, of course, 101st Airborne Division. Bill.
Lucas, thanks. Nice to see you again. Dubai, Lucas Tomlinson. Dana.
For more on this, let's bring in Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman, of course, a former CIA chief of station. President Trump saying that he's instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes for 5 days, and then followed up by saying that we're having, I think it was good talks. Iran immediately said, we're not having any talks. The president is not telling the truth. Obviously, have plenty of reason to be skeptical of the Iranians and anything that they say. How do you measure it right now?
Well, the United States and Israel have decapitated Iran's leadership, destroyed much of Iran's ballistic missile capability, their drones, and targeted Iran's nuclear facilities. However, Iran has demonstrated the ability to continue to launch drone and missile strikes, including at the Diego Garcia base, at a distance farther than many thought Iran was capable of launching. And Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. And I think for every moment the Strait of Hormuz is closed, that's Iran's demonstrating their resilience. What they're telling us by doing that is that we can bomb them into oblivion, decapitate their leadership, and force them to go deeper into their security apparatus to find new leaders. But they're still standing. And they will want to dictate when this war ends, how it ends. And at the heart of it, Iran doesn't want to negotiate with the United States. At least there's no evidence that they want to, about their ballistic missiles nuclear program and support to proxy terrorists. That is the reason why the United States got into this war at the very beginning. So, look, this is going to be a critical week for us, clearly. We'll stand by for evidence that any discussions are happening, but how the war ends will be as important as how it began and why it began.
All right, well, let me show you. You mentioned the United States being able to eliminate many of the notable Iranian leaders. Let's put them on the board. So here's all of them. And yet, they are still able to make decisions. And one of those decisions was to launch these missiles. I can pull up this map here. You mentioned Diego Garcia. So that's way down in, I believe, would you call that the Indian Ocean? Am I correct? And so I actually got to go there one time on a refueling stop. There's nothing there, but it's at a key strategic location. And if you pull up the next map, everybody.
Guys, has anyone here played Ark Raiders?
Iran is
I'm
much
about to
more
play some
capable,
Ark Raiders
apparently,
tonight.
and we don't know how many they have, of being able to reach
anybody wants
other
to play,
places.
hit me
So,
up.
in some sense, Iran could widen
Let's
this.
get it done, bro! Her down!
They could, and there's still more to do, and our intelligence community has been on high alert for Iranian cyber attacks against our critical infrastructure. We also have to be on high alert for Iranian terrorist operations all over the world, including here in the homeland. And remember that the leader of al-Qaeda, Saif al-Adil, has been enjoying sanctuary in Iran. So we have to be on high alert for that as well.
Let me ask you one other thing. Mark Rutte, who is, of course, NATO Secretary General, talked to Shannon Bream yesterday, saying that he thinks that the allies will join together and help us. Watch.
European allies and partners
45
all over
minutes
the world
left till market close. Tomorrow is here.
the last couple of weeks to make sure that we come together, that they started planning to see what we can do collectively. As allies, as partners of the United States, at the moment as possible, for the Strait of Hormuz to open up. And therefore, answering the President's call on this. When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, Iran, I'm absolutely convinced
about that good profit right now,
get
boy.
this
I'm
done
going
together.
up even more right now, boy.
Actually, it is already being planned.
A good message, but he said it's already being planned and we're going to start to plan this week. But you just said this week is very critical. I mean, time is of the essence?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Not like fine wine getting better with age. We've got to move on this quickly. Iran wants to fight their war of attrition against us and drive up the price of this war for the United States and the rest of the world, and our allies in particular with high price of oil. They're certainly cognizant of the debate going on in our own country and general war fatigue. The longer this war goes on, I think the more challenging it's going to be for the Trump administration to keep up the effort. So we need to move quickly with serious alacrity.
Dan Hoffman, thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again this week. We appreciate it. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Nice news. Good boy. Good boy. All right, 3/3. Good boy. Yeah, you're getting muted for 24 hours and you're talking crazy, bro. Go take a walk for 30 minutes, man. Everything will be okay. When life happens, everything will be okay. What the fuck you people even talking about? I think life's a fucking handout, man. Crazy work. A lot of people think that. That's why they be requesting to join the alert room like nothing when people beg and beg and beg and beg. But yeah, crazy work. Everything will be okay no matter what. Just believe life's happening.
With the CEOs of Alphabet, Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon. This is her first U.S. trip of the year. Joining us now is the EU Competition Commissioner, Teresa Ribera, along with our own Deirdre Bosa. Dee, take it away.
Out of here.
David, good morning. Thank you very much. And Commissioner Ribera, welcome to San Francisco. Thanks for making the time.
My great pleasure.
So as David said, you're meeting with the CEOs of some of the companies, the big tech, the ones at the forefront of AI. What is your message to them? What do you hope to accomplish?
My message to them is that we need AI happening because that creates lots of opportunities for the economy, for the households.
Time is 3:20 and 44 seconds.
In such a way that does prevent a kind of huge concentration of power, undermining the possibility to challenge, to innovators.
I'm up 12% on my shit.
Ideas. So how we can do that, how we can work together, is one of the main questions to be raised in this conversation.
Hell yeah.
And what do you hope to achieve? What message do you want to hear back from them?
Well, I would like to have a better understanding on how they see themselves, on how they can contribute to a larger perspective of the humankind without undermining the possibility to respect rights and to respect freedom of speech and to respect creativity coming from others. So not self-preferencing always themselves.
Right. I guess some of the fears, too, is that if you pause for regulation, you slow down in this global race, particularly against players in China that are moving very, very quickly. So what's your message to them in that to prevent sort of a monopoly, but also to enable them to move quickly?
Everything will be okay.
Of course, security, ethics, development come along together. And it is true that working on how we can ensure a level playing field is key, but it is not the only concern. Cybersecurity, as you have been saying, is quite an issue. But I say also that the respect of rights of others, including competitors, is key. So interoperability, capacity to train the algorithm with the right data is quite key, allowing others to get this data to keep on ensuring sound information, working on AI agents that could be, how to say, controlling, developing the capacity to assess and advocate for different tools, instruments, and contents is very key. And this is why I thought that it was so important to have a candid conversation with them all to ensure that to the extent possible we are properly aligned. Big tech in the US are doing fantastically well, and yet China is going at a high speed in this field, and I think that ensuring that we can keep an eye on how things may evolve is very important.
You get to the stakes of it with things like agents, where there are more security concerns. The EU, though, has been more aggressive in regulating American tech companies, certainly over the last decade. Has anything structurally changed for these companies? Why should anyone believe that regulation will shape how they build AI when we've got fines? But I'm not sure if we've got actual structural change for these companies, even over in Europe.
Well, no, you cannot be in the room.
It has been quite a success. It was not intending to target any type of company depending on their nationality, but to ensure that anyone willing to provide and to accept to the digital reality can do on a level playing field basis. And in many cases, it has been small American companies trying to get this competition, this fair market functioning, because European market represents around a third of their global turnover. And it is true that we have achieved lots of things thanks to this regulation that was developed at the beginning during the Trump 1 administration, so working together with our American counterparts that have similar approaches in terms of how they can ensure this market will functioning all over the world.
Look who it is. This is DSD in chat. What a weirdo. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, people print one day and they think life changed, right? As if anything has fucking changed. Crazy work. Hypothetically speaking, this is what I mean by candle chasing. One day good shit type of deal. Yeah, one fucking good day, life has changed. Yeah, good one. Good fucking luck. Nothing has jack shit changed. Ew. I've been in a spy put since basically 3. It's so weird, right? Just because people aren't saying, right? Ah, you on H, dude? What? Like, you fucking weird. Get your ass out of here, bro. Weird ass kid. And nobody want to fucking deal with a 4-year-old kid. Like, I'm literally older. I'm younger than you guys by half the age. I don't have time to fucking babysit people. Weird as hell. Next. Make a new account. Weird as fuck. You're never coming back. I don't even care. DSD, you're gone, dude. What the fuck was that about? Fucking weird. Did you guys see what he said in chat? He said, dude, are you on H? Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What a weirdo. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That's GT. My bad. GT. Yeah, what the fuck? Weird. Really got mad as shit because I called you a channel hopper, bro. The fuck gives a shit? Live your life. Your kid's weird as fuck, bro. He said, bro, what the fuck are you on? Heroin? I'm up 6K today and I don't scream like that. You're on some meth, dude. Laughing safe, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. A bunch of fucking weird motherfucking people, dude. Jesus Christ, have mercy on your soul. What? I hope. Did some of you guys see that or what? Look at this baby coming on. Hey, this is why Ferrugi don't look at chat, man. Keep crying. Kid has like 7 fucking accounts. Keep making it. New viewer. I'm not going. I'm not out. I'm up 13% now. Goofy. See, this is the type of people that watch the stream here and there, and they're like, "Oh, I've been here though. I've been here for days though," and they just literally channel hop, and they're like, "Oh yeah, let me join the. Oh yeah, yeah, let me. Alert room. Oh yeah, 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 right now. Oh yeah, yeah. What's wrong with you, bro? Like the. Jesus Christ. You see how there's normal people around? Learn how to be a human. It's okay. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in a public chat, though. What the fuck? Time is 3:25. Nasty little.
The shares of Nvidia trading higher today. We want to bring in our panel to take a look at Nvidia after last week's GTC conference. Joining us now is Paul Meeks, Managing Director, Freedom Capital Markets, and Brendan Burke, Research Director, Semiconductor Supply Chain, Emerging Tech, Futurum. Thank you so much for joining us today. Paul, I want to start with you. You say you're only incrementally bullish on Nvidia after GTC. Tell us a little bit more about that viewpoint.
So there has been some worry that as we transition in AI from training large language models to inference, that NVIDIA was going to be knocked off the pedestal. I actually think that even though it's inevitable for NVIDIA to lose some share, the market is so large and it's growing so fast that this company will continue to do very well. And a lot of folks don't realize that it's not just the GPUs that NVIDIA has locked up, but it's a much broader ecosystem. And so when I see this stock, even after GTC, with the announcement of over the next 2 fiscal years, potentially $1 trillion in orders, which for my models was up a couple of $100 billion before the conference, I think 170 to 175, where the stock is now, which is at the low end of its trading range ever since July of last year, is a hell of a buying opportunity.
Okay, so Brendan, I want to get your thoughts, your takeaways from GTC. As Paul just mentioned, the $1 trillion was a much talked about number.
I'm up 6K today, and I don't scream like that. You're on something, dude.
My view, Diane, is that Nvidia
you're up fucking 6K
one
day out of 1 year, bro.
And showed that
Jesus
it's getting ahead
Christ,
of bottlenecks in the ecosystem and emerging compute opportunities. So the introduction of the Grok 3 LPX system shows that Nvidia was ready for the emerging inference economy that needs separate systems to output tokens from AI models, separate from what actually ingests the data to begin with. And that opens an opportunity where NVIDIA can continue to scale its volume production on different nodes, which makes the leading node no longer a bottleneck because it can produce these inference chips that go side by side.
From the top now,
and at the same time, we got a view into the emerging compute paradigm of NeMo Claude.
I only have
the use of agentic systems that are always on and have personal computers with everyone using a GPU at their desk to run models on an ongoing basis. These are growth factors that haven't been modeled in, and the show demonstrated that there's a larger market there that isn't simply working with hyperscalers to install GPUs.
Paul, I want to go back to you. Over the past 6 months, NVIDIA has gone a whole out of nowhere. There have been some peaks, but you know those valleys have taken us back to around the same time we were 6 months ago. What is it going to take to get it out of this range that it's been in?
Excellent question. I think it's all about the macro. I don't think anyone can dispute NVIDIA's positioning even in inference and NVIDIA's execution, which is typically flawless, it's a macro call. When are we at peak AI infrastructure spending? Will the folks that are spending all this money on that, will they ever get a return on their big investments? So I think it's more of a macro
that have negative
rather than anything
energy
micro,
and fuming
really rather than
negativity around me
anything
get
that
away
Jensen
from me,
Huang,
God. Thank you
even
so
in
much.
his narrative that he spins,
I can be a human being,
can even
God.
control.
I don't need
And so
to
they'll
do
have to
shit other
continue
than what I do,
executing.
God, on this
And
live
as we
stream. Just because
start
they
to
don't
get
see
into
or hear
late
what they want to
26,
hear
as we approach
does not
27,
mean,
and people see
right,
that there's
I
not
have
going to
to
be a
conform
dramatic
into what they do.
slowdown
I don't care what
in
the
this
fuck they
spending,
do
which
in
is my
life. They
view,
think one
then I'll
day
say, oh,
life,
okay,
God,
let's
is
start to
anything,
re-rate that
God.
stock
I
again and
don't
drive
care
it up.
about one day, God. I care about
Yeah,
long
it's so
term, God.
interesting
Thank you,
that,
God. Jesus Christ, have mercy. Thank you.
myself,
Amazing.
traders, strategists
What a
I
day.
talk to, it's been a head scratcher, right? Because, one of my colleagues made the analogy that it's like the star student, that you're just used to them turning in A's and you're kind of like, yeah, another A. And you're used to it. Brendan, I want to go back to you with your thoughts on, there was talk obviously about the space race as well with Nvidia. Is that the next frontier?
Space is coming for AI, and it's a strategic area that Nvidia has started working on, hiring engineers and partnering with emerging satellite companies such as StarCloud to push GPUs closer to the final frontier of space. And I think that just shows that Nvidia consistently gets ahead of bottlenecks like energy and construction. The launch of the DSX reference architecture for data centers shows that Nvidia is thinking bigger than simply its rack or its cluster, and thinking to the fundamental substrate of computing. Where are we putting data centers and how are we setting them up to use energy efficiently and then ultimately respond to demand? So that allows us at Futurum to look at what is the overall demand for AI, and not just what are the number of data centers that we can build today.
Weird ass channel hoppers need to
leave
go,
our
bro.
conversation there for time. That's
Never
Brendan
even
Burke
joined
of
the
Futurum and
WhatsApp
Paul
group.
Meeks
Don't
of
even
Freedom
just
Capital Markets.
go,
Thank you
go
both.
back to
Nvidia shares still higher right now. You got
Day
gains
one.
happening in the broad market as well.
Why even? Come on now, why even? What the point? No point. Come on now.
Break it all down. Stephen Dickens, the CEO and principal analyst at Hyperframe Research. Stephen, great to have you with us. Obviously coming off a big week here for Nvidia, lots of announcements, lots of releases, lots of tech talk, but the big theme really seems to be the transition of AI really from chips to full-scale infrastructure for Nvidia.
Exactly, Marley. Action-packed week last week. Our team was tracking what felt like hundreds of announcements across the stack. Software providers, infrastructure providers. We saw announcements from HP, Dell, Lenovo, Cisco, IBM. It was literally an action-packed week. This is becoming a tentpole moment in the tech landscape, and really getting time and getting that crucial selfie with Jensen is becoming a key metric for a lot of these tech CEOs. What we saw is a pivot from chips and GPUs. This is a GPU technology conference. That's what GTC stands for. But we've seen a transition this year. It's AI factories. It's bringing in robotics. It's expanding the total addressable market for Nvidia. Bringing in autonomous, bringing in, as I mentioned, robotics. It's not just the data center. They're seeing explosive growth there, for sure, but it's wider TAM than just that, and that's what investors should be looking for. We've got strong fundamentals coming out of Nvidia, but they're expanding their addressable market by moving into new sectors such as robotics. I was at Mobile World Congress a few weeks back. They're also moving into the telco networks. That was a lot of the focus. So we're seeing a real expansion here from Nvidia, and all the partners are on board with that.
Yeah, and we saw the several autonomous driving partners. They had the snowman robot there as well, as a part of the focus of the robotics. What stuck out to you the most, Stephen? I know it was so jam-packed, and that may be a difficult question, but if there was one thing that is top of mind for you from the entire conference, what would it be?
I think we're seeing $1 trillion demand here. We've seen the hyperscalers building out. They've got over 600 billions worth of committed spend. This is the AWS. This is Microsoft. This is a bunch of others down into the stack. People like Volta
I'm glad that was
CoreWeave were
DSD.
also
At first,
making
guys,
huge
honestly,
announcements last week.
when I saw the message, oh, what's wrong with you? Are you on word? Like, I literally thought that was DSD, and I was like, what the? Why would he just say that like to me out of nowhere? Because like DSD was cool, and he was been here for a long time. But I don't think it was DSD. It was someone named GT, and GT has a similar name to DSD, but he's one of those people that have been in here and not in there. I'm pretty sure 2 weeks ago, I have seen his name in chat, but yeah, just because you're here and for 2 days, 1 day's old max doesn't mean you're my best friend. It doesn't mean you gotta speak crazy in chat. So just because you think life is some sort of weird ass fucking I don't even know market candy handout, and you don't hear what you want to hear, don't mean you get to say crazy ass shit. If you say crazy ass shit, you gone because you out of line. Yeah, I know it wasn't. No, I literally saw it on the live stream. Oh, DSD, but like it wasn't. It was GT something. Yeah, dude, that was nuts though. The guy was like, "What's wrong with you? Are you on H?" It was like, "Oh, I'm up 8K. Even I'm up, I wouldn't be screaming like that." Oh, like what the fuck? Man, what the f? Cause yeah.
Around deployment of Nvidia technology. So for me, I think it was momentum on the core infrastructure side, the GPU side. But as I mentioned earlier, that TAM expansion into autonomous,
My question: how's your
into
yearly?
robotics, out further towards the edge, and some of the use cases there around smart manufacturing, smart retail, moving this inference further
Roy said, "I love America. I love
towards
God.
the
I love
applications and those use cases,
Sounds
and we're
simple.
starting to see real deployment. So
Sounds like the self is the destroyer
one
of
key
the
takeaways for me was how pivotal Nvidia is to the prospects of the Lenovo's, the HPs, the Dells, the Cisco's
like
of this
6
world,
different accounts to
and
come and
how
say
they
some
were
shit to,
focused
yeah.
on really making a significant number of announcements last week to really double down on this AI factory and the pivot to inference. So, as I say, a lot to take away from last week, but I think for me, if I was to boil it down, TAM expansion and AI factories.
And you mentioned that we're already seeing some deployment from some of these major hyperscalers. We've already heard Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, they're already deploying this tech. How far ahead are the hyperscalers compared to the rest of the market? And a second follow-up to this is now knowing that we're in the deployment phase here, Stephen, do you still have concerns about overinvestment here in terms of the tech spend?
So I'll cover the AI bubble question first. A lot of people are trying to draw parallels to where, say, Cisco were with infrastructure build out in the internet era. What we were building out then is building out into dark fiber. So this was building out ahead of demand. We're absolutely not at that case here. There's no such thing as a dark GPU these days. Every GPU that the hyperscalers and the neo cloud providers are turning on is lit up straight away. We're also seeing explosive growth from some of those infrastructure providers, the Dells, Cisco's,
I got $120
Lenovo's,
$700. That's nuts.
Michael Dell making comments over the weekend
nuts.
around how explosive he's seeing the growth of AI servers, expecting that to grow as much as 100%. So I think for me, it's not a bubble. It's absolutely demand that we're servicing today. And I think you're going to see it's not just about the hyperscalers and the neo clouds. You're also going to see sovereign solutions and enterprises choose to put their data and bring the AI to it. So especially when we get out into some of those edge use cases, that's where I see players like HPE, Dell, Cisco, Lenovo making strides, and we're already seeing that demand come through. Box office results from HP and Dell recently in the last couple of weeks. So Dell's stock price, I think, was up 20% after earnings. So that demand's already starting to come through. And as I say, there's no such thing as a dark GPU. Everything that's coming on stream is being lit up.
Yeah, and they have their $1 trillion demand pipeline through 2027, double what it is this year. If infrastructure is effectively sold out for the next couple of years, Stephen, where does the bottleneck emerge and when?
So there's still a lot of complexity here, Marley.
We
saw this with our recent data. I'm looking down here and
what's wrong with you, man?
Hyperframe launched some data. 65% of enterprises say the enterprise leaders say their AI environments are too complex, with 54% having delayed or cancelled a project due to integration hurdles. This is why AI factories are so foundational. I was chatting to Flynn Malloy, the CMO of Lenovo, about this week. Going into the GTC week, we were reviewing some of their messaging. It's all so much around the integration of this AI so that we can speed up ROI. So I don't think we're sold out. We've obviously got supply constraints. Stephen Sopko from our team was on with you guys talking about Micron and some of the supply chain issues and some of the challenges there. I think memory's a choke point. But from an infrastructure and GPU perspective, I think we're starting to see that demand come through, and we're going to start to see, as I say, everything that can be shipped by these vendors is coming online. We see huge backlog from the likes of Oracle. We see it from the hyperscalers as well. So I'm super bullish. There's some integration challenges, and we're seeing that in the data. So I think this focus on stack and integration is key. But we're not seeing that as a barrier to demand.
And I'm glad you brought up some of the data, because I thought it was very interesting, your Hyperframe lens data that you mentioned, that 65% of them say they're complex. They've canceled projects, more than half. Only 37% in your data have a real deployment process in place. So if the goal is obviously for everyone to get ahead of the bottleneck, to get all of these things deployed, what's the reality of the timeline here, Stephen, seeing that companies are canceling their projects because they're simply too complicated, but more than 3/4 of them agree that AI is strategic and they need it?
This is the execution gap that we're seeing in our data. And this is why I think you're seeing the Lenovo's, HP's, Dell's, Cisco's, AWS, Google's, Microsoft's, IBM's of this world focus so much on AI factories. And Jensen did this in his keynote and throughout the week. This is working with those collaboration partners to make this easy to get onboarded. I think that our data was pulled at the end of last year and started to we're already starting to see a shift. We're going to pull that data again, and this is going to be a key metric for us as we look at that data in Q3 to see how that execution gap has been addressed. I think organizations now, we're a couple of years into this from an infrastructure deployment point of view, so organizations are starting to mature and starting to get that architecture sort of maturity, but there's still work to do. And I think if we look at where 2026 is, this is going to be the crucial thing for me. Can we go from that execution gap where there's rampant demand but still infrastructure challenges, and can these vendors deliver on the promise of AI factories?
Well, we look forward to talking through with you when you have that more updated data. And also, I'm sure AI, thanks to Jensen Huang, AI Factory is now going to be a part of the vernacular for us, a new term for us to use on a daily basis. Stephen, thanks for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Stephen Dickens, CEO and Principal Analyst, Hyperframe Research, to help us break down GTC there.
Close the market. Close the market. So in a day or two, we'll find out if the Iran-US trade talks are canceled or they're not. And not before. We'll find out in 2 days if the shit that happened today was real or not. The GTC, what is this? Premieres in 47 minutes. Oh, market overtime, recapping Nvidia GTC. I fucked up. Alrighty.
It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades for you today. Kevin Green will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades is Scott Bauer, the CEO at Prosper Trading Academy. Great to have you both with us. Scott, would love to kick things off with a big picture thought on the action that we're seeing. A nice pop to the upside today. Is it sustainable?
Really nice pop. I think everybody needs to be very cautious, as we should have learned over the last several weeks. This is such a fluid situation, and all economic data is off the table. The Fed is on the table because of inflation, which is all driven by what's happening, obviously, geopolitically. So I think that we all just need to understand that this could change in a minute, in an hour. So, just need to be very, very cautious. But nonetheless, seeing everything in the green like it is right now is obviously a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, it's a nice way to start off our Monday for sure. Seeing a nice pop, of course, in your first pick, SPY, the S&P 500 ETF here, but obviously year to date, trading lower. So how would you think about trading this in the environment that we're in?
Yeah, so I'm buying a put spread, and the reason why is not for anything technical, not for anything fundamental, but just trying to play kind of the news flow, right? What we've seen over the last several weeks is when we've seen a pop, it's been a sell. When we've seen a drop, it's been a buy, although that's been a little bit more cautious. So I am just buying a put spread going out about a month or so, really just to have a little downside protection. Personally, I don't believe the timeline that President Trump, was talking about this morning. If it turns out to be wrong, and I'm wrong, that's fine. But I think on this pop, it's wise to have some downside. So I'm buying the April 17th, 650, 640 put spread.
You crazy.
More of some
RSI get to that over now, the oversold conditions, and that rarely actually happens for the SPY on a daily chart, and that's exactly what occurred last week. We did get to that oversold level of around 30 on that RSI, and we are trying to obviously bounce off of that and potentially break this longer-term trend line that we have seen as rollover.
This market
now,
close,
we still
15
have the
minutes.
200-day moving average that's going to act as an area of resistance. We're basically contesting that right now, and if we do kind of break to the upside here, I'm kind of looking at this head and shoulders pattern taking place here. The left shoulder took place at around October or November. We had the head, which is kind of a rounding top, if you will. We had the sharp move to the downside here.
Are you wildin', bro? What the fuck you talking about, Kevin? You wildin', Kevin, bro.
Though, there is a little bit more technical rationale behind this one, because right above where we're trading right now, we do have both the 50 and the 200-day moving averages, which may act as some resistance. So volatility, option volatility, is still pretty rich in there. So I'm just selling a call spread for this week. Simple call spread, the 330, 335 call spread, collecting about $2 for that. I absolutely have defined risk on that. And again, I feel pretty good about this one, not just because I'm selling on this big rally, but also because of that technical resistance, which is just above.
All right, and KG, as we take a look at Broadcom year to date, trading down close to 6%. But as you're looking at the technicals, what levels are standing out to you?
Well, for Broadcom, we do have this stock usually tries to trade in some form of a consolidation or range, if you will, and that could actually be to the upside or downside. If we look at this time last year, we had a bullish ascending channel. Obviously, the price action got very aggressive. We got close to those highs around this $350 to $400 level. We started seeing a consolidation, still making higher highs as well as higher lows, and then we had a breakdown, breaking below the 50, breaking below the 20. And I can say, and Scott's kind of highlighting this here, all of the moving averages right now are converging, the 20, the 50, as well as the 200-day. And in fact, if I had the 100-day moving average, for the most part, it's going to be around $20 from this current level to the upside as well. So you could call that a convergence. When you have all of those moving averages coming together at the same time, that resistance level gets a little bit harder to be able to break. And right now we're testing the 200-day. Top tick for today basically hit that 200-day moving average, and we have seen a pullback here ever since. If you get a consolidation, this wedge pattern, you're able to break above, let's say, that 350 level, you can get back to that $400 point here for the stock. If you're looking at the RSI, it is making higher lows, or trying to make higher lows, but it's also making lower highs, so we will have a little bit of a wedge pattern there, maybe another 2 weeks or so if we do consolidate more. MACD, 12 EMAs below the 26, below the zero line, a little bit more bearish. Your big concern is that you reject the 200-day once again, and then you move back lower. And unfortunately, if you're moving back lower, the next area of major support is around $250. So consolidation for now, it does look like it wants to roll over. But if we get some optimism in the broader equity market, maybe this one can rally higher. 350 to the upside is going to be your first major area of resistance.
All right, and right now we are trading at about 323.71 for Broadcom. This last pick has had a really strong performance year to date. Just in the last month, major price target increases from Morgan Stanley, Oppenheimer, Goldman Sachs. But with that same time period, up more than 10%, Scott. So as we look at Vertiv, how are you thinking about playing this one?
Yes, with this one, I'm using an iron condor strategy, which I've talked about, numerous times over the last several weeks.
Fuck, you know what? I just added 2. Damn, it's moving mad fast. Holy shit. I was gonna add 1 minute ago, but fuck. It's moving mad fast. Damn. Hell no. Market is closing in 8 minutes here. Oh my god. Running it. 352 market is going lower into 355 in 50 seconds. Damn, now it's showing bearish into close. mega candle in the morning today. Mega candle. Well, I have about 1.6k in 1 DT into tomorrow from the top, so I guess we'll see tomorrow what the fuck happens here. But for today, I'm up $1,700 now. Going into close, I'm up 14% up on this bitch. Run this shit deep. Man, even a fucking $2, $3, $4, $5 pull and pull back into tomorrow would do crazy for shit for this, but now it's showing bearish into close. What's the VIX at? VIX is at 25.68, trying to go up. Alright. VIX so volatile these days. I'm up a couple $100 now, $1,658. 5 minutes market closes. Fuck the casinos when this shit happens every day. Oh god, 355. Damn. They pay me so big. I'm up 20% now. I'm at $1,740. Oh shit. Close it. Close it. 4 more minutes left. Time is 3:55. It's 3:55 until 3:59. I'm up 1.8k for the day now. I am up 8.2 or some 8.2k for the week. And in the month I'm up like fucking $14,000. Wow, bears are here heavy. Wow, 350 fucking 6. Holy shit. I'm up 25% on my 1 DT. It's about to be 0 DT into tomorrow. This shit is scary as fuck. 25%. Nuts. Market is closing. $1,900 now. From literally 1,500. Oh my god. Wow. $2,000. 35% up. Oh my god. 2K. Insane lotto. 3:55 time is for 2 more minutes. Wow. The MACD in volume. Wow. It just went from $1,380 to $1,980 on this shit. 35% in like a fucking heartbeat. Literally 10 minutes. Oh my god. Well. Market is closed. That's a motherfucking 30% right there. 30% right there. Alright. Shit. Have a good day, everybody. Bye-bye.